all of our parents that are here today, give them a special, and their families. So I want to have the guys come out in just a moment. We're going to hear from Miss Bailey. We're going to hear from the guys. They'll go through their interview. Excuse me. Y'all going to sit in the front right there. Y'all guys should be quiet. So you're going to talk to over there. Okay. All right. When Miss Bailey out, she's going to have a few words, and then each guy will come up, say their thank you, have their interview with Najeh, and sign their letter of intent. Then we'll move to the next guy. Afterwards, we'll have a chance to get a few pictures in. So at this moment, I need you all to make some noise for our signees as they come on in. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. We can do a whole lot better than that. We can do a whole lot better than that. We can do a whole lot better than that. All the good students here, they're going to Jonesboro High School. We can do a whole lot better than that. Quadra, Jermia, Jontavius, Cortez Redding-Miami, Jackson, I did forget to mention our coaches over here to my far left. So at this time, we have a quick word for Ms. Bailey, and then we'll start with our interviews outside.
Thank you so much, Coach Floyd. Like Coach Floyd, y'all are too quiet. This is an exciting, momentous occasion. We are proud of these young men. Y'all really, let's cheer for them out be sure. Every parent dreams of their child being up here. So let's make sure that we celebrate them and all that they've done all these years to make it to this point. We are so proud of each of you. We can't wait to see what you're about to do. We can't wait to see what you're going to do after that. So continue to just keep yourself for those in front, and whatever you need to do to reach those, make sure you do it. And always think about the people that are sitting here at these tables with you who have helped you to get here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So as our guys come up, they're going to give their thank you, they're going to have their interview, then they're going to sign their letter. And we'll move to the next guy. All right. Any volunteers go first? Frank Jackson, you up? Come on. Thank you. Thank you. Then you'll have your interview. Who else will everybody say?
Oh, first, I want to thank God, my family, coaches, teachers, everybody for helping me get around this. And really, that's all I'm going to say. Thank everybody for helping me make me strong. Thank you.
Hold the mic. Before you sign, say what you're doing.
All right, Frank. So I got a good chance to know you over the past few years. I know you've obviously taken big steps forward. So for you, Frank, talk about just the maturation process to get to this point where you are today, all the hard work you put in.
Man, it was a lot of sleepless nights. Me and Coach Jerry right there, every Sunday, we in the barn all day working, putting in work. Man, no more down there. My receiver coach, every day I practice. Just going at it. And that's it right there. These boys next level, so the boys pushing to go as best I can, yeah.
So obviously having them was a big impact. Obviously you just kind of talked about it, but what would you say? Just this is a very special class. I know you had a class last year in 2025, but this class was so special because you guys kind of went national. Like not just obviously Jonte and Cortez, but all of you guys are going to go sign. All of you guys are very heavily coveted. So what does it mean to you to be kind of like that class 2026, and where a lot of people are going to know Jonesboro for this class?
I mean, it's very special. Being that I only been here 2 years and just come in and for me to be a part of one of the biggest things going to Jonesboro means a lot. So, yeah.
All right, so next level, I don't want you to say where you signed it just yet, but next level, just how excited you are to get there. What are some goals you got coming up for yourself?
Oh, man, I plan on taking top off a few folks, man. As soon as I get there, man. As soon as I get there. That's really my goal is to go there and be the best version of myself I can.
For you, Frank, what's been the favorite part of your journey? Obviously, you're at this point. What's been your favorite part so far? Would you do anything different?
I said grind unreal, like that's my favorite part. Just all the work I put in for real.
And last question for the next institution that's going to obviously get you. What are they getting not only in a player like you, but also in a person?
They get a dog. That's what they can get.
Period. All right, guys. Frank Jackson, man, give it up for him. Yeah, I'll let you sign first, then I'll let you tell them.
I'll be attending Charleston Southern University.
Frank Jackson, everybody. Next we have Quadra Barnes.
First I want to say thank you to God. I wouldn't be here without him. I want to say thank you to my family over there. Getting me here, I wouldn't be nowhere without my mom. So we've done everything for me. I want to thank the rest of my family, auntie, cousins. I also want to thank my teammates, supporting me, backing me throughout all this way. Yeah.
All right, Quadra. So obviously, great story as well. I know you're excited to sign, but you're an underrated part of this Jonesboro team. You're on the offensive line, and I know you have to put in a lot of work, trench work, and things like that. So, what do it mean for you to suit up for this team and being able to go D1?
It means a lot. Being the only D1, unfortunately, some of my teammates couldn't be there with me. I wish that, they could, but, it means a lot to have that on my back and, go to college and dominate to the next level.
Talk about some of just the trials, tribulations, things you went through just to be able to get to this point. I know it was a lot of, hard hours, obviously a lot of training. I know Coach Sherb will put you guys out there a lot. So what's the process been like?
It's been, since I transferred here, 2 years. I came here with Coach Carmichael, of course, and Coach Jeff. They teach me, make sure, I know the plays, know the playbook in and out, make sure I know what to do on every assignment, and, get it done.
Now, obviously, you've been through this process. So, what would you say you need in order to be successful at the prep level, you would say?
Just being able to dominate. Stronger, faster, bigger, everything.
All right, and then walk me through just one of your favorite memories with, obviously, the Jonesboro logo on that you'll always cherish with your teammates.
Moment.
Yeah, favorite moment.
The locker room.
How come?
Always fun, man. Always fun. Even after a loss, even after a win, we always, find a way to have a smile and enjoy the game.
And real quick, if I can unpack that just a little bit, just tell me a little bit about the brotherhood here at Jonesboro. It's not just obviously you, it's not just the stars, it's the coaching staff, it's the community, all these people that are here supporting you guys. So what's this brotherhood like in this community?
It goes far, man. Every sport, even basketball, they come out to support. Soccer, volleyball, anything, they come out to support. And we do the same. So it's just deep. We all care for each other, and everybody cares just as much for the other.
And the last question, obviously, I'll let you sign. Tell me about the relationships that you created at the institution that you're going to sign with, and why did that place feel like home for you?
I created a strong relationship with the O-line coach there. Ever since I came there at the camp, he offered me, he gave me very, very, very great offer. You know, he just came up and said, "Hey man, we're gonna offer you now." I almost cried. I ain't gonna lie in the field. So you know that means a lot just to me. And then ever since then, you know, we've been talking, chopping it up. You know, he's been checking on me, making sure I'm good. And, you know, it felt like home. Went on a visit, seen them boys play, and you know, I seen the dominance out there. You know,
And the last thing, how excited are you to just put on that uniform and be able to go out there and dominate, as you say?
words can explain.
Period. All right, man. I'll let you do the honors.
I'll be attending University of West Georgia.
Quadra Barnes. Next we have J5 Jermia.
All right, first I want to give my thanks to God. None of this is possible for all of us without Him. I also want to give thanks to my family, coaching staff, Coach Boyd, my mom, my dad, my granny. These are the main people in my corner. These are everything for me. Everybody in here that supported us through all 4 years, like it's been crazy. It's been a crazy ride. Jontavius, you already know how we go. All the coaches down there, I appreciate every single one of y'all. Every single one of y'all did something for Coach Brooks as far as getting me up here. Coach P, all the way out. Coach Dell, Coach Q, Donald, Nar, Coach Tony. I see you. I appreciate all y'all, man. I wouldn't be nothing without all y'all.
All right, Jeremiah. So you have an interesting recruiting story as well. I know you were formerly committed to obviously Cincinnati, and obviously you're going to sign. I'm not going to reveal the school, but what would you tell others about maybe your journey that was different, that would be maybe that's beneficial for them, and just being able to stay down so you can have this type of moment?
The difference for me was just being patient. The main thing for me was I was kind of always anticipating the next move instead of just being patient. The whole process, you can't rush it. You can't rush the process. That's what I tell young guys all the time. You gotta be patient with the process and trust the process. That's the main thing I be telling them. So you trust the process, you pray, and God gonna put you in the right. He gonna lead you in the right direction, and the decision is just gonna be the right decision.
For sure. Now you've always obviously on the gridiron been a game wrecker. You've always been able to make those great plays. So I'm going back. Obviously, when I first met you, I think it was sophomore year. What would you tell your younger self back then, and would you be proud of where you are today compared to when you started it out?
If I could tell my younger self anything, I'd tell myself, just keep shining, boy. Like, just keep shining. You were starting. I just feel like I hadn't told myself that enough. I was always just try to, I mean, it's good, but I always put my head down and work. I never just looked at everything that I accomplished, and not just looking at it is kind of crazy. So, you know, if I could tell myself anything right now, it would just be keep shining.
For sure. Tell me about just some of the folks that you have with you today. I want to shine some light on them because, like I said, it's a whole village. It's not just one person. So tell me just about your family, your pops, your moms, just people that you have here today with you. Just what impact have they had on you?
Like I said, my mom, my granny, my dad, main people in my corner, my uncle, Collier, he started this for real. Like he got his going. Justin, Shard, all y'all. I appreciate every single one of y'all. Like, every single one of y'all played a huge role in my life, and I appreciate every single one of y'all.
All right, so going back real quick to Coach Kool-Aid. So when did that moment start? Did you see a big play? He was like, man, you got to try this out? Like what was that like back then when he got you into it?
So it's a crazy story. My mom explained it a little bit better than me, but me and his son is Justin Murphy, he lived in North Clinton. We grew up with each other summer camp. We met at summer camp. And Coach Kool-Aid seen me walking out, and he told my mom, like, dang, like, he big. I'm like 6 years old. And so they ended up talking, and my mom just took me to this park I ain't never been to before, and all of that. And so we just went up from there.
Period. A couple more before I let you go and sign. I asked obviously Quadra this, but what's been your favorite memory just being here at Jonesboro?
My favorite memory ever, I still think about to this day, going back to my sophomore year, the first round of playoffs, Glen Academy, straight fumble, 60 yards to the house. And then after the game, I turned over Coach Floyd. We turned over the band. It was a very surreal moment. It kind of felt like a movie. Like it was crazy.
100%. Last thing, just obviously this next school that you're about to sign with. Tell the fan base, coaches, where to get a player like you, and why was this the best fit for you?
They're getting a playmaker. And the reason why I say that is just that's what I do. It's natural. This is natural. They're getting a playmaker. I'm really excited to get up to where I'm going and make plays on a big level.
Period, man. I give you the honors.
All right. With that being said, I will be committed and signed to the Alabama State.
At home, y'all can see it.
Good, man.
Jermia Collier. Next we have Jontavius Wyman.
No intro.
Yeah, nah, no.
Like, I'm trying to get this over with.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. First off, I want to say thank you to God first. Without him, I wouldn't be in this position. Next, I want to say thank you to all my coaches who have helped me, in this path. I want to thank all the coaches down there, Coach Floyd, Coach Bell. I want to thank all of y'all for playing a big part in my life. Helping me become the man I am today. I want to thank all the teachers in the school, Ms. Clark. Thank you. I want to thank everybody because without y'all, I wouldn't even be here. So yeah. All right. On my bros too. On my bros.
All right, Jonte. So again, I've had a great relationship with you. Got to know you a lot over the past few years, man. But one relationship I'm going to go back to is Coach Domo. I know obviously he's had a big impact on a lot of guys, obviously especially you and Cortez. But tell me what that's been like. I've seen you guys Sundays, Saturdays, Mondays, just training nonstop. What's that relationship been like?
It's strong. Coach Domo, he's been there since I've been a freshman. Even when I came in and started at quarterback freshman year, he was always, beside me, just telling me, I'd be a 4 or 5 star receiver, just telling me if I went out there, change everything up, then, things can change, and they did. So, he was always wise, telling me what I could do, let me know the right things or the wrong things. So, he was just always there in my circle, just, personally in him.
For sure. Tell me about a little bit of this, Johnson, real quick, just the fruition of everything, right? Going back there, obviously putting in that work and then becoming the starters you are, the best athlete in the state. So what was that like, going through the mud and then seeing all the fruition now and going to a major school?
Really, it really all started when I was like 3 years old. Football is always been my first love. Without this, shoot, I don't know where I'd be, but just going out there, scrapping up, every week with my guys, just going out there hitting somebody, like that's just how I always been, like just being a kid, it's just always fun just going out there and play football. So and I was actually good at it. So I actually took it serious. Coming in as a freshman, I didn't really think I was really gonna be where I am now. Cause I was thinking about playing quarterback, like really going P4, you're not really gonna be a quarterback in college, like at this type of size, this height. So I had to change everything up, change everything about me. So that helped me.
And real quick, that process of just changing that mindset, because that's a switch that has to click, right? And then you got to be able to, tick it in, obviously. So how did you deal with just that transition? Obviously, you balled out in it, but what was that like mentally?
Mentally, it was, it was hard. But I had to lean on everybody who was inside my circle, everybody who was beside me. Coach Floyd, he was there, from the start. Since I came in, I was always down on myself because I didn't feel like I was doing enough for the team or for this program. But I mean, he always let me know that that I'm special and that I mean a lot to this program. So I mean, just really him, like just being right there.
Got you. Now I've never got a chance to ask you this, so I want to ask this. But who are some players that you like to watch, man? Who's some players you kind of just aspire to? You model your game after.
At receiver, I say Jamar Chase.
Okay.
Jamar Chase, and then at DB, I'd probably say Darius Stingley Jr.
What you like about his game, real quick?
You know, he poised, like he patient. So I mean, he got length on his arms. You know, he can create contact, and I mean, he don't let nobody catch the ball on him.
For sure. All right, two more, and I'll let you sign. I got to ask you about this relationship as well. Y'all are super close. You and Cortez, y'all playing together at the next level. So what's that like, man? What's it been like just both of y'all grinding and getting to this point together?
I mean, you know, in ninth grade, I was on the football field. He was on the, on the court. But I mean, you know, going to that church area, I was trying to tell him to come out there and play football. So I mean, you know, things just started clicking. You know, that been my guy since middle school, like real deal, like my brother, for real. Even outside of all this football stuff, like we can be locked in for sure. But I mean, like, you know, he was always right there beside me. We was always there for each other, letting each other know, you know, what's wrong, like.
For sure. All right, last two. Tell me just what this Jonesboro community means to you.
Jonesboro community means a lot. You know, they have helped me like in a little minute. So I mean, just going out there, you know, scrapping up every single week, you know, putting on for the city is just it's a lot.
For sure. All right, man. Tell we know where he's signing, but tell the Canes fans what they getting a player like you, man.
Canes, you know, you're getting a player who coming in ready to work. You know, I'm coming in. I'm trying to play everywhere. So I mean, I'm trying to come in. I mean, wherever I play, I'm gonna do it with my all. So I mean, but I'm really trying to go in and play both sides. So.
All right. Well, you know I'm gonna be watching.
Very respectful, very coachable player too.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I get honors, man.
All right. Oh yeah, for the next 3 to 4 years, I'll be going to the University of Miami. Go Canes.
Jontavius Wyman. Thank you all for coming out.
Got one more.
Cortez Redding.
Crazy. Coach go forget Cortez is wild, man.
First, I want to thank God, of course. Without God, I couldn't be nothing. He got me to this position. He got me in this position. I just thank him for everything that he did for me. All my coaches down here, Coach Brooks, Coach Larry, Coach Dumbo, Coach Jeff, I thank all y'all, everything that y'all do for me, believing in me the whole time. I thank all y'all for that, all my teammates supporting me. My mama, oh no, she just, I love you so much. Thank you for everything. All my family, all y'all, thank y'all so much. My brothers, I love y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for supporting me. I just want to thank all y'all for being here for me and supporting me on this whole journey.
All right. Now you take a seat. We had a little conversation. All right, Cortez. So, you know, I was here back, I think it was in either June or July, and obviously you obviously committed to the program you're going to eventually sign to. So, what's the last few months just been like for you? I know you always go out there, you go hard. What's the last few months been like just playing that last final year with Jonesboro?
It's really been fun, enjoying my senior year. Like you said, I was able to commit in July, so I really wanted to focus on my senior season. So after that commitment, it was just really just work, and I've just been working, practice every day with my guys, and just putting in work, getting ready for the next level.
Now I got to ask you, as far as Jonesboro goes, just what's been your favorite memory with your teammates? Some say the locker room. Was it a road trip? Was it a big game you had? What's been your favorite memory with Jonesboro?
I'd say my favorite memory had to be last year, my junior season. I caught a game-winning interception, and they just showed me so much love and supported me the whole time. So that was my favorite memory.
For sure. All right. So obviously next level. So I got to ask a little bit, Cortez. Obviously you're a big playmaker. So will they have you kind of playing? I don't know what happened. Will they have you kind of playing that star position? Will they have you playing obviously strong, free, or will you just be everywhere?
Really, yeah. It's like all three. So the star position, strong safety, and a deep field safety.
Wow. So you'll play all three. Wow. Very talented. Okay. And then what can you tell others and maybe some of the young guys? I know it was a lot that you took under your wing. What was those conversations just like with them as you kind of told them to prepare and kind of get to that level where you're at now?
I just really wanted to take them under my wing and show them that, like,
you can do, like, they can be as much as me, they can be bigger than me. Like, all my little teammates, I try to tell them, like, y'all all gonna be bigger than me, y'all all gonna be better than me. And, like, I try to give them as much game as I can that I learn. I try to make all them learn from me and show them what I did and show them that they can be bigger than me. So I show them everything. I let them see everything that go on for me, and I just tell them that they can be in the same position, just keep working.
For sure. All right, I got to ask, man, as you're the last one, tell me about this 2026 class, man. We know about 25 and 24, but there's something special about this class. Cortez, you've been in it. I know you know it well than anybody. Tell me about this 2026 class. What's made it so special?
Really just the dogs and the mentality that we have, the mentality that we're not going to let nobody outwork us. That's the mentality that we have. And with us having that mentality that we just able to push each other every day, no matter, like Frank said, every single day, me, him, Jontavius was battling each other in one-on-ones. Like, on the field on Friday, they wouldn't know that, but in practice, we ready for any game because we testing each other every day in practice. So the mentality that we had, that we're going to make each other better, and we're going to work every time.
And then just tell, obviously, your next university, what they get in a player like you that don't know you.
Leadership guy that's going to work no matter what, just put my head down and work. Never going to complain, never going to ask for too much, just going to work and get the job done.
Period. Well, Cortez, it's your moment. I'll let you go ahead and sign away.
For the next 3 to 4 years, I'll be attending the University of Miami. Thank y'all.
Cortez Redding. All right, so I appreciate everybody. I think that was a great job, great interview. Looking forward to seeing these guys on Saturdays next year. There's a lot of you all who want to try to get some pictures in. So I'm going to ask the 5 guys, we're going to hit each section. All right, after we hit each section, we're going to have family kind of come down to their table, so we can just kind of do it that way. And I know you all been here for a while and ready to get back to class, so I'm trying to get you back there as soon as possible. Right. So our 5 signees, y'all come out, we'll start with this section. Y'all line in front of this section. Quadra Barnes, Cortez Redding, Frank Jackson, Jermia, Jontavius. Y'all line up over here in this section so we get a picture with them in the background. Go Q, you gonna picture too? Hey, come on, we're there in time. Hey, let's go. So we're gonna get a 3, 2, 1 cheese, go. All right, next section, let's go. Hey, y'all blocking the kid right there, 14. Hey. All right, let's go. All right, let's go.
Scoot up, get in the middle right here.
So after we hit the last section, I'm going to ask the teachers and Jonesboro staff to come down here, and we'll get all of them at the table to this side. So y'all bring about 5 kids. Again, Jonesboro teachers and staff. Jonesboro staff.
What's up, bro? Hello, baby. Good. Good seeing you too, bro. Good. Good, bro.
Jonesboro staff. All right, guys, let me have you all sit at the main table. Jonesboro staff behind you all at the picture table. Here, Coach Carmichael.
Want me to move?
Stand up.
You was crying? Oh my God.
I can't stand y'all.
Good family things going on, man. We love to see this, ladies and
Got
gentlemen.
us on the mic, motherfuckers.
Thank you.
I'm finna go live.
My look. No.
Congratulations.
Thank y'all.
Come on, y'all.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
finna go
buddy.
live when they motherfuckers
Hey,
shit.
Pro Show. Where Jermia?
Oh, yeah, I know he probably finna hook up. Don't worry.
Any more Jonesboro staff?
My brothers.
I'm gonna do like this.
Oh yeah, I need a picture. Oh yeah, this is the perfect picture, right?
Everybody.
I'm so proud of how you talked up there.
Oh.
Me too. You made me cry. Show my nail.
Wait, what camera? What camera? Man, what an iPhone is that, man? What an iPhone is that, man?
I don't know where I'm looking. I know where we looking.
There's too many cameras, bro.
You got it, sir? Right. Okay, everybody right.
Oh, bro.
I'm so proud of y'all.
Coaches.
It's almost time to go. Y'all on me. Y'all look at Oh, I hope I said
Y'all
better turn the cat to see this bitch in the front of. Y'all better turn the phone right. So when they call
I got.
Oh, she's my coach.
So I think I should say from there to the coaches, right?
Nah.
me this degree, but.
Oh, yeah, hey, that boy Bacon on that motherfucking sweet.
What's up, fellas?
Look, I make a piece of that. Look at
Man, we gotta look at the iPhone.
what camera? I look at Coach C-phone. You good? Hey, Coach C taking a long time. Get the Android out of him. Oh, okay.
Sure.
We're gonna go ahead and send the students back to the class. That section over there, Bob, Greenberg, Mr. Brown, waiting on
Proud of you, boy. Nice.
you. You have 2 minutes and 45 seconds to get the class. Let me have the football team stay. Football team stay. The players move to the middle section for the football team move to the middle section. Quadra Bar. Grab your families and get the pictures. Grab your families. Get the pictures.
Mr. Jermia. Hey.
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Still on the block. Cortez. Grab your family, you got the next.
Congratulations, team. Let me get a quick photo, both of y'all.
Why you get off, man?
Nah, man, I had to, I gotta give them boys they just do, man. They
Is that
came
what?
and sat down. I said I had to give the guys they just do. They sat down with the family. I didn't want the bitches to be off in the cut, man. I had to give them the full screen, give them their time.
That's it for today, man. I'm gonna go back to the crib home, and then I'm gonna just have kids on like that. Yeah, man. What about you? What y'all got going on?
I'm gonna go to Jermia at like 4. I'm about to go catch him at 4 p.m. So I'm gonna go over there, Douglas County.
Mississippi State, right?
No, he going to Indiana.
Jermia? Oh, they said Mississippi State.
No, he going to Indiana. So he'll get to do playoff practice and all that too. He leaving early.
Really? Coach Domo.
Get some bowl practice and stuff like that. So that'll be good. So I know they're the only two I got leaving early, so that'll be straight.
Kids not leaving early?
Nah, he gonna stay play basketball. Finish out the year.
Okay, mid-year. All right, that makes sense. All right, man.
Yes, sir.
Maybe we need anything, brother. Yeah, you know it. I got you. All right, fam.
Mateo Redding.
Well, Bacon.
Yeah.
Now it's gonna get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna turn the floor to you, the host, till I get back. I think CJ. Let me see.
Ryan, grab your family and go to the table.
Switching cords like
Try
I
to
do.
get, I'm gonna see if we can get CJ or not. If we can't, then you know what I'm saying. We'll just host the show.
All right, yeah. Well, when you leave, I'm gonna go through Miami's recruiting class. I'm gonna touch on Marshall, then depending on time I get done with that, I ad lib or I go to some stats. I figure it out, man. Get these people something to look at.
I bet. Well, I ain't too far from the crib, so it should be no more than like 25 minutes.
All right, that'll work, brother. Drive safe.
All right, brother. See y'all in a minute. Hope y'all enjoyed the stream. We'll be back soon.
Yes, sir. Staying active in the comments. I see we still got 9 in the chat, man. Don't forget, don't hesitate to ask any questions, man. So there you have it, folks, man. We appreciate y'all rocking with us on the signing day show. Najeh and Bacon, as we go through, hit these schools. I was at Marshall today. If you are still here or came or returned to the new live stream, forgive me. I cut off the stream. Didn't know I was supposed to keep it rolling, but I'm not going to take up too much of your time, man. But I will go look at Miami. Like I said, we're going to pull up Miami's recruiting class and see what Coach Cristobal's got cooking up, man. Obviously, didn't end the way that they wanted the season to end, even though the season's not over, but they aren't in the CFB college football playoffs. You know what I mean? Not for whatever reason. To me, right? Because of, you know what I'm saying, Beck, man, this didn't lead the team as he should have down the line. But let's get into the recruiting class. So, top 10 composite and overall rank. You know what I mean? Miami getting the job done for the second year in a row. Let's just look at last year's recruiting class rank. 13-14, transfer 3. So we know they're going to hit the transfer portal very hard, as they did last year. Miami's an easy brand to play for. You see the palm trees, you see all the luster and the allure that goes along with the institution, and it's easy. You got Markel Urban on the sideline every Saturday and throughout the week. So you got an offensive tackle. Offensive line played very solid this year. Added another wide receiver from Florida. Very twitchy, very talented, can high point the pass. Samarion Wingo, very talented. Mylon Paris, another wide receiver. Wide receiver U is kind of the trend we're kind of seeing right now for Miami. Very talented. A wide receiver room, very stacked. Will everybody stay? Can everybody wait their turn? Similar to what we're seeing in Alabama when they had, I know they had Alvin Kamara. Shoot, they might have, I can't remember everybody was in that era, but Alabama had about a running back room that was 6-7 deep, and you seen the same thing at Miami. Adding on the defensive line, big need for the Hurricanes. Keshawn Stansel gets one that gets consistent, keep a consistent pass rush presence for the Hurricanes. That's a big pickup for them. 72 overall ranked player in the country. Number 5, 5th best defensive lineman in the position, and the 5th best player in the state of North Kakalaki. J.J. Dunnigan. J.J. Dunnigan out of Kansas, or out of Madahan, Kansas. 92 overall player. 10th best at his position. Obviously, you can see by the headband. Under Armour All-American game attendee. Definitely an athlete. You know what I mean? So what we're seeing right now, we're seeing a variety. We're seeing a lot of wide receivers. We're seeing a defensive lineman. We're seeing a safety. We know Jontavius Wyman. We know Cortez Redding, who we just saw on the screen, commit to the Miami Hurricanes on December 3rd at Jonesboro High School. You know what I mean? This is a stat class. Ashari Charles, athlete. You know what I mean? Another dynamic Florida player, hitting the state very hard. Once again, Camden Portis, another DB. Gavin Mueller, you know what I mean? 6'5", 255, big guy. You know what I mean? That's gonna be interesting to see if he's just a blocker at 255, will he slim down and catch passes as well, being a 4-star out of Illinois. Jalen Waters, cornerback, 4-star, high grades, 94, 93s. Another offensive tackle here. Another edge, 19th best in the state, coming out of Miami. You know what I mean? It's hard to leave home. You see the palm trees, you see the luster, you see the allure. Ray Lewis, to name a few. It's hard to stay home when crystal ball is knocking on your door. Raul Aguirre, Popo Aguirre down there, right, that middle linebacker, number 10. Joel Irvin out of Fort Myers, home city of the Deion Sanders, offensive lineman. So we're seeing 3 offensive linemen, seeing a lot of edge presence. However, I know Miami usually gets the pick of the litter since Crystal Ball has been there. But the consistency on the defensive line, is what I'm going to bring up, is going to be my question mark as they move forward. Now, we already know, I've already talked about the quarterback situation, but can they continue to be consistent with pass rush and pressure? Because that's what it's going to take to beat those SEC teams and continue to beat Notre Dame year after year after year. Vance Spadford, wide receiver from Mission Viejo, California. Israel Briggs, another tight end, pass catcher, 6'4" and a half, 200 pounds. Add on some weight, and here we go. Cortez Redding, 90 overall. And I give an in-depth breakdown because I've seen Cortez multiple times. Cortez is, I believe we talked about on this show, of being similar to what you would say at Ed, and I'm gonna go full screen for this because I feel like I need to make this point plain. I'm gonna say Ed Reed, and I want to, what is he talking about? Ed Reed. Ed Reed is far-fetched, but I'm telling you, turn on the film, and I may pull up some highlights after I go through the class. But when I tell you, Cortez Redding is similar to Ed Reed in terms of just being a safety who can come down, lay the boom, and be a ball hawk too. Playmaker, as you say, he's gonna be playing a little bit everywhere. He's gonna be playing a little bit of everywhere in that secondary, playing a little nickel, dropping back, coming down, playing in the box. Brother can do it all, man, single-handedly. Well, he had a lot of responsibility at Jonesboro, and I think he's gonna do the same thing at Miami when he gets there. May see PT year 1, but definitely year 2, year 3. You know what I mean? So stay tuned and keep up with Cortez Redding. I'll share my screen. Actually, I didn't take it down. Good luck, Bacon. Good luck. All right. So, you know what I'm saying? 26 rated best player at his position, 28 best player in the state of Georgia. I think when you're the 28th best player in the state of Georgia, I think you got to be higher than 26 at your position, just on the rigorous, or just on a talent level that's in Georgia. If you're 20, just hear me out, 28th best player in the state of Georgia, yeah, man, you got to be higher than 26, man. Come on. Per capita. It just don't make sense mathematically. So, but we'll continue to move on. Darion Coleman, Orlando, Florida, man. That's a good area. Jones, Orlando. That's tough. It's a high school. Okay, excuse me. 3-star rated quarterback, Darion Coleman. Will he be that guy? I think, I haven't seen his film, but we've already talked about the quarterback position. We won't harp on it too much more. Justin Edwards, linebacker. Logan Nagel out of New Jersey. Javian Mallory, running back. Brody Jennings, quarterback. And here we go, Jontavius Wyman. Jontavius Wyman, as he said, watches a lot. Who do you say his receiver was? It wasn't Justin Jefferson. It was Jamar Chase, I believe. Same thing here. I feel like Jontavius Wyman, 3 stars too low. Very athletic, plays sticky coverage. Some will say, AG kind of got the best of him in this matchup. That's AG. I think AG, when it's all said and done, will be one of the best wide receivers to ever come through the halls of Texas A&M, and will be one of the better wide receivers in his class. Granted, he makes it to the next level after college. And I believe, simple and plain. So back to Jontavius Wyman, I think similar will be said about him. Somebody who's just an athlete, played both ways for Jonesboro this year. Very dynamic with the ball in his hands, playing cornerback, athletic specimen, standing at 5'11", 6 foot. Probably put on an extra 15 pounds, possibly 190, depending on where they want him at. But somebody who's going to come give you run support, similar to a Cortez Redding. I'm not saying he's going to play safety. I'm not saying he's going to play. Not sure where he's going to play in the secondary, but has the athletic capacity and the mental capacity to play corner, nickel. Like I said, nickel and closer to the box to make tackles, or be on the outside, have his own island. I think Jontavius Wyman is a very special player. And that's another name Canes fans or viewers alike need to keep up with. Those two names, Cortez Redding and Jontavius Wyman. Those are special players. So nationally not ranked according to 247 inside the U. 56th best player at his position, and the 69th best player in the state of Georgia. Tyron Evans, wide receiver. This is a big class. Tyron Evans, another receiver, 6'3", 201, 33 best player in the state of North Carolina. Hitting North Carolina pretty hard. I think that's something to keep in mind as you watch Miami continue to recruit players. I didn't know they had a foothold or pipeline coming out of North Carolina. Kenyon Pickett, Tampa, Florida, Tampa Bay Tech. Would like to see it. Offensive tackle, 6'4", 320, 89th best player in the state of Florida, and the 66th best offensive tackle at his position. Now, Reese Woodrow, offensive tackle, Boone, Orlando, Florida. Offensive tackle, 6'3", 6'3.5", 310. Another offensive lineman out of Florida, Jacksonville. Shout out to Jackson, man. Anybody who's from Jackson or been to Jackson, if you're on the right side of town, go to Toonies. They will not let you down. I had some teriyaki wings, man. And it's been a while since I've been to Jackson. It was like maybe 6-7 years. And everybody I meet, I talk about those wings, and people that are from Jacksonville know about Toonies. They be like, "Boy, you know something?" I think I had the Philly cheesesteak, and I had teriyaki wings. So if you're in Jackson and you're in the right side of town, go to Toonies, and the locals will know what you're talking about. So it is like a little checker setup. You know what I mean? This is the one I went to. But moving on to the man, the myth, the legend, Tyson Bacon. No relation. From Hoover, Alabama, defensive lineman, 6'3", 263. Some will say he's undersized. And by the way, you know what I mean? It's hard to argue with a person. But when you know the story, when you know who Tyson Bacon is, coming from Hoover culture, who been trained by Coach L. Let's pull up Coach L, man. So let's give y'all the backstory. Let's hit the hard commits first, and not dive into Tyson. Isaac. I'm not gonna try it, ladies and gentlemen, but he is from. Where is he from? Delaware. I'm guessing Bear, Delaware. Help me out. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% sure that's Delaware DE. But defensive line 6'2", 265, number 2 player in the state. Delaware's pretty small. No, it's not. Anyway, Frederick Saintius from Naples. Got to be a Zoe. Got to be. I'm assuming Haitian. But from Naples, Florida, defensive line 6'3.5", 273. Solid class, top 10. You know what I mean? This is big. Cristobal's got another class coming in. Again, and if you're still rocking with us live, I think I saw about 10 in here live, man. If you have any questions about the class, or if you want to talk about any player in specific that you have insight on, we can definitely chop it up. But let's look at Tyson Bacon real quick. Give y'all the story on him. Here we go. I'm sure we'll see Coach L. All right, like I said, man, Coach L right here, man. Definitely one of the best, and not the best trainer in Alabama. Does a lot for these kids in the Birmingham area. If you know where Parker is, not too far. You know what I mean? If you've been to UAB, again, not too far. I should have told my brother about that, man. If you're watching, my brother, you know who you are. I just left the school. Tap your son in with Coach L. You know what I mean? Coach L will get you right. Good guy in the community, not too far from UAB. You know what I mean? As you can see here, this is Rodney Cleveland, 4-star, 5-star in my book, going to Texas. You know, it's bigger in Texas. So if he's sending to Texas from little old Birmingham's actually a pretty big city. But tap in with Coach L. Anyway, so you see Coach L, man, it's a big compound. Calling the motion movement is the steppers. But trains a lot of kids, man. Rodney Cleveland, tech commit. We'll get to it in a minute. But Rodney Cleveland all over this thing. Let's see if we can get some more names for y'all. Christian Harris, another prospect, 2027, 6'1", 240, defensive line edge training. So for lack of better words, has a lot going on. And Coach L's very thorough, just pointing to these kids and getting them ready. And again, you see him, he's a little undersized, but to have, you know what I'm saying, a Miami offer, they're not going to come recruit junk. You know what I mean? Every school is going to come through Coach L's facility, Colorado, UGA, Florida, you know, any name you can think of. Coach Brent Key, for any Tech fans that's watching. Coach Brent Key's from Birmingham. You know what I mean? So I'm sure they have a good relationship with Coach L as well. So, but just to give you thoughts on Tyson Bacon, made plays in the IMG game when they played him. Yes, they did lose, but the brother is electric. Very quick off the ball, as you can see, 44 here, playing some nose tackle. Good swim move. I mean, I think in today's world we see Michael Parsons being a little undersized, playing middle linebacker, and again, he's a dynamic pass rusher. You want somebody who, similar to Tyson, similar to Michael Parsons, who can get our blocks, beat bigger offensive linemen with quickness, and still have the athletic ability and not be heavy, and not be so heavy where they can still chase down and run down the quarterback. Oftentimes we see Michael come weak side or strong side and chase down the quarterback from each direction. And I think that's big. Not only does it get sacks, but it gets consistent and efficient hurries. So you see here, man, this violent at the approach, another underrated get, in my opinion, for the Hurricanes. Real aggressive with his hands. And that's something, again, that he and Coach L work on religiously. You think of a defensive lineman or any prospect coming out of that camp in Birmingham, they're going to have great hands, they're going to have great feet, and they're going to be in sync. And I think that's key takeaway here, man. So hope that gives you guys, the viewing audience. Okay, here we go. We got a comment. Appreciate you tuning in. Derek Teagle, appreciate you tapping in, brother. Toonie sounds like the spot. Toonie's Tonnii. I think that's how it is. Toonie sounds like the spot in Jacksonville. I love the Philly and teriyaki wings. Definitely, if you go down there, brother, definitely search it up, man. It's a good food. People are nice too. It's a great vibe. But most importantly, the good food. And I'm not going to recommend any junk. I try not to recommend any junk. I don't want to co-sign my stuff on bad information. But appreciate you tuning in, brother. Thank you. So we will now dive into. Let me go to Braxton's. I'm sorry, Bryson Davies. Commitment. I might pull up the video when he committed. But Bryson Davies committed this morning. I was at Northgate. If you were wondering, man, where Bacon at, man? I was at Northgate, man. I had to show some love. And add an interesting story, man. Bryson's and the Davies twins, his older brothers at UAB, but really one of the first young men I got I tapped into in terms of being hands-on to a degree with the recruitment, just doing videos, learned a lot through working with the Davies family. As you see here. Let's see if we can get to the part where he signed. But grinder. Somebody who's at the gym or and if you're on YouTube, man, don't hesitate to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and share it to any friends and family if you got the YouTube link right now. But he's a grinder. He's a guy who's gonna be 7 days a week. Here we go. Who's 7 days a week. So I'll give my soliloquy and we'll go to the part where he signed. Coach Witt in the background. Shout out to Northgate and the Davies family for allowing me to come stream their son and their athletes signing ceremony. But somebody who's a 7 day a week guy who's going to work hard, who's going to really give 150, not 200% effort. Cerebral in his approach, understands the game to the utmost minute level, to the smallest degree, to find details that really takes a player from good to great. And when you got somebody like that, talking about he may not be the most athletic guy, but in my opinion, like the old saying is, you got to outwork the work. If you outworking talent, eventually over time, Clay Matthews may be a good one. Obviously, Clay Matthews is very athletic, but may not be as fast as an Navarre Bowman, as a Patrick Willis, or today, Wagner. Anyway, the middle linebacker for San Francisco. I'm saying all that to say is, man, the brother's a hard worker. I believe he's the all-time leader tackler at his high school. He had 172 total tackles, something crazy, average 16 and a half tackles a game, 3.5 sacks this season. I'm sure 5 or 7 plus TFLs on the season. Getting it done like that, the safety, that's just 1 or 2. That's just loving the game. And so that being said, man, I'll show him signing this morning.
Yeah.
And make sure you date on time.
Coach Witt on everything, man.
What's it?
12:03.
You don't know the date?
8:45.
All right, we got that parent sign as well.
Have that.
100%, man. So, what I'm saying? If you want to watch that again, it's on, who's this calling me? What's up, brother? We are live, so be light, brother. Hello?
You said what?
I said, I'm live right now, so be light. This is Feds is watching.
Am I in there?
Nah. It's you coming on at 11. At 11, let me see.
Right now, right?
Nah, it's like 11. Let me go back, brother. I want to say it's like at 11:40, 11:20, but let me go to the list to be sure. Dang, where is it? Marshall committed 10. Quadra, 1 second, family. Yeah, 11:20. Oh, yeah, you are. You got the link, right? All right, let me see if you're in the background.
I got JoJo beside me too.
All right, that's a bet. Just as soon as y'all hit that link, you got to do it on Google Chrome, and I'm gonna add y'all in, and we're gonna go live. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Rodney Colton. Need to put that graphic up. I get the talking boy, and the time slip away on you, boy. Moral of the story: keep your game tight. Jello. Come on now. There we go. BD, one of the top. Oh, definitely one of the top 3 linebackers I saw this year. 100%. 100%. That's what, you know what I mean. That's a 100% authentic answer. Raw aggression. With the want to really come in. This to me a game changer. To me a game changer. Somebody's will come in your locker room and really, if you got anybody who's on the fence about being aggressive or just being locked into the purpose, being locked into the mission, that's what you got. That's somebody you got coming into the locker room. Rodney Colton and Josiah Smith, yes sir. La Familia team in power, yes sir, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? If you are watching, definitely tap in with a powerful life. If you're a parent, you know, if you're a parent of a child, parent of an athlete, definitely tap in if you want. If you want to get your son or daughter to the next level, all right, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. All right, talk to me. Did you go to Google Chrome, family?
Nah, it's asking for a display name.
Yeah, just type in your name. Yeah.
Oh, just type my regular name?
Yep. Type in your name and Josiah's name. Oh, I'm gonna pause the whole time. Let me hit Russ, see if he good. Just bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We got Rodney Colton and Josiah Smith from Newnan High School. Josiah Smith is committed to Cornell University, and Rodney Colton, signed. They're both signed as of now, signed to Cornell and Colorado University, or the University of Colorado. Let me see. 11/21. I'm trying to send this boy the right link. We got a new link. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Invite. Actually, let me do this. Invite guest, copy. I'm sending you the new link now, brother. That's the one from earlier. We had to start a new live. I'm sending it to you right now. That's on me.
All right, bet.
All right. Turn it straight up and down. Can y'all hear me?
Like this?
Yes, sir. That'll work, man. I feel as how y'all, you know what I'm saying, for the viewing audience, ladies and gentlemen, this is Rodney Colton and Josiah Smith, signees officially. Where'd Joe go? All right, there you go. Josiah Smith officially signed to Cornell University, and Rodney Colton to his left, just signed with Colorado, man. You know what I'm saying? So, fellas, just how y'all feeling right now? Now that the moment is here.
It's great. It's a great feeling. Like the attention on you. So like, you got to go out there and do what you got to do and ball. So it's a great feeling all around though. Like I love it.
Yeah, it's a great feeling. Finally getting that pen to that paper and knowing where you're gonna go and just preparing yourself to, it's a long ways away from home, so got to be prepared to, go out there and then get the job done.
Fast, got to be comfortable.
100%. Rod, you just talked about comfortability. Joe, you talked about being a long ways away from home, man. So have y'all both talked about how y'all going to stay locked in, being thousands of miles or hundreds of miles away from home?
Oh yeah, for sure. We locked in, like me, Jermia, all the people, all the senior shit. Like we're gonna be in touch regardless. Like them the brothers we had our last game with. So like that's all we know. Football. So like we're gonna for sure talk about football. We're gonna lock in, exchange numbers and stuff if we don't have them, and like just stay connected.
Yeah, we're gonna be connected. We're gonna still have our group chats, everything that we got. We're gonna have everything. That brotherly love ain't gonna go nowhere. So throughout our whole careers, even when we full-grown adults, we're still gonna be talking to each other.
Fast.
Absolutely. Exit 47, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
100%, man. So I do want to ask y'all, you know what I mean? Well, I'm gonna start with you, Joe, before I get to you, Rod. You know what I'm saying? Cornell University. Why Cornell?
I chose Cornell because not only is the education great, but I feel like you got to make your own path. Yeah, I had FBS and stuff like that. People said that's the easiest road to, go to the next level after that, or a better platform to put your name out there. But I feel like you put your name out there, so I feel like I can go get a great education, and if football doesn't work out, I can still have a job somewhere that pays good money I felt like that was just the best situation for me. It's the position I wanted to play. It's great fit. It's almost a home at home feel, even though it's hours away. It's still a great feel. I mean, it was just a great school for me.
Absolutely. Football wise, being a linebacker at Cornell, you don't hear too many names coming out of that university in terms of linebacker. But why did that school make sense for you football wise?
That school made sense because they have me as my nickel position. That's what I've been playing all 4 years at high school. So I feel comfortable. Their scheme is similar to the high school scheme. I would be outside, blitzing off the edge, stuff that I do normally here. And I dominate it here. All I gotta do is basically, once the weights get there, I'm gonna just have to play at that point, get used to the college level, and I should be great after that.
100%. Last thing before I go to Rodney, I'm gonna ask you, Josiah, what's the most important thing or the biggest thing that you're most looking forward to when you step foot on campus?
I'm just looking forward to getting better, working hard just so I could play as a freshman. That's basically what I want to do. Is I want to be, probably special teams, most definitely. That's where basically every freshman starts, but I want to actually make an impact on the field with they want starters and people that's been there.
100%, man. I'll be tuned in, brother. And for the viewer purposes, you captain or the president of High School Players Association, right?
Yes, sir. I'm on the GHSA Student Advisory Council and the National Student Advisory Council. So, yes, sir.
100%. Talk about it, brother. You know what I'm saying? We don't just produce athletes, we'll produce, scholars too, brother. So appreciate that, brother. I'm gonna bring you back in, but I'm gonna shift to Rodney, man. Going to Colorado. Now there's just a lot of oil surrounding around that school, man. So just want to hear from you, man. Why'd you decide to go out west?
I already did what I do down here. So it's like, why not take your talent somewhere else where you can shine and be great? Coach Prime, everybody, the hype, he's leaving. I'm not hearing that. He told me for himself what he said. Yeah, I'm staying. It ain't no flipping no more. It's out the window. Coach Hart, great coach, produced. Been with Coach Prime since high school. They got a connection. He know what to do with backers. I see what Jeremiah Brown had going on this year. The scheme that they run, it's somewhat similar to ours, but the backers it's A to B. We read in and out, but they A to B. But I'm gonna get in there and do what I gotta do, ball out for sure, and hopefully get that starting spot as a freshman.
100%. I like that. A to B, brother. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, there's no other linebacker that's A to B better than them. Saying these two right here, and especially Rodney. You talking about sacks, TFLs, and making a thundering impact when he makes contact. That's Rodney Colton. But I also got to ask you, brother. You know what I mean? I know you've heard through the grapevines, by now to the tea leaves, that Coach Prime is trying to recruit Tyler Atkinson to the fold. Have you thought about that? And then just what do you think about that news and possibly our playing together at the next level?
Me and Tyler, it'll be great for real. It's just I'm going in there just to do what I gotta do.
Yeah,
worried about somebody else is not me. Tyler, great player. I seen him play Carrollton. He a great player, no doubt. But I'm going in there with a chip on my shoulder. It's something I have to do regardless. So just go in there, do what I gotta do, take everything in, take notes on when film study, all that. Just be great, really, really.
Absolutely, man. Just talk about your mentality, man. Talk about your mentality to the work. You talked about being locked in, wanting to get not just on special teams, but get on defense as a freshman. Just talk about your mentality and your focus to the game of football.
Football is all I know, really. School, love it. I love being here at Newnan. Everything about it is great. I'm taking business and finance as soon as I get to school. I'm doing my mom do this little real estate stuff she got going on. So she put me down on game how everything going on in the real estate world. So I'm learning. But football wise, I love it. I ain't gonna say it's all I got, but like I love football. Like this all I know. I eat, sleep, and breathe football. So you talk about football, I'm gonna jump into the conversation. And like with Colorado, going down there and being a part of the team, like that's what they gonna see. Damn, this kid really want to ball. This kid really want to be out there as a freshman. This kid really want to show off his talents. Like I'm coming to Colorado to show them what I'm made of for sure.
Absolutely, but I know you ain't gonna let us down. We're gonna be tuned in. A couple more questions, fellas, and I'll let you go. Rodney again, man. You were just at Carrollton, and everybody's, you know, what I mean, been looking at Juju, and obviously, honestly, a main attraction to want to play with a quarterback like that. But how much of his commitment to the Buffs played a factor in you want to do the same?
I mean, he's young. They throw him out there when he was a freshman. Of course, he didn't get enough games, but it made an impact because, like, Juju, he's a young leader. So, you know, if he's a young leader on offense, somebody got to be a young leader on the defensive side, and that's going to be me, hands down. So you just got to go in there, earn your respect, do what you got to do, ball, for sure. Juju talked to me about the starting spot before he what was it, West Virginia, I think. We talked. I was like, just go out there, do what you gotta do. You know what you're capable of. He was an outstanding player in high school, great player in high school. But in high school, it's a different story when you go to college. So everybody 4 or 5 stars. So you just gotta show them what you're really made out of. And West Virginia game, he really did that. So it made a big impact on me.
Absolutely, man. For both of y'all, man, what's gonna be the biggest thing I'm gonna miss about Newnan? Assuming y'all are both. I know Rod is. Right? You were early enrollee too in December, Joe?
No, I'm not. Cornell, the Ivy League, they want us to stay all 2 so we get all our credits and classes in.
Yeah, I believe, guy. I respect it. But what's good when you do leave? I know Rod's finna take off pretty soon, man. But just what's gonna be the biggest thing y'all miss about the city of Newnan, man?
Everything. Like that's where we've been our whole lives basically. So like for sure to put them on the map. Like that's gonna be my number 1 goal. Put Newnan on the map. Go get some boys out of Newnan. Damn, that's a hell of a ball player for Newnan. Like I want to hear that. But like since Ale Ogletree left, like you really ain't really too much heard about Newnan. So like just for us to be in this position that we in right now, just it's crazy. Like I'm gonna miss the brotherhood, the coaches, Coach Walker, Coach Belknap, every coach. Like since I was a freshman, they believed in me. Like so, I gotta go get it now.
Yeah, I say for me, I remember I used to go to the Alec Ogletree camps. I kind of want to bring that back. You know, I want to be to a point where I could come back and do the same thing for the younger kids and kind of special to like more talent can come in. You know, kids will want to say, I want to be a Newnan Cougar a lot more, you know. Yeah, that's basically it. I just love the coaches here. They loved me since I was a freshman. All my brothers I came in with, the ones that transferred in, the new ones, they've been real. So that's what I'm gonna miss, the family that we have here and just the opportunity to go be some great and make this place great.
Absolutely. Great answer, fellas. Last thing, I'll let y'all rock. Appreciate y'all again for coming on the National Signing Day show. If y'all gonna describe yourself, I feel like y'all are dynamic tandem on the field, man. But give me 1 or 2 words to describe y'all, man. Y'all like Trunks and Gohan, but what do y'all use to describe yourselves?
I don't really too much know. I know like Carson got the Sonic and and stuff like that. We just I don't know what to call ourselves. We just go out there and play together. That's all we know. We've been doing it since the first year.
Yeah, we kind of just go out there and ball out, you know, honestly. Even the last game we played, which is kind of like I made a play, and I would come around and make a play. So it's like that's kind of how it's been. It's like we just go to make plays. So,
yeah. Man, 100%, fellas, man. Again, I appreciate y'all coming on. Wish y'all the best of luck on y'all transition to college. Expecting nothing but the best, so you know the city is behind y'all, man. But thanks again for coming on. Appreciate y'all. Yes, sir. Be blessed, fellas. And again, ladies and gentlemen, that's Rodney, Colton, Josiah Smith, 2 of the best. 2 of the best coming out of the city of Newnan, and 2 of the best going wherever Cornell is, but I know Colorado is, you know, Boulder. But these guys are legends for sure. Make sure y'all get at them on everything. And much love, fellas. Thank you. All right, man. I see we got a couple gold jackets in you know what I mean, in T. We got to hell with Georgia, and we got to go jackets in the comments, man. That's funny. We are working on getting CJ Gamble on, and we definitely will have the Herd Twins for all the Yellow Jackets fans in the comments. So stay tuned, stay put. Don't touch that YouTube dial, or if you're watching on Twitch, or I think Najeh is streaming a third destination as well. But don't go nowhere, man. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, if you're a Georgia Tech fan, actually, let me get y'all the schedule, man. And while I'm getting the schedule for y'all, well, CJ Gamble could be on anytime soon within the next 30 to an hour. Let's see. Need Carter today, but I think Tennessee. That's what I'm hearing. I'm not gonna say that's what I've been hearing, but I know Najeh mentioned it on the show. It's coming down to an NIL battle. And we know if I love full steam ahead, but schedule link is in the script. Okay, bet schedule link is in the description, so you can definitely check that out if you want to know where everything is. But full steam, we love full steam ahead. And how deep in that full steam ahead are we gonna go to try to be out the volunteer? I don't know what the Vols NIL funding is called. But you would think, we're in the city of Atlanta. We got a lot of, entrepreneurs or CEOs now, Fortune 500 companies. We just saw them recognize top 30 or 30 under 30, whatever it is, during the season. So can we dig deep in that bag to outbid the Vols? I hope so, but I don't know. But we will, we will see. We shall see. But anyway, appreciate y'all tuning in. And for our Jackets fan that's tapped in, please, hit that share button, send it to your friends, your coworker, your aunt who may be a Georgia Tech fan or a Georgia Tech grad. Tell her to put on her Letterman and tap in and watch the guys as we bring y'all exclusive, one of a kind interviews with tomorrow's or today's, because they've already signed Georgia Tech stars. So with that being said, man, I'm gonna go pull up. I think Najeh will be back on in just a second, but until then, we're gonna pull up Colorado football, their recruiting class. And I know some people may not be the biggest fan of Coach Prime. May not be the biggest fan of Coach Prime, but I think we got. There we go. I heard. Actually, let me put this up real quick. I'll come back to you, GT_boy. The schedule for anybody who's watching, just now tapping in. The schedule for the show is in the description. All right, one by one, I'm gonna get to the second comment. GT boy, I heard AG. Hold on, AGT is offering. Oh, okay. Okay, is offering big. How much? If you know how much, we'd like to see the number. We'd like to see the dollar sign. About how much? Second question. Heard GT is offering big. Oh, okay. I got you. That's what it's going to take. I feel like, I think Breeze had 13 and a half sacks last time I looked. Higher motor, physical, body style probably reminds you of a Garrett from Cleveland Browns. Not saying that's the type of player, that type of production is going to be that. That's going to have to be shown on the gridiron. But he has the motors, got great bend. I've been high on him since he was in 8th, 9th grade. But we got to see. Breeze is definitely a one of a kind for sure. But we're gonna have to offer him big. But if you know the dollar amount, brother, it was probably disclosed. But as long as you hear they offering big, that's a good sign. I have no insight on what University of Tennessee is gonna offer. You know what I'm saying? How deep their bag is. But in Atlanta, we gotta have something, you would think. All right. Appreciate you being active in the chat, GT_boy1. But if you blow 40% of your bag on one guy, it will hinder you in other areas. Matter of fact, that's true. That's true. Before we get to Colorado, we're gonna pull up. But we'll do a quick scroll through of Colorado real quick, because I do want to. I said I was gonna do it, and I got to do it. Sticking to what you say is big, ladies and gentlemen. So let's follow suit. Carson Crawford, you know what I mean? 4-star linebacker, Preston Ashley, Rodney Colton, Christian Ward. Remember these two names for sure. Rodney Colton Jr., Christian Ward. Those are big names. Josiah Manu, Kobe Johnson, Maurice Williams, quarterback, linebacker, offensive tackle. positions they need. Had a solid linebacker core last year. And you're seeing the same thing follow suit. Like I said, I just talked to Rodney about with the hard commits, Domata Pico, Alexander Ward, another name definitely want to keep very underrated. The Ward twins are very underrated. Coming out of Carrollton, playing for Walton before the transition to IMG. Those are names of the playmakers. Those are difference makers, in all honesty, in every aspect of the word game changer. Well, let's pull up Georgia Tech for your GT boy. To see where, you know what I mean, obviously right now, let me make sure I'm sharing my screen. Let's see what you said. Hey, tell me a little bit about this kid we flipped from Rutgers DB. All right, let's get into it. 1 second. Chris Hewitt Jr. Let's pull up the film. We'll get you a live reaction, brother. Chris Hewitt. First thing I will say, you know what I mean, to flip somebody from Rutgers as Georgia Tech, that's a move in the right direction. That means a Georgia Tech brand, obviously, as you know what I mean, is holding weight. Is holding weight for very good reasons. All right, here we go. From Baltimore, Maryland, you know what I mean? That's that DMV. That DMV is a good area for getting recruits. Baltimore, as they say. 4-star, 2026, 5'11", 185, 17 years old. 17 years old, young man. I like that. But let's get into the film. We're going to have the ad, unfortunately. Let's do this. As soon as the ad gets done playing, we'll look at it, GT boy. Okay, brother's an MMA fan. That's a good sign. But see what I'm saying? Brother's got a little grit to him. Top 26 Maryland high school recruits. Chris Hewitt comes in at top 10 at the 9 spot. That's very big. You know what I mean? When you come from the same crop of guys, you know what I'm saying, who's from St. Francis Academy, that's a good sign. We got that's a long ad, man. These huddle ads is infamous. Just bear with me 1 second, though, brother. Thanks again, coach. 13 more seconds, brother. Yes, sir, most definitely. Thank you for tapping in with us. You could be anywhere in the state. You could be on any stream, but you're here with the guys. Let's see. Let's remove that. Let's reshare. Yes, sir. I am in Newnan, Georgia. Oh. But we like to be all over though. We like to be a little bit everywhere. You know what I mean? See different things, expand your wings, get a little more season, a little more culture about us. All right. Here we go. All right, good. Oh, you in Peachtree City, man? I might have seen you. I'm always I'm always at Sandy Creek. I'm always not always at Stars Mill, but I'm in Stars Mill. I go to the one. I was probably a little too much information, but I tap into the One Life out there. You know what I mean? I am a gym guy. So if you got if you got a not admissions, but what is it? You know what I'm trying to say. But if you go to the One Life Gym in Peachtree City, yeah, we'll definitely chop it up, my friend. All right, so first play right there, you see a pick six. It looks like a tip ball, like you broke up the pass to tip it. Okay, right here. Yeah, man, playmaker. That's what I see. Playing in the backfield. Got that Ashton Genty run style, standing up straight, explosive, quick twitch. Let's back that up. Big hit. This is against St. Francis here, it looks like. Okay, I see he had the chase down tackle, but I completely lost him in the scuffle. All right, so he's here. Yeah, read. Range, he's got range. I mean, this is a dynamic athlete to me. That's why he was top 10 in the DMV. Boom, big hitter. And that's what you're really seeing, you know what I mean? This is no surprise to see Georgia Tech recruit or flip, whatever you want to say at this point, DB like this young man here. You look at Amari Harvey, you look at Clayton Powell-Lee, you look at Amar Daniels. It doesn't matter. Even when you look at, I'm saying, Dalen Penson, freshman, got some burn this year. Tay Harris. What's the other one I'm thinking about? Toby. But mainly all our DBs are interchangeable, right? They all come down and make big hits, and they can cover the football. We cover the receiver. At all positions, no matter if it's running back, no matter if it's tight end, doesn't matter, you know what I mean, big or small receiver, they can cover, and they're interchangeable, which is what makes Georgia Tech's defense moving forward very scary. I feel like it's very athletic and very versatile. And especially in Blake Gideon's defensive style, play calling, very attacking, very aggressive, blitzing, really putting your DBs in a priority to make plays on just athleticism. Obviously, they're going to play within the scheme, but they have a lot of freedom. So it's going to be another guy who not necessarily blends in, but continues to keep that standard high in the backfield, defensive backfield. Again, playing man here, that's nice. Open field tackle. I want to see something downfield. As you can see here, ball hog playing very good zone. Let's back that up. I don't want to gloss over it. I want to make sure we really understand his play style. So right here, playing zone, reading the quarterback's eyes, breaks on the ball very well there. Love to see him in special teams. Great lead, not lead block, but blowing up a guy, coming across his face. So he plays safety, plays DB, and plays very solid man in zone coverage, especially down in the flat area. And is electric with the ball in his hands, showing he's athletic. I'm gonna come back because I haven't been on the chat, brother, to see what you've been saying. I'm in Peachtree City. I used to ref football a few years back. Okay, brother. 15. Not sure what the 15 is. Enlighten me on when you say 15, what that means. Man, we are going to land some dudes on the defensive line. It's been a few years. Oh, when are we gonna? That's a good question, brother. I really. And speaking of that, let's go to the recruiting class. I mean, we got some guys. Christian Garrett, who was a big. Let's see, I'm forgetting names. Georgia Tech football recruiting class. Taylor. I think it's Taylor. He signed to Georgia Tech last year, came from Grayson. Freshman, made a lot of big play. I think he's number 95, 99, something like that. Let me go back to 25. Class of 2025. So what I'm saying is that we haven't necessarily made the big splashes on the defensive line in terms of stars. But I think we're getting value. We're getting value picks. It's similar to the Herd Twins. I think the Herd Twins are going to be when they come in, they get their chance and they're ready. They're going to be. I mean, we always produce great offensive line, right? But to be rated 3 stars, when we look at what they're going to be as potentially sophomores, juniors, we're gonna be like, no way, these guys are worth 4 stars minimum. They're 300 pounds. They're 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", 6'6", 6'7" and they can move. So I mean, I can say we're getting value picks, but I go back to who's making plays this year from the 2025 class. What is his name? Derry Norris Jr. is gonna be one to watch. I'm not sure if he got about a PT this year. Where is he at?
Check your screen.
Oh, bad brother. Andre Fuller. Yeah, yep. Andre, appreciate you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. You need man. Let's see. You need men if you want. You need men if you know. I mean, help me out, brother. I feel like we're getting good value picks. The brother, he's not. I understand his discrepancy. You know what I mean. We haven't got to the mountaintop yet, and I think that's why it's holding a high standard. But help me out.
No, I mean I'd agree with him. They didn't get it done on the defensive line this year. Now they kind of got better as the year went on, and as towards the stretch of the season, Braden Manley had 2 consecutive sacks in back-to-back games. But I think for Georgia Tech, they have to get they need dudes. They need dudes, and I would agree with him. I think they have it. What's going on, GT boy? Appreciate you tuning in, man. I'm fixing my camera now. Appreciate you also hit me up in TikTok all the time, man. Appreciate you tuning in, brother. But I think they have dudes, to your point, Bacon. When you look at Andre Fuller, when you look at obviously Christian Garrett, I think those will be dudes for them. But they need more pieces. Like when they rotate guys in, it should be a precipitous drop off, right? It should be guys that can get after the passer. They were really bad this past year, Bacon, and run defense. When they was under gosh, what is that defensive coordinator's name? I always mess his name up. Tyler Santucci. Yeah. They were top 40 run defense. This year they were in the hundreds.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So they have to shore that up, and then they're not getting enough pressure on the quarterback. That's where they're hurting at. But to your point, I do think they have the pieces to do it. But to his point, they need like a couple more if they want to get it done. That part hurts them. I think they have the back end to do it now, to your point, and obviously who they got. But I think they need to get more pressure on the quarterback for sure.
Right.
No doubt about it.
How much of that do you put on the linebacker core as well?
That's a part of it. That's a part of it as well. I do put a little bit of blame on there. They're not very gap sound, unfortunately. Hate to say that. Hate to be that person. But yeah, they're not very gap sound, humbly. So that hurts them, and they miss a lot of one-on-one tackles, especially in space. Now, one player I think can help them is Kamen Spalding. I think you've seen him take that step forward. If you Georgia Tech, with him blitzing in the box, him coming down, him being able to one-on-one tackle in space. Sometimes the PFF grade didn't show it, but I thought he had an awesome year, and he'll be back. And I think with the youth that they're going to bring in, they brought in 3 linebackers. CJ Gamble. Obviously, they have Braden Outlaw, who they flipped from Tennessee, and then they still brought in Kamani Morales, who I was kind of skeptical about, to say the least, only because with him being injured, with him dealing with that injury, I thought they might be a little bit hesitant to pull the trigger. But he'll probably be a redshirt candidate, Bacon, in his first year, in my humble opinion. To your point, any more flips today? I would say stay tuned. Have to see how signing period goes. 4 p.m. is going to be the time to watch BSA. The reason I say that is because Jordan Carter is your prize pick. And they still have guys that are going to sign tomorrow. So there's 2 more guys too. Now Brent Key's going to have his little teleconference for special media members at 4, I believe it is. Which I can't share that, obviously. That's very private. But they're going to sign some guys tomorrow too. Now I already know one guy they already have locked in that's already signed. I'll break that news tomorrow. I can't say who it is. But today, the flip today is going to be Jordan Carter. Got to watch out for Jordan Carter. See if they can obviously land him. It's a battle between them and Tennessee, from what I heard. So it really just depends on what Carter wants to do. Is the NIL money matter a little bit more, or is this playing early? He'll probably go in and he could potentially start day 1, potentially with Georgia Tech. He'll have to battle Christian Garrett, obviously, and Andre Fuller, but he has a chance to flip. Just to start and to play early. So yes, I will say there's some more flips. keep your eyes tuned is what I would say.
Let's see one more thing. He said, "Man, we need Carter bad. Last I heard, we went over to Tennessee and NIL."
Yeah, to that point, to your point, GT boy, I would say, yeah, they did from what I heard as well. And I know fans didn't like it, but that's why they played in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. That's why they played there. I didn't like it because it felt like more of a Georgia crowd. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do it again if I'm Georgia Tech. Because it felt like a Georgia home game. Like you just don't know. After y'all had that electric atmosphere for Pittsburgh, the fans showed up. I don't care nobody. Y'all showed up. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably one of the best atmospheres I've ever been in. And I've been to Georgia games. I've been to Clemson games. Like that atmosphere was off the chain for that Pittsburgh game. And y'all shouldn't be robbed of that. But I think they said this year I got 12 games, obviously. 7 are going to be at home. All 7 are supposed to be at home this year. So the fans did what they were supposed to do, in my humble opinion. So I think Georgia Tech is trending the right way. I feel like you have the right leadership. I feel like with Ryan Alpert at the start, you see what he was able to do with Tennessee, right? You see what he was able to do with that program. In the new deal they brought in. Remember, when he left, they was negotiating that deal to get away from Nike to go back to Adidas. Get all that money, right? And now the revenue share is even better for the players. He's already came out and said that he wants to keep Coach Key. He wants him to obviously spearhead the future of Georgia Tech, which I think they got the right man for the job. Now it's just getting those dollars to, 1, re-sign Key, and then 2, to get it to where you can land some of these prospects.
Well said, brother. Well said. I will say though, let me see. Excuse me. I will say that I wonder what is the reason, and what do you think the reason is that, and from the fans too, like how does Georgia? I know they're not getting first dibs on those tickets.
It's hard to say. I don't think it's first dibs, and then I think it's just a combination. I think it's a combination of, obviously it being the Benz game, and as soon as they probably went on sale, that it was there. The Georgia fans probably got their tickets early.
What's going on with it? Yeah, that's the assumption. That's the assumption. I was like, when I was watching, I was like, maybe Pittsburgh lost. Maybe some fans got cold feet or resold. But that's the whole hate though.
Because there wasn't much to play for at that point.
Yeah. Okay. That's true. It wasn't much, but it's, still. But if I'm Georgia Tech, I still would have had it at the Dodd one more time before it went to the Benz. But it is what it is at this point. 1 second. 2:30. Yes, 2:30 confirmed.
Yeah. While we got this little break, y'all. So, as far as the rest of the day goes, obviously we got everything linked in the description. But just so y'all know, so right now we're going to be talking Georgia Tech all the way up to 12:20. Then we're going to bring on Jeremy Johnson of DawgsHQ, probably for a little 20-minute interview. We might go longer. Then we'll look at Tennessee's recruiting class and who they brought in. And then we'll have at the top of the hour at 1, we'll have Mateo Wells coming in. And then the next hour, it'll be him. And then we have biggest impact freshman from this list. Bacon, I'm excited to see your list. I already feel like I know a name is going to be on there that's committed to Alabama. So I'm excited to see who you think is going to be the biggest impact this year in terms of this 2026 class. And then we'll have on Luella, Markel, Aguirre, and obviously, hold on, make sure I get that name right, Gabe Davis. So jam-packed day, man. Jam-packed day.
Facts. So, should be a good show, ladies and gentlemen. It's already been a great show, good show. So
Bacon, you should have kept it rolling, brother.
Yeah, man.
Bro, guess how many views it got already? It hasn't
got
been
like 4.
Yeah, it's almost at 500, bro. It's insane. Make sure y'all like it up too, man. Please, in the comments. All those that are watching, please like up this vid to help it get pushed out more. Help us out.
And hit the hype button. Hit the hype button too.
Yes, hit the hype button, like, comment, and share, and subscribe, please. All right, let me see what he got. Shout out. Hey, Jimmy, where was you at on Monday, bro?
Yeah, man.
You come on, man. We used to seeing you on Mondays. Where the hell was you at? You come on the Wednesday show though, but you don't come on the Monday show. What we got going on, Jimmy? Nah, we just playing with you, man. But shout out to ODH, SEC players everywhere. Yeah, like Tristan Givens. What's going on with KJ? KJ decommitted
Miles?
from North Carolina. Yeah. What's the latest with KJ? What's going on with KJ Miles, your wide receiver? I'm curious what's going on with him. Is he signed in February? Give us some intel, Jimmy.
Yeah. I'm trying to keep our ears to Columbus.
And yeah, you're 100% right. Yeah, the turnout would have been a lot better, 100%. If y'all won a big game. Yeah, I agree. 100%.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was too. But it's still on fashion. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, close game. And I said this too for all the Tay fans watching. I told Najeh about this. I said it on other shows, but Coach Key's from that Alabama tree. I love a Haynes King, but I think if we flip down that Aaron Follow card, we need.
That's such an old argument.
Oh, well, let me make my point for the people.
That's an old argument, bro. You need to let that go.
If you bring in Aaron Follow certain moments, let him air the ball down the field. To me, I still said it. I don't care what anybody said. Malik Rutherford did not get his just to coming back to GT. Probably, obviously he came back for whatever reasons, but the passing game suffered this year, in my opinion. But that's just my thoughts. I'll go out on the sword with that.
So what do you feel like the passing game lacked?
We talked about it all season. Haynes King touched the ball way too much on offense, run the ball 18, 20 times a game. I know you had a limited, more of a set in stone receiving core last year. But again, didn't see Harpin, didn't see Luke Harpin enough. We saw Chris Elko, we saw DeBron Gather. We saw this is spring game, and I know it's just a spring game, but it just looked like, okay, we're gonna be a little more explosive in the passing attack. That's just my opinion. But we had a good season. I'm not trying to negate that, but I think everybody's goal was to make it to the CFB playoffs, possibly beat Georgia, one loss on the season, maybe two at the most. And we'd be sitting around 12, 11, 10 to 12 in that range. And because injuries, banged up, whatever the case may be, we didn't make it.
I think some of the failure was obviously I will give Haynes King a little bit of that culpability for sure. But I don't think it was just him. I think it was the defense didn't play the level they were supposed to play at. NC State, they couldn't be stopped. Defense gave up like 48 points.
True.
Now there's a couple scenarios where they had to kick field goals, but that's your defense. Boston College, same thing. Your defense didn't stop nobody. It went up and down the field on them. So now the Georgia game, I'll give it. Now, if you want to put blame on him for the Georgia game, I'll give you that. If you want to put blame on him for the Pittsburgh game, I'll give you that. But this was the number one offense going into that Pittsburgh game now. Number one in the country, 496.7 yards per game. So it's not like the offense took a precipitous drop off. Now, Keen didn't play his best the last two games. I'll give you that. You know what I'm saying? He could have helped himself out more if he didn't throw it late over the middle of the field against Pittsburgh. I agree with you. You're 100% right. And I do agree that they lean too much sometimes on him in the running game. But the problem was, Bacon, they keyed in on the running game. They tried to stop Hosley. They tried to stop Jamal Haynes. And no disrespect to Jamal. Jamal's a great player, but he regressed, bro. He regressed this year. Unfortunate, because it's seeing you want to go out strong, but he regressed some, and they couldn't get early in the season. It was really good, but towards like the last couple games, they couldn't get what they wanted out of the running game, and I think that affected. When they're a balanced unit, Tech can't be stopped, but when you take away one or the other, it's kind of tougher for them to win. And you would rather them take away really the passing attack over the running game, because if they take away the passing attack, they can run the ball with some of the best of them. So, to a degree, I do agree with you. But I wouldn't have put in Philo. Now, to your point, Philo might be able to unlock the offense even more because, like you said, it ain't predicated around one player. And then they got all these damn weapons. They had all the weapons this year. They're going to have even more weapons next year. So, to your point, the passing offense might look even better.
I really hope I'm not rubbing anybody the wrong way. Like I said, I love Haynes King. Obviously, a Heisman candidate, finalist, whatever. I don't think it's a finalist, but Heisman candidate. But like you said, ran him a little too much, and we saw him tax, we saw him labor at the end of last year. Obviously not as bad this year, but like you said, and I think a main reason why you didn't see Philo or Mosley really get going, and touching the ball 16, 17 times combined the game. at the next level or at any other school, you're going to touch that thing at least 24, 30 times combined. So you can't really get in a rhythm like that. But yeah, this is not any Haynes King slander for my diehards. Absolutely love Haynes King. He won several games on his own. Absolutely. That being said, Philo is going to be special. I watched him play in high school. He is a legit, true passing threat. Legit, true passing threat. Yeah.
And I think this is what happened, Bacon, with King. Not to interrupt you, but I think he started to press more, throw the ball up for grabs. Like, you know what I'm saying? You seen that in the Pittsburgh game, unfortunately.
The Georgia game.
Yeah, that one too. But the defense balled though.
Yeah, that's true.
In the Georgia game. So I think that's really what happened. I think GT Boy hit it on the head. I think he started to press more and felt like his defense couldn't get stops instead of trusting it. And I think that led to more, you know what I'm saying, bad plays.
Yeah. I like the shirts, by the way. I saw it. I said, look, my boy got the embroidered shirt on the dry fits.
Oh, I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, man. Got to take the brand where we go, man. So yeah, that's a new thing. I'm gonna get. I got some regular shirts, but I was like, I gotta make sure I have my polos, man. But yeah, y'all see the logo? Yeah, man. We keep the logo with us, man. So yeah, time to upgrade. You know how it goes, man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna start getting some regular shirts and hoodies and putting it on there too. But for now, just the polos. You know, especially to get this embroidered. 5 of these shirts is like $120. So it adds up. But I got my first selection. So wherever I go somewhere. This high school event, you will see that on there.
Looks good on you, brother. Looks good on you, fam.
Appreciate
yes,
it.
Sir. Absolutely. But nah, that's a great point, man. I appreciate y'all being in the chat about that. Let me look at you.
I got quarter zips, man. I got quarter zips. It's expensive, Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm solo dolo now, Jimmy. I don't work for nobody no more. I mean, I'm freelancing with, obviously I got SI and I help my guy Jackson with Georgia Tech coverage and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm on my own now, Jimmy. So my coin ain't like that, man. That's why it's important for you to follow all our shows, man. That's why it's important for you to like, comment, and subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Donate. Like that helps me to where I can get these quarter zips you're talking about. It's hard out here, Jimmy. It's hard. This economy's difficult, man. I ain't rolling yet. I promise you, I'll start rolling. I'm gonna take it up a notch. I'm gonna have a little studio, me and Bacon to be in the middle, talking the talk live with the quarter zips. Look at this comment. Yeah, I am not. I am not.
That's funny.
I wish. Oh man, this guy's funny. But while we wait for Jeremy to come on, man, let's talk about this class a little bit, Bacon. Let's scroll down a little bit and talk about it. So compared to last year, I know we got some Tech fans in here. They had a top 25 class, right? And what they did last year, y'all, they finished really strong. You flipped Tay Harris from Clemson, right? You flipped a Peyton Joseph from Florida State. You know what I'm saying, which was obviously big for you. Land 5-star Josh Petty. And then you keep Dalen Pinson from flipping to USC, right? That was the marks of a really good class last year, right? So that's what allowed Georgia Tech to be in that situation. Now, I know I had got a question in my private chat. Someone asked me, well, Najeh, how did they go 9-3 and the class is worse? The difference is, I think for some of obviously the coaches, not that they slept on this class, I don't think they built the relationships early on. I think that's what hurt it a little bit. And I think they tried to, obviously play catch up towards the end. And I think that's what kind of got them a little bit. So obviously, y'all, it's tough, but I think this class, this 27 class, they're off to a good start, right? You got, I think George Lammons is supposed to announce today. I don't know if he has yet. But you have already Jordan Christie, Southwest DeKalb, and then you have Keon Stanford, who's one of the best receivers in the state. So they're off to obviously a splendid start so far in 2027. But the key is the secondary, to me, continues to get better. You get Jaden Terry, you get Travis Stevenson, 2 studs. Now it's going to be interesting next year because I already got word that Daquan White's coming back through an inside source. He'll be back next year. Zach Tobey will likely be back. I don't think any of the people, from what I've heard from my sources, are going to be hitting the portal. So you get Zach Tobey, Rodney Shelley's going to graduate, Amari Harvey's going to graduate, and then you got some young thoroughbreds coming in. Elgin Sessions obviously is in there. You got John Mitchell, Pritchett, several other guys. So it'll be interesting to see the least. But don't be surprised if you see some of them young guys locking down at that cornerback spot. Tech is trying to win, and they need multi-versatile guys. So those two stand out. Before I go back to the class, great question right here, I believe from a Tech fan. Let me pull up the post because I sent it to myself. Hold on one sec. I know exactly what you're talking about. Let me address your question. Okay, so this is what happened with Freddie Wilson. Yeah, great question. I just joined a live. What happened with Freddie Wilson and Georgia Tech? So Wilson ended up leaving, y'all. It was interesting because he made several posts, obviously on his X account, and obviously his teammate Derry Norris is obviously committed at Georgia Tech. But obviously here is his first one, recruitment back open. But never said he really decommitted, but just said he's back on the market. And then obviously he says decommitted on December 2nd, as y'all can see right there. Now I don't have the intel on this situation, but I can put pieces and stuff together. I think what happened is Georgia Tech is taking someone else. Georgia Tech is taking somebody else, and I've heard through the grapevine that Freddie Wilson has lost 30 pounds. Through the grapevine, that's what I heard. So I think all that played a factor in why they decided to go in a different direction. He's going to play on the D line. So I don't think Georgia Tech's in a position to take somebody right here, lost 30 pounds, have them put back on weight and be ready. So I think they want somebody they can go ahead and plug and play, and that they can put on there. They are trying to get several guys. And to your point, BSA, you're 100% right. Y'all do have a flip. And, I think you guys are going to get at least two guys within this signing day period window that you guys are going to obviously get. And I think, like you said, I think his spot got taken, unfortunately. He was one of the ones out. They felt good about Amir Clark. They felt good about Alex Willis from First Academy in Orlando. And I think they just decided to go in a different direction. But he will be playing at neighborhood Georgia State instead of Georgia Tech. So very interesting, to say the least. Let's see. As a Tech fan, this class is extremely underwhelming. I hear you. I'm going to say pump the brakes. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to say pump the brakes. Don't get so – all I'm going to say is it ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. Have some faith. It ain't over yet. We'll see what happens. They might can finish strong and get a top 30 class.
Yeah, come on,
if
Joe.
everything goes right.
Show some love to the guys, man.
All right, Bacon, I'm gonna throw it back to you, man. Who do you like out of this class? Your thoughts on the latest flips? Just what's your thoughts, man?
Yeah, I mean, me and GT boy, we talked about Chris Hewitt Jr. I like him as well. And interested to see how Nate G-Man does, man. To me, a big athletic target. And I'm hoping that doesn't turn into a blocker for the Yellow Jackets. I think he's a skilled and capable pass catcher for us. So he's the one to watch for me. Darnell Collins out of Rome. Big guy, 6'4", 190. Not sure how he'll be in the blocking aspect, but if you're going to play with Georgia Tech, that's probably a box that's already been checked. But an elite pass catcher, I like to see the trend that we're doing in the receiver category going big. I'll stay in the receiver category as well and go to our friend down there in the Birmingham area, Kentrell Davis. Who's been on the show. Kentrell is a dog, man, but not only is he a dog, man, he's unselfish and understands the little things, a certified blocker, hard hat to work every day, very consistent in his approach, really has that mentality that I know Tech fans will fall in love with. So another one for me, and I can't go too much further without saying the Herd Twins. As I said earlier, rated at 3 stars, but when you look at the makeup, 6'6", 6'7", over 300 pounds, we're gonna look back at this recruiting class and not just the Herd Twins, but be like, dang, these guys are 3 stars. Low 3s, high 88s, or high 80s. So again, my sentiment of this class is great.
Hold that thought. Sorry to interrupt you. Breaking news, man. Breaking news.
Yep.
All right. Boom. As I just said, I literally just said this. I said it was in the works. I said that they are trying this thing, Coach Key. It is official. Georgia Tech head coach Brent Key. You're getting it here first, Georgia Tech fans. Make sure you go tell somebody. They have agreed to a new 5-year deal at the school. Coach Key is locked in.
It runs through 2030, includes a significant raise in salary. The deal has been in the works for weeks and pending formal approval from GTAA Board of Trustees. Boom. Bombshell. As I said, and I was telling y'all, this was in the works. Okay, so you got your head coach for the next, 5+ years. This is a great move for them. And obviously, there was some rumors that he would go, obviously, to Penn State was in there. They talked about Auburn. Now your coach is locked in. You got to worry about all that hum and then hush. He is locked in with Georgia Tech. My quick reaction before I throw it to Bacon for him to react. Great move. You get your guy. He's a Tech alum. This is what you want. You want your coach to be locked in. He is officially locked in for the foreseeable future. You have built and gotten better every single year. 7-6, 7-6. Now you are 9-3. Next step is to get the talent in. He's obviously going to get a significant raise, as it says, per Pete Thamel. Now it's taking that and going to go get these primetime prospects out of the portal, out of high school, and bringing them in. Great job by Georgia Tech. Great job by the staff, the administration. A+. I throw it to Bacon.
Yeah, not too much for me. Somebody who's been around the program for a little bit, right? You know what I mean? You just hear how passionate Coach Key is about the Jackets, man. So when I was seeing all the reports about him being tied to different jobs, I was like, man, it didn't sit right with me. It didn't sound right. So to see this is no surprise, man. He's locked in with his alma mater. His writing was on the wall.
There it is.
Here we go. Got Brother Teagle in the comments. I saw him as an unranked prospect versus the wide receiver from Bowden. And I'm talking about Terry right here. So I saw him as an unranked prospect versus the wide receiver from Bowden. And after that game, I asked Jimani Browner, who was his trainer, who was that kid playing cornerback at Manchester. He was the best player on that field that night. Film don't lie. That's 100%, man. And I'm assuming that receiver he's talking about is Caden Porter.
I think so. I think he's talking about Jay and Terry because they did have a bunch of. I think they played twice in the playoffs back to back. Huh?
He's talking about Terry, but he talked about the receiver from Bowden. I'm assuming he's talking about Caden Porter.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. But now, go ahead, Big. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry about that. I know it was breaking news. I had to get that in there. But nah, so you talking about the Herd twins? You think they can play early? Is what you said?
I'm not sure. I'm not saying they're going to play early. I'm saying that they are going to. I'm just for the whole class in particular. I just got to the point. I got to the Herd twins. Herd twins are underrated in my opinion. I think there are multiple guys in this class who have the same. They have the same type of story. I think this class is great value picks, and we'll see that at these recruits' age, not just this year's class, but last year's class as well.
No, I agree. I think the value picks is important. I think another important part, Georgia Tech fans that feel underwhelmed, this is second consecutive class you've landed at least 2 or more blue chip prospects. So that's a positive. The thing is they're coming on the back end. So that means I think in a year, maybe 2, or even this year, your secondary is going to be a problem. No one's going to talk about it or say it, but yeah, when you're getting guys like a Jaden Terry, a Travis Stevenson, last year, a Tate Harris, a Phoenix Felton, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You're on the cutting edge. Now, what's going to be interesting is what does Chris Hewitt play? He's being recruited, I guess, as a DB, but listed as an athlete. So what does he play for? Yes. Also, we didn't talk about it, but the other guy they were after was Caden Hall from Milton, Florida. So I'm assuming he's going to sign somewhere else now that they got this safety, obviously, from Calvert Hart in Maryland. But I will tell you this. I'm not going to reveal my source, but they do like the Virginia, Maryland, and South Carolina for DBs. That's all I'm going to say. So when you see them recruiting, they bring them the kind of guys, that is the taste that they like. I will put it just like that.
That's what's up. To me, that's a good area. The young man from Baltimore. They got those kids got different grit, especially coming from the DMV area. Not taking anything away from the Georgia athletes. Obviously, we cover and we see what they do, but it's a different grit. But also another player to keep tabs on is CJ Gamble. Now I just talked about how the linebackers run fits went all the way there. Again, another underrated player in my opinion. Any player. We look at Kelvin Hill, defensive back, transfer from UAB. Made some plays this year, came from Carrollton. CJ Gamble coming from Carrollton. Players that come from Carrollton play under that Coach Joey King system. They're disciplined, well coached, and they're cerebral in their pursuit to not just to play on the field, but to preparation before they get to the field. So remember the name CJ Gamble.
There it is.
That's a good class, though, man. Good class. All right, we got something from Jimmy. I've noticed that since the transfer portal started, I don't see college coaches at games anymore. Are recruits losing their luster? They're definitely across the board. If you're a big time guy, like, you know what I mean, if you're yeah, I mean, I'm not even gonna say a big time guy, but you know, I mean, if you're a priority prospect, or you're a blue chip, or you know, whatever the case may be, they'll come see you. If you're, you know what I mean, somebody that you're just on the radar, they're probably gonna use sources like, hey, how does this kid look, or film card coach. I mean, so I agree with you. So what you're saying is very true.
Yeah, I would say to that point, and we're about to bring on our next guest. I would say, yeah, definitely a difference. They have lost some of their luster. The issue is, Jimmy, they don't have time to wait no more. You know what I'm saying? You like, we go through the list. Let's look at the list this year. All right. Well, James Franklin had time, but okay, he's gone. You know what I'm saying? Humphreys, okay, he's gone. Brian Kelly, they started off, I think, 4 or 5-0. He's gone. You know what I'm saying? They're not playing with you no more. So it's like, I'm not going to waste my time on a recruit that's unknown, that hasn't played a down in college football, for a guy that's been playing 2 years over here and has been performing at a high level. So that's what they're up against. Unless you a dog and you can come in and play early, this year's class that played early that did what they were supposed to do as recruits, Malachi Tony. Okay. You look at obviously Grayson Littleton, Bryce Fitzgerald. You know what I'm saying? The quarterbacks, you look at Jerron Kiwi Sakabatule, right? You look at obviously Malik Washington, Maryland. Like, that's what it's going to have to be. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to come in and pretty much produce, because they don't have time. Florida's another one. My bad. Billy Napier, right? Like, his prized possession was DJ Lagaway from Willis, Texas. Gatorade Player of the Year. Didn't work out. You know what I'm saying? And you see that Billy got fired, but he bet the house on him. So, yes, they're going to go hit the portal, and we've seen the portal works. You go look at Miami in the last few years of quarterback, even though I'm not a fan of Carson Beck. You know what I'm saying? They got Beck 10-2 again. All right. Cam Ward, really good record, 10-2, right? Look at Virginia, Chandler Morris, North Texas. They're in the ACC championship game. They don't got time no more. I'm saying. But I digress. I could go on a whole tangent. I digress. We got my guy in the building, man. Jeremy Johnson, the DawgsHQ, and on 3, man. One of the best in the game, man. One of the best in the game. We're gonna welcome on the show to talk Georgia Bulldogs recruiting. Yes, sir.
How y'all doing, man?
What's going on, big time?
Not much, man. Not much. Living the dream. How y'all doing?
Can't
good, buddy. Coming on, man. I know you're staying busy over there.
Oh man, it's been a morning, huh?
Yes,
in a couple days.
I'm already knowing.
It's a wild one for sure. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, we had the big news yesterday, and then, you know, with Jared Curtis flipping to Vandy, or not flipping to Vandy, but then flipping to Vandy. And then, you know, guys have been sending in the signatures. I guess it's electronic today. So that's kind of what's been happening today. And obviously Georgia landed the big 4-star out of Paulding County, Tyreek Jemison, big guy that I'm sure we are all familiar with. He's been a guy we've covered for a long time that, you know, is finally getting his due. So that was good to see. Trying to think what else. I mean, there's Blake Stewart's on the board here later on today. He's gonna make a decision. Sounds like it's gonna be Vanderbilt or Georgia.
Okay. Well, let's break it down, Jeremy. Me and you've been talking about this off camera, so let's talk about the big one first, and then we'll go into detail about this class. So, I mean, we talked about it, Jeremy. I still think Georgia's in a good spot. You got Gunnar Stockton for another year, so it's like, you know, yes, this sucks. Yes, there's no backup plan, but I don't feel the worst. It is a gut punch, Jeremy, but it's like, okay, I got Stockton for another year. I still got guys I can develop, and I can always go get another quarterback out of the portal as well. You know what I'm saying? But what's your sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason you don't get this one is because of the health of your quarterback room. I mean, you don't lose a guy that can, is the nation's top quarterback prospect, unless he feels like they don't need me around here. Like they don't necessarily have to have me to be successful immediately. Like I'm coming here to be their future. Whereas, I think Jared Curtis probably feels like he can be someone's today. And I mean, I think the world of the guy's talent. I think the guy is I think Jared has otherworldly ability. So it's natural for him to want to go and play early. It's a hard transition for anyone to make, and it's been a challenge for a lot of really good quarterbacks. So he's gonna go give it a shot at Vanderbilt, and I don't blame him one bit for hey, I want to play. It's today's college football is getting on the field, creating value for yourself, and trying to get to that next level after that. So. Georgia's quarterback room is Gunnar Stockton, Ryan Puglisi, Ryan Montgomery. You still got Colton again still hanging around, a guy that won a state championship in Georgia at Perry High School, and Hezekiah Millender, who was an electric player last year at Clark Central High School right here in Athens. So, they've got some good players in that room. You got Dayton Wade in 2028 already committed, another big time elite guy that you have to hold on to for 2 years. So. I don't think it necessarily changes much of Georgia's plan for the immediate future. I mean, Gunnar Stockton probably will be back next year. I mean, and I think he'll be the guy regardless. So, that's kind of where it is. It's just kind of the status quo. Now that Jared Curtis is not going to be a part of this class.
Very true. And then I'll ask one more. Obviously, the news broke earlier today, so you kind of talked about it a little bit. But what's crazy, Jeremy, we've seen his rise, right? This was a guy that wasn't known. He kind of, he blew up in recruiting really after that Georgia Elite Classic event and kind of got on the map a little bit. So, I mean, tell Georgia fans what are they getting a player like him? The last offensive lineman was crazy. I looked at your class, Jeremy. 4 of the 5 offensive linemen is from the state of Georgia. Zachary Lewis, Graham Houston, Zakai Helton. Now you get Tyree Jemison. So talk about just recruiting in the state at such a high level and get all these, top-end offensive linemen.
Yeah, man, it's like getting guys like this is, how you build a consistent contender as far as what you're able to do in the trenches. And you mentioned it, like getting them from your home state. That's why, when people were frustrated with the program and it not having the success that it had, all those years ago, that people thought it could have is because Georgia grows these types of guys every year. I mean, we just saw last year Georgia added Warren Gaston and Dontrell Glover. Those guys are starters. And not only are they starting caliber offensive linemen as true freshmen, those guys are playing as good, if not as better than some of the older guys on their offensive line. Like Dontrell Glover may be a freshman All-American. And that was a guy that was a 3-star recruit that no one really talked about, but he played for 4 years at Langston Hughes High School, and he was dominant all 4 years. This is another one of these type players where, we've known about him and we've watched him because we're here, but, I don't think nationally, I don't think he really got the attention just because, there's so many of these guys in the state of Georgia that sometimes they just get missed. And I'm going to give him credit because he, in particular, is a guy who necessarily the rankings did not reflect his play, but he put his head down and worked. He didn't complain about it. He committed to Kentucky. Kentucky showed him a lot of love early. They really wanted him. And I think Kentucky saw this early, but this young man put in work and he lost some weight. He changed his body. He's worked really hard to be where he is today. So kudos to him. And I think you kind of saw it in his play. I mean, he's always been a really good player, but this year in particular, he was able to move and hit people in space. He's able to, he's a really nasty guy on the field. Like he takes, there's plays on his highlights where he gets a guy and looks him in his eye and then he just throws him down. And I'm just like, why are you able to do that to other, similarly aged young men? So that's the kind of play you get. He's nasty, he's big, he's got really long arms, physical. He's pretty experienced in it because he's played a lot of high school football. So, I think Georgia kind of got a steal here late in this cycle.
Great point. Bacon, I got more, but I'm going to throw it to you.
Yeah, Jim. I wanted to ask you, brother, we talked about Jared Curtis, him being with Georgia for so long, but from your perspective, for someone who covers Georgia on a really a weekly, daily, monthly basis, whatever anybody wants to say, why can't UGA never really secure that those big time quarterback recruits?
I mean, because they value experience at the quarterback position, and 5-star quarterbacks want to play immediately. And you know that philosophy has bumped heads a few times now, and I'm starting to wonder, you know, if that's just. I mean, that's just like it's just, you kind of have to. The timing of everything has to line up for that to work. And Georgia values experience a lot, and they value protecting the football a lot. And freshman quarterbacks and protecting the football don't always go hand in hand. And you know, you saw Jacob Eason when Kirby Smart first got there. Jacob Eason had to take their lumps with Jacob Eason because he was kind of what they had, you know, in that room at that time. He was a really highly talented recruit. Not a lot, unlike Jared Curtis right now. So he even came in and struggled, and the offense was not the complete form of itself, and that put a ceiling on what Georgia can do. Well, this is a team that expects to win national championship every year. There's no, this is a rebuilding year. This is a year where this can be a gap year. No, Georgia football expects to win a national championship or compete for one every single year. And so in that season with Jacob Eason, that team had a ceiling because, hey, you can't do everything you need to do to win a national championship with a guy you don't necessarily trust to be able to do everything yet. So in his second year, he gets hurt. Jake Fromm takes over, and he gets Georgia to a national championship game. But again, Georgia doesn't win it because, hey, there's only a certain amount you can do as a true freshman. So I don't know. I think that's more of the issue is that it's the timing. Like Dylan Raiola kind of bumped up against the same thing because Carson Beck was in line to be the guy, and Dylan Raiola was like, hey, I can be a starter. I mean, I think I have the talent and ability to be ready to go play and be a starter. He went and did that. I think this is the same thing. Gunnar Stockton's in place. He's played 12 games. It'll be his 13th on Saturday. Like, he has another year, and I don't see why you would take a guy who's played 13, 14 football games where you put him on the bench for a guy that hasn't played college football at all. You don't. That's not the way it operates at Georgia. So I think that's probably more of the real issue. I don't think it's a, you know, people try to make up narratives about, hey, it's the offense or whatever. It's mostly the timing.
Thorough answer, great insight, brother. I want to go back to Jared Curtis. Obviously, you watched a lot of his film. You said you believe in his skill set a lot. Potentially having a good opportunity to play early at Vanderbilt. If he does get the chance, what do you think separates him from guys? Arch Manning struggled. DJ Lagwood is not talked about earlier struggle. But what do you think in skill set and lack of ability to potentially turn over the ball? What separates him from everybody else?
I think he separates from those guys in particular just with how athletic he is. Arch has actually kind of been, kind of surprised people with how much he can run. I think Jared is a better runner than Arch Manning is. I think he's a better athlete than maybe DJ Lagway is. He's got a big arm. He's got every arm slot you can throw from, he can throw from it. He can make a throw. He can be almost laying on his back and he can make a throw. So when you have that kind of just quick trigger and that ability to pull that out, like you become a weapon in the run game and then in the RPO game, and then once you scramble and try to make things happen, then that he's going to be a really good guy, a guy that can really be able to freelance. So that's to me, that's what separates him from being, hey, he's a 4-star caliber talent to this is a guy that in big moments, hey, you can do everything right as a defense, but he has the football in his hands and he can go and create plays for you. To me, that's the separating factor with all these guys. I mean, a lot of guys can throw the football really well, but when things break down, which they do. I mean, they break down in big games. You go and watch Ohio State and Georgia, a couple of years ago, and watch C.J. Stroud be able to move around and create. That's what took C.J. Stroud from being a lower tier first round pick to being, this guy can be a franchise quarterback because he can go and create plays on the run. So, I mean, that would probably be it. You start thinking about Josh Allen, you start thinking about Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. Those guys just eat up those hidden yards. And those yards matter, especially in playoff and championship caliber games.
For sure. Last thing, I would throw it back to Najeh. Just give me 1 or 2, maybe 3, depending on how you feel, man. Favorite players from this 2026 class, or just players you're most looking forward to see.
I would say in this Georgia class, I'm gonna say Jalen Moore, running back out of Colton. He's a guy that has, he's been through some stuff this year. He's been off the team and been on the team, but I think he's a very talented player that is still trying to learn how to play football. I think he's like, we've seen him be able to do so many good things already. I think he's just scratching the surface of what he can be because he's so explosive. He's got good size. He run inside, outside. You talking about a guy that can touch the football and go 80 yards with it. That's a rare trait, and I think he got a chance to be real special. Go and build mom a house special. Like go play on Sundays for a long time. So the next guy I would say is Zakai Hilton out of Carrollton. Plays both ways in 7A football. I guess it'll be 6A now, but it was 7A when he got to high school. So yeah, I guess it'll be 7A next year. But who knows about that? But he's been dominant on both sides of the football for 4 years at the highest level. To me, that's the ultimate badge of honor. And I think those guys, he may not be an All-American, he may not be a first-round pick, but I know wherever they put him on that offensive line, he's capable of competing with anybody in that program just because he's seen it all. He's done it all. He's very strong, very physical, very nasty. He's a very intelligent offensive lineman as well. He's played a little bit of everything, so I think he could easily transition to playing guard if he had to. If he needed to play center, that's where he probably would play as center. And if you need to throw him at tackle just to get through a football game, you can do that with him because he can figure it out. And he's physical enough to do that. So the next guy is a guy that's it's a good class to me.
Thanks.
I'm gonna give you two. I'm gonna say Valden Song would be my third. He's a guy that's in Virginia, international guy. Another one of these guys that's really raw right now. That is just a freakish athlete. And he plays that 3 technique. He can play the 5 technique. And Georgia has, you've seen what Georgia's done with these type guys that, they just have this natural athleticism and nastiness, and he has a chance to be one of those special ones. So he's going to be important to what happens over the next couple of years in Georgia because of the position he plays. I think he's got the upside to be a really special one. The next guy is, I'm going to say Tyreek Green. Tyreek Green's a guy we've seen a lot of here in Georgia. Beautiful guy. He's a really good running back that did a lot of stuff for their offense, but I really like his speed. I like his physicality. I think he has the ability to track the football as well. He's a guy that can play multiple positions in the secondary. He can play star, he can play safety, he can play free safety, play strong safety. I could even see him playing a little corner if he needed to. So Jordan Smith is the same way. So this is also a guy you can put back there and return kicks. I don't know if that's what they would do, but he's done that too. So speed kills at any level of football, and Tyreek Green has a lot of that.
Yeah, it's very well thorough. Always polished, Jeremy Johnson. Appreciate you, brother.
Absolutely, man.
Question for you, Jeremy. I got to ask you about this flip, man. I was trying to pull it up while you was talking. But you kind of called. I'm not gonna say who you said, but you called about something happening on his back end, and you was 1,000% right. And something happened on the back end. Somebody flipped. So what's your reaction? Why is it not showing? What's your reaction to this flip late last night? Right before signing day came. What's your thoughts on this flip?
Yeah, Keelan was one of the first guys to commit in this class. He committed like on G Day. I think committed on G Day this spring. So, it was honestly one that kind of flew under the radar. But Georgia Tech had been there for a while. Georgia Tech has been working to flip him. He's been on campus a bunch, during the fall, and he's had a lot of love for that program. So, hey, they're getting a good one because this dude can do a lot of stuff. We just mentioned Tyreek Green, very similar player. That's the role I envisioned that Georgia had for him was him to be, one of the safety spots and potentially a star position type guy. So, it's a big loss. Georgia Tech's getting a good player.
For sure. And then I wanted to ask you about another guy as I look through this list. I'm trying to find it again. Hold on 1 second. So Jeremy, this is the second straight year that y'all pulled off something towards the end, right? Last year, I think it was Hezekiah Melinder. I think the year before it was Coulter Jin. But for some reason, Georgia always pulls off a really late recruiting guy from in the state of Georgia. The latest one is Terrence Pinnick, and he was committed to Coastal Carolina. So I got a chance to see South Gwinnett, obviously back in the spring, but why did Georgia pull the trigger on him? Why did they decide, hey, we want you to play for us?
I mean, hey, you got an extra spot, and you got opportunity to get a guy like this and bring him into the program. Linebacker is a position that Georgia has. It's a position of strength. Like there's obviously C.J. Ellis is he's a Butkus Award caliber player. Raylan Wilson will probably play on Sundays for a long time. Justin Williams is a former 5-star that's starting to come into his own. That will probably be the starting guy at some point when those two guys leave. Chris Cole's played all year. Sorry, excuse me. I'm battling a little cold.
Take time.
But Chris Cole is has played a lot this year. He plays multiple spots. And then they haven't even really been able to fully unleash Zayden Walker yet. Anthony Crew is a guy from Marietta that is another one of these guys that's just developing at this point. Two more guys today, Nick Abrams and Elijah Littlefield, who can do a lot of different things. So adding Terrence Pennick is like, hey, why not? If we can get him, bring him in here, let him sit and develop, because there's a lot of raw traits here that if they come together, you got a really special football player. He's already very violent. He's a very physical football player. He's got a lot of speed. That is the makings of what Georgia wants in their linebackers. They don't, you leave guys blocked on the edge, at Georgia, and you do these little toss cracks and these jet sweeps and these bubble screens. That's why Georgia does not allow these plays to turn into big plays, because they have guys like Terrence Pennick playing linebacker. They all can run, they're all fast, and they're all very physical guys that are willing to attack those blocks and make those plays in the backfield. So, I think this is one that is a steal late in this class. He didn't get a lot of fanfare. Honestly, a lot of people didn't know who he was. But if you go and turn that football tape on, this is a football player. He's a very, very speedy guy with a lot of upside.
For sure. Okay, then we talk about your favorite players in this class. But let's ask this one. Who are these players you think will, I won't say play day one, but they're going to get a significant playing time?
I would say, I don't know where he's going to play, but I think Zakai Hilton is going to force somebody's hand that he can play. Trying to think. Zach Fort's safety out of IMG. He's played a lot of high-level football. He's been coached really well, very physical. He's not a humongous guy, but it's the mentality. He has this leadership, just natural leadership about him. He's been a captain in the IMG Academy for 4 years. Now, IMG Academy had Ellis Robinson. So he walked in a room with Ellis Robinson, Carnell Tate, Francisco Muega, the left tackle at Miami right now. There's about a dozen college football starters, guys who start at the Power 5 level, that this guy walked into the room and he was the captain as a freshman. So that tells me all I need to know. That's I'm the alpha of alphas. So I don't expect that to change at Georgia, because that's the kind of mentality that you have to be successful at Georgia. I think that will translate for him. He's been a captain of this group already. He's kind of been one of the ones that when I need to know something about, how the class feels, this is one of the young men that you reach out to speak to. So I think he'll translate really well, really quickly. I don't know if he'll start. I think he'll probably play a lot of special teams, and he'll be, a guy that can come in and make some plays, rotationally and initially. So I would say him first. Kamari Brooks is one that I think will play a lot, just because Georgia needs edge guys. I think they'll lose. They lost a lot of guys that we know from the past, but I think Kamari is just a really smart, intelligent football player. So, as long as he's going to be physical and he's going to, be able to handle the load that it takes to know the system, I think he'll have an opportunity to contribute. He's sliding down his list a little bit. I'm kind of looking at, who's on this commit list a little bit. I think Craig Dandridge is another one that you have to say. Craig he's just a playmaker, man. So I think you find ways to put him on the field. You can line him up in the slot. You can line him up outside. He can play the X. He can play the Y. He can play the slot. He can play, if you need him to return kicks, I think he can do that as well. So he's explosive. He's fast. He runs really good routes. He's got great ball skills. So, a player like that is just going to find his way on the football field. Now, I do think he will put on some weight and get bigger and stronger. So in 2 years, this could be a different looking player that could play, could be Georgia's X receiver at some point.
Wide receiver 1, Bacon. I've been telling you.
We won't go into it. What other reports on CJ Wiley since we're on receivers?
CJ Wiley?
Yes, sir.
Say it again?
Yes, that's it. What's the reports on CJ Wiley?
I mean, he's just been, he's been close to cracking the lineup. He's been just, Georgia's had injuries at the X position. Kobe Young went down. Another one. Well, Noah Thomas has been playing well, so that's kind of kept CJ out. I mean, he's kind of the next guy after that, but he's played a little bit. He's his speed has been something that they've thrown him out there, and immediately people have had to pay attention to him because like, oh wait, who's this big number 6 right here that can run really fast? We got to pay attention to him. Like he hadn't even gotten I don't even know if he's been targeted yet, but I think at some point he will make an impact, and that may be like here in the next couple of days. So we'll see. He's been knocking at the doors. Really, he's been, we know how he is. He's a dynamic player, and I think eventually that will start to show on Saturdays.
I didn't mean to cut you off. No, I had to slip that one in. She slipped Jay.
No, you're good. No, I was turning over to you anyway. He had answered most of mine, so no, you got it.
I do want to ask about Zayden Walker. You talked about him possibly another one of those players who's on the cusp of being ready. Obviously, one of the top linebackers. I think that was a 2024 class. Now, time to fly on you.
No, it was last year. Last year's class.
Last year?
Yeah, 25. Was that the 25 class?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's playing a lot. It seems like every week he gets a little more reps. And he's starting to make an impact. I think he had a sack against, I can't remember what game that was. One of these games may have been Charlotte. He had a sack. So, he started out kind of playing on the edge. And I mean, last week they had him playing in the middle of the football field and blitzing, from the middle of the football field and playing, that inside linebacker role. So, he's slowly coming along, but that, like I said, that room is so stacked. But the fact that they're giving him snaps kind of tells you what they think of him. I mean, you got a guy that has a chance to win a Buckets Award, and then you have another guy that can potentially be a high draft pick at some point. Maybe not, there's a couple of those guys, Chris Cole and Justin Williams, that may be high draft picks, on top of Raylan Wilson, who may be a draft pick this year. So, Zayden Walker's taking snaps from those guys as well. So, I think he has a bright future. He can do a lot for that defense. And if he's able to make some impact as a pass rusher, we just saw Jalen Walker turn into a first round pick overnight. It felt like playing a role similar to what Zayden is playing right now. Jalen. I mean, he had about half of a season I guess it would have been last year where he was a full-time starter, but most of the time he was a rotational guy that did a lot of different things for Georgia's defense. And that's kind of where Zayden Walker is right now. So it doesn't take long for him to become, you look up one day and they're all grown up and they're playing, on Sundays.
No, I want to ask you 2 more things. I don't know how tight we are on time, but obviously we just said he was a highly recruited prospect coming from Slide County. Had a lot of tools, I feel like, potentially, but obviously going to UJ, you're going to have to wait some time. What do you feel like were those could be tangible or intangible things that he needed to pick up in order to crack the lineup outside of just having to just wait his turn, due to seniority?
I think it was mostly getting caught up to the speed of the game. I mean, he's always been really good in camp settings. Like he played well at the Georgia Elite Classic a couple years ago. So like he's never really had the issue of being a guy coming from a smaller school and stepping into like, hey, we're playing against bigger school guys. So I think that part of it was, that was the hurdle, and then having to learn the system and learning that he can do multiple things in the scheme. So I think that probably slowed him a little bit, but honestly, I think he's right on track with where, you would hope a guy like that, especially in a room like this where you got guys, I mean, he's kind of peaking at the right time, for him to have a big impact on Georgia trying to go win a national championship. Because, I mean, make no bones about it. Hey, you got the SEC championship game this weekend. And then if you win that, you're looking at, okay, you win 3 ball games, you're a national champion. So, the fact that he's being brought along and being a part of that, I mean, that's kind of telling me that he's starting to do this. And by next spring, he'll be here. And then you're talking about a guy that's an impact player in his sophomore season. So I think once he kind of figured out the speed of the game, I know he had a bit of a hand injury or something in the spring that kind of slowed him down a little bit too. He had to play with a club on. So he's coming for sure.
For sure. I don't think it's not the first time he's played in the club, but for the fans, for the viewers, mainly for the UGA fans, like, Jeremy, you come, my brother, Mr. Johnson, come in and talk about UGA's this, that, and the third. We got all this, but I still don't know if we're gonna make it to the national championship. Heck, I don't even know if we'll get past the SEC tournament, SEC championship. What would you say to those Nassau fans to put them at ease? You know what, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be just fine. At the end, or at New Year's, we'll be hosting up that trophy.
I mean, if you think, Georgia's playing really good football right now. They're starting to look like, I hate to do this, but they're starting to look like Georgia now. I mean, you can clearly see, hey, this guy's starting to look like this guy. This guy's starting to do these. And the way they're playing as a team right now, I think, I was just actually rewatching the Georgia Tech Georgia game. I hadn't really watched it from the TV view since it ended on Friday, but I was back, rewatching the game. I'm like, man, you start to watch how they play defense right now. I think I tweeted this yesterday. I don't think a lot of people are talking about where this team is defensively. The offense has been really good all year, and I think the offense has kind of covered up some of this, but the defense has now taken that step into being elite, in my opinion. I think they're, not only are they tackling well, but they're playing as a team. You got guys like Ellis Robinson, DeMello Jones, who are setting the edge and pushing people down and you look around, there's like, it's just a sea of red coming to make every tackle. When Georgia's playing really good football, that's how they're playing. They're playing as a group of people that are it's just a sea of red. And the guy with the football just looks around and there's just red everywhere. That's how you know they're engaged, they're playing physical, they're playing fast. And, I think that's what the key to Georgia having a chance to win the national championship will be. Gunnar Stockton has to cut down the interceptions. That will derail all of what I just said if he continues to throw interceptions. He's thrown 2 in the last 2 games. If he's going to do that, they're going to be in trouble because they can't win with him throwing interceptions. Not the way that offense is constructed right now. They run the football well, but running the football well doesn't mean anything if you give it to the other team. So that has to be rectified here. Hopefully, if they're going to win Saturday, they're going to have to score in the red zone and they're going to have to keep turnovers down. That's eating every play though. But that's the only 2 things that seem to really, kind of seem to be in the way is if the defense can continue to doing this, and is if Gunner's going to continue to play well.
So does Brother Johnson? Do you think Gunner takes too much of a beating at times running the football?
I don't, as a person who play offensive line, you never want to see a quarterback getting hit. That's not the objective, So I do think he takes some hits that are, honestly, toward the beginning of the season, he took some hits. I'm just like, how did he get up? The hit he took where Kay and Lee hit him against Auburn, I was just like, there's no way he's going to pop back up. He almost beat Kay and Lee off the ground. I'm like, wait, what? So that, I don't know. I think this team is kind of taking on that role. They're like, nah, this dude really like us like that. Like he'll fight for us out here. So I don't think he is. I think he's learned to not take those hits as much. I haven't seen him take a big one here in the last couple of weeks. So, I think he's done a good job of learning how to get out of bounds. And now he will hit you. He will, like, there was a couple times we put his shoulder down and, ran through some tackles. But, it's hard to tell somebody who plays that way, to not play that way, because that's who Gunnar Stockton is. He's always played that way, and that's just how he plays. So, it's tough, but it's like that's who he is. Let him be himself. As long as he's trying to, as long as he protects the football. There we go with that protect the football thing again. You got to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's protecting the football and he's not doing something unnecessarily, taking hits that he don't have to take. You won't get hit because it's football, but I don't think he's taking too much of a beating recently.
And one more thing, I got to flash one of our lower viewers. You know what I'm saying, Jimmy. You know, our brother from Columbus. What's your thoughts about these?
Mike Bobo
I
is
got
not
to flash the
Georgia's
second one too.
So, what you say about Bobo?
Mike Bobo is not Georgia's issue, man. honestly, Mike Bobo is like helped. Like he's probably had one of his best years as coach, and calling plays and what he's done with Gunnar Stockton this year. I mean, this offense has been one of the better offenses they've had recently, and I know he gets I don't know where the reputation came from, but it's just it's just like big constant. Like get rid of every time you don't get a first down is let's get rid of Mike Bobo, and that's
I do see that a lot.
There are so many bad offensive coordinators in the sport, and Georgia don't have a bad one. So there's a reason he's up for the Broyles Award, and he has a shot of winning it. I don't think it's one of those situations where I don't think Georgia fans know how good they have it at this moment. They don't. So, and I'm not saying he's perfect. I mean, there are some things that he's done that's been like, what's that? But I don't think Georgia isn't 11 and 1? 11 and 1.
11 and 1. Yep.
So 11 and 1. 11 and 1. Huh.
Like what else they won? Right, Jeremy? Like 11 and 1. Like,
11 and, oh man, I thought we were talking about 1 and 11. I thought we were talking about 3 losses, 5 losses. We're talking about 11 and 1 with a chance to beat the team that beat you.
Right.
I don't really know.
No. Not even beat the team, Jeremy. I'm gonna give you one better. You got a chance to knock them out the college football playoff.
Facts.
I mean, I don't know. My theory is that Alabama will make it either way.
No way. At 93?
Yeah.
No way, Jeremy. No way.
They qualify for the ACC championship game. They're not going to punish them for that and knock them out completely. I don't know. I just don't understand. I don't understand. I think Mike Bobo's done a good job this year. I mean, I don't. If you want to go back to last year, great. I mean, you got a guy throwing the ball to the other team 4 times a game. It's hard to call an offense where you just tell them don't throw the ball to the other team, and you can't consistently run the football because your offensive line is all beat up. So context matters a lot when you try to fire coaches and when you try to call for people's jobs. Context matters. And this year Georgia's been able to run the football because the offensive line's been healthy. And therefore, the quarterback's played better. He's had less turnovers. Therefore, the offense has scored more points. I don't know. Very interesting topic.
For sure. I guess last one, Jeremy, before we let you get out of here, let you get back to work, man. Just obviously talk about Georgia in general. But what do you think has been the area maybe they've improved the most in compared to last year that's allowed them to thrive so much?
Yeah, the drop passes are not as high. Last year, that was the other thing that was going on. That every pass just felt like it was you draw up a play, you create 6 yards of separation, and then Carson Beck drops back and throws the ball. Oh, it's dropped. Now it's 3rd and 10. Not a lot to draw up for 3rd and 10 when the defense know you got to throw the football. So now all of their NASCAR packets comes off the sideline, and now you're blocking 4 outside linebackers because everybody's rushing, and now you rush to throw the ball, and then you turn the football over. So like, it's Georgia's played better complementary football this year because they have had less turnovers and they've had less drops. So that has made their offense much better. The defense, like what I was saying earlier about the defense, they've really come together. As far as being able to tackle as a team, being able to create some turnovers as a team. They didn't do a lot of that last year. Ellis Robinson is leading the SEC in interceptions this year, something that, I don't know if we would have thought that would have been the guy leading the SEC, especially early in the year. He wasn't even the starter when the season started. So, so I think turnovers, that and not turning the football over has been where they've improved the most.
There you have it, folks. Jeremy Johnson guarantees a natty for Georgia. You heard it here first.
No, I did not do that. I didn't go on. Slow it down. I didn't say nothing like that. But I do think this team has a really good shot at it. I do. We will see.
He's on the fence.
Obviously, maybe we'll check in with Jeremy, man, during the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll
Special
see what's happening, man. We'll see. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be Saturday's gonna be an amazing game. You know, at the time Alabama and Georgia meet, it's a classic for sure. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of supporters of both teams in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And I will be at the ice cream machine once again. Yeah,
Three rounds, huh? Three rounds?
Hey. We're talking not 4, not 5. Hey.
Jeremy's so funny, bro. We gonna let you get back to work, bro. Appreciate you coming on. We gotta have Yomo, bro. We appreciate you coming on. All right, family. We see you, bro.
All right, man. I love the show, man. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing, man.
Appreciate you, fam.
We got you,
Absolutely.
fam. It's so funny. He's saying not 5, not 6. Hey, when I went to the game, though, he was tearing up the ice cream. You'd have thought he was stealing, bro.
He's a connoisseur now. I gotta say he's a connoisseur, man. I'll never forget. I can't know. He had to correct me because I'm sure he's still watching. We went to the Tech last year when they played Tech play UGA at UGA, right? Mm-hmm. Man, it was out of hot dogs. Man, like James was like, man, what's going on here, man? Georgia, we got all SEC type of school. Yeah, man, a hot dog at halftime. So we had a little funny conversation about that. But shout out to my guy.
All right, man. Let's not let our other guy wait too much longer, man. Mateo Wells in the building, ready to go. So let's go ahead and bring him on the show, man. Mateo, what's going on, man?
What's going on, brother?
What's up? How you doing?
Good, man. Appreciate you coming on, brother. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Let me get this Georgia stuff off the screen. My bad. Get that off. Yeah. All right, brother. You signed today, man. Congrats. How good does it feel, man?
Feels great. I'm just glad to be in this position.
For sure, man. Obviously, Mateo, you've always been a humble kid. I've seen you numerous of times. Bacon has seen you. You've always just put your head down, man. So talk about all the work you just grinded to get to this point, man, and being able to, officially sign that dotted line.
Being undersized and like getting overlooked, it's just been a dream to sign somewhere, to play college football for free, which is an even better blessing. Then I'm just glad to be in this position that I can actually do it now instead of just watching.
For sure. So for you being undersized, like what did you use to like help yourself? You know what I'm saying? Obviously, it's not easy. You have to use leverage and other different things, but what did you use consistently just to, help you overcome that? 'Cause like I said, everybody's going to point at that, but obviously we know you play way bigger than your size.
My family, they've always encouraged, since I don't have like the height, I got to use other things to make up for the height, and such as just going to training, just watching film, different stuff that help make up for the missing inches I don't have.
For sure. Tell me about Carrollton, man, playing for the Trojans, man. How cool of an experience that is. Another top-notch program. Don't give it to you easy, but I think I've prepared you well for the next level.
Yeah, Coach King, he does a great job. He tried, because he used to coach in college. Some of the stuff he does is similar to what colleges do. So that's from past alumni and stuff. They always say that it always had them set up for the future in a great way. The simple thing is just waking up at 5 a.m. and going to practice.
For sure. Was it like, man, playing with your teammates on the O-line? We know about Zakai Helton, but you guys just being bonded together and being able to obviously, you guys have done it for years, right? You go look at Bryce Hicks. You go look at Kamari Farmer. You go look at Cam Wood this year, who just committed to Liberty or signed with Liberty. Like, what's allowed you guys on the offensive line just to be able to punish opposing defenses and then being able to make these big holes?
From the most part, everyone's always doubting us because, like, not everyone on our offensive line has, like, the stars and all that. So just being doubted, it fuels everybody on the O-line to go out there and do what we got to do And then for the most part, all of us have been playing together for a very long time. And I think that's what makes us the best O-line in the state.
And going back to that, obviously, you just mentioned like youth football. So how is the feeder program there at Carrollton? Is it, you guys all play at the same part? Like, how does the feeder program kind of feed into the high school program?
When I came in 6th grade, they were teaching us some of the plays that we were going to plan on running up there. Some they would have us go to watch the practices in the spring and stuff just to see. And then some we would go sit in a meeting. It was just preparing us for the next few years when we get up there, so we wouldn't be brand new to it or nothing.
Got you. And then obviously you guys, not talking too much about obviously the season, but just, big win last week over, obviously Grayson, lost the state championship to him last year. Just, I know that the job's not finished. Still got more games to go. The goal is still in mind. Still got more games to do to get there. But how good did it feel to just beat, I guess you could say, an emerging rival and a team that knocked you out last year?
It felt great to beat them because you don't want to have that feeling back to back. But for this week, we're not worrying about that one anymore. We're not feeling into the rat poisoning like the number one in the nation, nothing like that. We just staying focused, trying to go 1-0 this week. Then we'll worry about what comes after that.
1,000%. And then, walk us through real quick if I throw it to Bacon. Just how was the signing ceremony? I know you guys went early this morning. How did that go? How many guys did you guys have signed?
I think we had 11 guys signed. It was just a blessing to see everyone come out in the community and just celebrate everyone, and just we all just came together, had a good time, took some pictures.
For sure. Is there anything, Mateo, you would change about your story and how it went about?
I wouldn't change anything. God wrote it this way for a reason.
Powerful. I'll transition and throw it to you on that one, Bacon.
100%, man. Just walk us through why Anderson.
All right, so this summer my dad had set up. Wow, I've always been going to school since like 8th grade, and then the ones that were responding back to me, because a lot were it was a few D1s and all that power FBS schools hollering back, but the ones that I felt they were gonna like pull, I went to their camps. Then I went on a few visits, and then when I went to Anderson, it just felt like home. The school, I love the school. The coaches, they brought me in. They took you to go eat some very good places too.
I like that, man. When you talked about, people, you talked about your height. It's no secret, man. But from your thoughts, man, what do you think your highest potential is?
What do you mean highest potential?
Yeah, like where you could go at. Just what's your overall highest development as an offensive line? Like obviously some things right now that you want to be better at. Like what do you think the finished product of Mateo Wells is?
Always room to get bigger, faster, and stronger. And I just want to grow mentally in the game, and I just want to give the best I can to Anderson and the community around it. And just in my last few games in high school, I just want to finish and just leave a good platform for the other guys coming up.
100%. Well said, man. Back to one good back to Grayson one more time. That's obviously one of the best defensive lines in the state. You know what I'm saying? Y'all held y'all own. I said I was on record. I said, man, this Carrollton offensive line is gonna handle business, man. But just being in the trenches, being hands-on, what did you see, and how did you feel like not just you, but the overall offensive line held up against that type of pass rush?
They had some big dudes. Like the nose guard was like 6'3", 330. It was pretty big. Then it wasn't easy, but we knew we just had to go out there and handle business because we're aggressive offensive line. So that's one of our advantages when we go against most people. We're more aggressive. We're gonna out physical them, and we just from the start of the game we out physical them. And sometimes they gave us some bad looks, but just because we kept going and pushing, that's what helped us get an edge on them and get up in that second half especially.
100%, man. And for your family, who's all at the ceremony this morning, man, just what did it mean to you to, make it official in front of not just your family, but the Carrollton Trojan family who support you?
Everyone that was there, all my coaches, they was all happy. Everybody came up, they gave me a hug. We took some pictures. They were smiling. And then most of them, y'all know what I've been through and stuff in the recruiting process as well too. So that's why they never took none. They never missed anything, and they always made sure they helped me when they could help.
How did you stay locked in? You know what I mean, to on the mission. You know what I mean, trying to get to this point. How did you stay locked in where it was moments of ups and downs?
There's always gonna be ups and downs, especially when things don't go your way. But what the most thing that helped me was like my parents and just going to church and just scripture.
Absolutely, man. And the last thing I'll throw it back to Naj. I think it's another good question is, what's your mentality when you're going up against somebody like you say who's 6'3", 6'4", whatever the case may be, and they're maybe 20, 30 pounds heavier than you?
I've always just tried to embarrass my dad. Always says the saying like, if they got stars, take their stars or something like that. And,
I like that.
Yeah, that's why I handle every situation I go into.
100%. Go ahead, Naj.
Question for you, Mateo. I feel like you've always included me and Bacon, obviously, in your process. I know you, like I said, you've always been real humble, but whenever you post pictures or you have offers, you've always included, us in it. So I just want to ask this, and I'm gonna ask this next question too about all the people that have been supporting you here. Obviously, Tanya Blair is important and watching, Dawn Cole as well. But just what have we been able, I guess, to help you with or provide you with that I think that's maybe been different from some of the others? Like, what has our platform been able to do, I guess, in help you? Or what do you just think about our platform in general?
It's been a blessing because you guys help get everybody's stuff out to multiple platforms. People are giving more views. And then I've always been told whoever shows love to you, you show love back to them. So that's why I feel to include all of y'all in it.
Got you, brother. And then, so we talked about everything. So I don't want you to reveal too much, but next step in the process, obviously coming up is North Gwinnett. So don't reveal no game plan, but just what's the mindset going into this matchup with a state championship on the line, state championship berth on the line?
We're gonna treat it like an average game. They're a tricky offense, I give them that, but we're just gonna take each phase of the game and do our best in it and make sure we come out on top.
Period. All right. And then talk a little bit about, obviously, you talked about why you chose Anderson, but tell me about the relationships you built there, the offensive line coach, the head coach. What was that like there? And obviously you talked about the main part was them believing in you. So, how did you develop those relationships there?
My head coach, Coach Lamb, he knows Coach King. So they spoke here and there. They're pretty good friends. They this past summer they went to an FCA camp together. And just when I was there, they weren't doubting nobody or like talking down, because other schools I've talked to, they've always tried to talk down on other schools. They weren't worried. They were talking about faith, just talking about what I could do to help the program. And, yeah.
Okay, got you. Now I know faith is a big part of what you do, Mateo. So if you don't mind sharing, just if you have a favorite scripture or if you have something that you kind of just lean on a little bit in those times of adversity, just what is something like that for you?
The one I always lean on is Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. I actually got that tattooed on me. But yeah, that scripture just applies to almost everything. It can apply to anything in life.
100%. And obviously for you, I know you got teammates that are younger than you. I know obviously, you're probably a great mentor for them. So what are some things you've been telling them about just this recruiting process and about just how to be prepared for your moment, your shot?
There's a few kids that I could see like my younger self in. Not trying to sound older, nothing like that, but yeah, I can see I just try to tell them to stay motivated, keep working. I'm just trying to prove to everybody as proof that if you're like somewhere around my height, you could do it. I look up to people like Willie Lampkin.
It's good names. All right, last one before I throw it back to Bacon. So tell me, you hit it on it a little bit, Mateo, but what is really the Carrollton way? What's it like for those that ain't there every day, putting the work, going through the summer workouts? What's the Carrollton way in your eyes?
The Carrollton way, if you look at our roster, it's not going to be like 5 stars, 3-star, 4-star. It's not going to be. We got a few of them, but it's not going to be a whole bunch of that. What makes us different is that when we every time we go get together, we come together, we bond, we make sure we take care of all the details, everything that we need to take care of to make us better in that day. Like they emphasize winning that day and don't let the other team get better than you every day.
I'm saying, are you early enrolling in December, or are you gonna? At the end of December.
Yeah, I move in January.
Okay. So now just obviously, state championship is at the forefront of the goals, man. But if you can see that far, I'm sure you're day by day mindset right now. But what's next? You know what I'm saying? When you hypothetically win state championship and get ready to move, what's next in process for you? In terms of college wise, what's next for you?
When I get there, I'm just be working out with the team, going to meetings, having stuff like that, and just getting used to the college life, going to class and all of that. Cause it's gonna be a difference. And I'll be far. I won't be far, but I'll be away from home. Might be a little homesick. You never know.
Nah, for sure, man. Have you already been in contact with some of your teammates in this recruiting class or active players currently?
Yeah, both active and in this recruiting class.
What's been their feedback to you? Just I'm sure they've been welcoming, but what's been their feedback to
you? Some active players, they also like during here and there, they'll text me, be like, "Can't wait for you to get up here." Just things like that, and they'll encourage me like for the game that we got this week, things like that. And then for the guys that I'm going in with, we just chat, we just talk about anything.
That's just man. So just this year, what's been the biggest thing you've seen yourself grow from or grow at, if that makes sense?
Biggest thing I've grown from, I'd probably say just mentally in watching film and stuff like that.
Being cleaner or being more precise in your preparation.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. So you said your teammates is tapped in. I'm sure they, last week was crazy. What was their feedback about, the big win?
We were just excited because, we lost a lot, but like a lot of people on our team we tasted that feeling of seeing them on the podium, celebrating, going back in the locker room, just sad. We didn't like that feeling, so we made our mission to go out there and take what's ours.
100%. For the naysayers out there that says, Carrollton, they'll probably get there, but they'll probably slip up like how history is transpired. I don't want to like they usually do. That's not the right words to say, but how history is played out. What would you say to the naysayers that don't think I'm going to win state this year?
I was going to be naysayers, but like Coach King told us not to feed into the rat poison. That's why he's not on social media during the season at all. The main focus is just being number one in Georgia. We're not worried about being number one in the nation. You don't get none for that. The main focus is just winning the state championship, finishing number one in the state.
100%, man. In your opinion, in your words, what makes Carrollton the best program in the state of Georgia, man?
What makes them the best program? I say it's not going to be easy if you just want to come and just get the exposure and all that. It's not going to be easy like that. What separates us is we just take everything serious, from conditioning to just having meetings, things like that. Practice. The practice is different. The lifts is different. It's a reason behind everything we do, and we try to maximize the capability that we can get out of that by going in and giving it our all.
You teammates with Kai Hilton, Kulai Felder, yourself, and a lot of other names that are known right now. That I got a deep offensive line room, what people don't know, but working with these guys all the time, side by side. How have the younger guys, or even guys I just named, made you better, and how have you made them better?
From last year, like when Zakai went down in the state championship and Quadra had to step in, you've seen a lot of growing because he said to himself he was a little shook, but now I've seen him. He's been nothing but great. We're going out there and block the best defender. Zakai, we've been together since like 6th grade. We've been playing together. Back then he was our center. Now he moved to tackle. So like he's just been a good brother to me. We can hang out almost every week.
It's safe to say that Carrollton offensive line is the best offensive line in Georgia high school football.
Most definitely.
Stan, you heard it here first. I also want to ask you too, brother. I've been to a couple of y'all middle school games. It's the attendance isn't crazy, but you know what I'm saying. You see a lot of the high school football coaches. They coach the middle school level, and it's very intense. So with it being that intense, really hands on. How much more prepared does that make those younger guys for varsity when they get to 9th grade football if they play early like CJ and some others?
Just putting them in tough environments like that is gonna get them ready for our games, because we always play in a tough environment day and year. Just like the GMSA championship, even though they lost, it was a tough environment because I'm pretty sure I saw it was deep. There was a lot of people there. It was a high tension. It was playing a good Milton team.
You said sort of. Why did you say sort of? You said sort of kind of gets them ready. What you mean?
I don't think middle school could get you fully ready, because like some games like ESPN, like when we played Langston Hughes, I don't think nothing could get you ready for that. It was people all over the stadium yelling. You barely get here. You try to look. You can't even see nothing but the sky and top of trees.
Nah. In fact, the atmosphere was crazy, man. I guess two things, man. First, what was something about playing Carrollton high school football? Something that you didn't expect, like you just talked about the Lance game, that was crazy. Number two is favorite memory. And I know you got one memory in your head that you're holding out for, but just to this point, favorite memory and something that surprised you about just playing football at Carrollton to this point.
My favorite memory is we actually had to say this to that signing event. My favorite memory was just getting my first ever start on ESPN versus Langston Hughes.
Nice.
And the most surprising thing that's happened, I wouldn't say nothing's been like surprising, because they've always prepared us for what's to come or what's next or whatever is next. So I really wouldn't really have anything to say for that.
Okay. One more thing I throw to Najeh, man. Just toughest defensive lineman or linebacker that you had to go up against?
Out of this year or like out of all of years?
Do this year. Do this year.
The toughest D line we played as a whole, I would say Gainesville.
Tough.
Singular. Let's see. Let me think. Probably maybe number 8 from Parker. Probably him.
Rodney, right?
Rodney.
Yeah, Rodney.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Nash.
Yeah, man, we'll let you go, Mateo. So I obviously talked about everything with the season. Obviously, you committed to Anderson, but I guess what part of your game you feel like makes you stand out?
The fact that like last year I played at 220 and I was able to move dudes that was like 300 pounds, and this being low like that, it just helped. So that's probably what made me stand out the most.
And then you feel like at the next level, like obviously you're interior lineman, but you feel like you can play any of those positions, the guard, the center, the left guard, right guard. You feel like it matters?
No, it doesn't matter. I played all 5 my whole life there and there.
Okay. So you obviously
I always make sure I could snap, because you never know.
True. Okay. And then I guess I know you still got a big task on hand, but what's your goals for the next level?
My goals for the next level, I want to try to start this my freshman year, or get at least some playing time my freshman year. See if I can get all conference, freshman all conference, or even first team all conference. And I just want to average a 4.0 my first year there too.
What do you plan to study in, or what do you plan to major in?
I think business administration.
It's a good one. Okay. All right. And last one before I throw it back to Bacon. I know this is, I don't want to call you old or reference you as old, but what do you want your legacy to be? I think at the end of the day, just starting with obviously at Carrollton and then obviously with your new style. Like, what do you want Mateo Wells to be known for?
The best thing somebody can say about you is that they always play hard. That he played hard, or that's the best thing that somebody can say about you. That's what I would like to leave behind me.
Great answers.
I'm gonna put you in the fire, man. Why didn't, you know what I'm saying? I don't think you played basketball at Carrollton, man. You know, I consider you a high caliber athlete, so why didn't you never step on the hardwood, man?
They wanted me to wrestle, so I wrestled all the way up to 10th grade.
You did.
So last year was a free year.
I was just training and working out there.
All right, for sure, man. We'll let you slide, man. What has Trench Mob meant to you over your process, brother?
Coach Julius and Coach Jordan, they've helped me along. They took on visits. They've trained and helped me practice my training by going to the tournaments and such as that. And they just put you in front of a lot of eyes, and from there it's just from what you got to do.
What would you say? Two things. What would you say to any young guy that there's a flick? Always talk about that flick switch. That switch you need to flip. What would you say to any young guy? What's that flip they need to switch to be effective and get recruited as a high school player?
The flip that is most needed, you got to be aggressive. If you're not aggressive, you're not going to end up doing nothing. Because you can't, if you gonna end up going out there scary, you'll end up getting hurt. And it's just simple like that.
Well said, man. Last thing we'll let you rock, man. What's something that you're gonna miss? What's something that you're gonna miss about Carrollton when you move on to college?
I'm gonna miss a few things. Probably the first two things I'll say is because every summer we either going like a team bonding activity. Like this summer we went to Barry College. We spent a few nights up there, practice, ate together. We did different team bonding activities, and just walking out in Grisham Stadium on a Friday night. It's nothing like that in the state of Georgia.
I think that's a great way to end it, ladies and gentlemen. Mateo, Uncle Kevin.
I've been showing them this people that was in here, was running them up.
Had a lot of love in the chat. I will say that.
Yeah, we did. So we just wanted to show you that. But go ahead, Bacon.
Sure. This is Mateo Wells, man. Elite. We talk about Willie Lampkin, excuse me. I think Mateo Wells is going to be mentioned in the same conversation when it's all said and done, man. So keep doing your thing, man. Keep inspiring. Bring back the hardware for the people down on the southwest side of Georgia, brother.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir. Thanks again for coming on, brother. Peace and love.
Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Right, man. Mateo Wells, man. I think that might be his aunt, Cynthia Wells. Threw out some hearts. We appreciate y'all tuning in to the National Signing Day show, man. We are 3 hours in.
For sure. It don't even feel like it. It feels like an hour and a half.
It's so smooth, don't it?
This smooth.
I told you. See, you was overthinking. You was like, nah, you got to do this. And I was like, nah, brother, it's cool, bro. I was like, we're going to be good. I knew when I did it a few years ago and I was at a Whole Foods store outside. I was like, yeah, bro, this is not that hard, bro.
You did a signing day show at a Whole Foods store for
Whole Foods outside, bro. Yes.
It wasn't cold?
Oh, it was cold, yes.
Boy, you a trooper.
We was out there for we didn't do it too long because it did start to get cold. I think Craig couldn't do it no more, but we did like probably 3 hours.
Okay, yeah, that's not too bad.
But I seen then like just doing it then, like how many views you get, people that tap in with it, want to get your thoughts on Clyde, like, and it like you just said, it went fast.
Fact, yeah, we got what 3 more, 2.5 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, we're looking forward to it. Like Najeh said, we appreciate everybody who's tuning in, but don't go nowhere, man. If you was to watching it from Mateo Wells, stick around. We got a lot more guys. I think up next, in like 6 more minutes. We got Luella tapping in. We got Chino, Markel, Aguirre. You know what I mean? And I should have had his
in the league.
Yeah, man. Forgive me, brother. Yeah, man.
No. I mean, did you send him the link to watch?
Oh yeah, it was good. I said to him and coach.
Okay, good. No, I'd say that because then they'll pub you out most if you get the views you need.
Man, let me go ahead and tag him. Let me go ahead and get my Twitter finish ready, man.
Yeah. What's going on, man? Texas Tech fan, we got it up here in the building, man. Let me go ahead and pull up y'all class real quick. I got you, brother. Appreciate you tuning in, man. Y'all got that y'all don't got that oil money, but y'all got that money. They got that rig money, yo. Got that rig money.
They got that old rig money.
It is old rig money. Like, let me get a little bit hit. Let me see real quick. Let me pull up y'all class real quick. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Okay, I see you commented Old Texas Tech, man. Go ahead and subscribe, man, while you at it. Go ahead and subscribe while you at it, man. Tap in with us. Hold on one second. I'm finna pull up the class. We finna talk about it. Might got us a new subscriber while we wait. Yes, sir. All right, let's see. Texas Tech 2-0 against Georgia. Texas Tech signs Edward Notre Dame from Georgia. Signs QB Stephen Cannon for Benedictine. Yep, I know about him from Georgia. 2-0 against Georgia. Just funning. Okay. Yeah, y'all did. Georgia wanted them bad, but whatever that staff said, they weren't playing around. They I think he's making like close to $2 million a year from what I heard per reports. When he goes there, when he starts, and then he has some incentive base too. But no, your class has been elite. Obviously started with Damian Guyton, but no, getting Felix Ojo was a big one. That kind of like started y'all class way back in the summer. You know what I'm saying? When y'all got him, I knew like, okay, yeah, Texas Tech not playing around. Y'all already had put money into the portal. But yeah, when y'all started doing stuff like that, I was like, okay, yeah, that's dangerous. And then y'all not just staying in y'all state. Like obviously a good amount of it is coming from Texas, but the fact that y'all recruiting in the state of Georgia at the level that y'all are, definitely obviously says a lot in my humble opinion, man. So it's been an elite class. You know what I'm saying? And obviously some great prospects that y'all brought in. Aaron Bradshaw, underrated guy, but can play from North Crowley. They always have a pretty good football team. We know about LaDamian Guyton, obviously outstanding prospect that reclassed. He's really good. Donovan Webb's another really good cornerback for you guys out of Frisco, Panther Creek in Texas. He can play. I've heard a lot of good things about him. But yeah, overall, a pretty solid class.
Sorry, but I'm looking up these ad names.
Nope, you are good. You are good. But yeah, man, let me know what you want to talk about, though, man. That's my thoughts. But no, really good class, man. Y'all putting it together. And comment down below, everybody that's tuned in. Would you guys tune into a recruiting show? I have a college football show. I do just strictly college football. But would you guys be tapped in or want to see a recruiting show? I was going to get one before on TV, but, stuff fell through. But if y'all be interested in a recruiting show,
well, you wild.
Weekly. I just said some stuff fell through, man. I ain't throw no salt on the wound.
He said, but it fell through, though. I'm let it rock. But that was fun, too. It was fun to be.
Y'all let me know, man. I wouldn't mind coming on here hosting a little recruiting show. I do be plugged and tapped in, though. So, you know what I'm saying? I do be plugged. You can ask Bacon if you don't believe me. Mr. Networker. Yeah. Mr. Networker agree.
Hey, man, if y'all down, if y'all don't see the motion by now, you just ain't gonna see it. Once it's to the top, you're too late, man.
Facts.
Luella_FB. Yeah, man.
Okay, set the name and no. Okay, well, tell me about him though, because he's only rated as a 3-star. Old man. You know what I'm saying? That's his name. I mean, that's his name. I'm going by his handle. His name is Old.
Yeah, I see it.
So that's his name. So, I mean, is he one of those gems, like, develop him, or is he a guy that's good that just flew under the radar? Because 3-star from what I'm seeing, but from Bixby, Oklahoma, so I know the kid can play because there ain't nothing out there, Bixby. So I know, he probably eats, breathes, and craps football. So. I'm getting all this random stuff.
Colton Nick. Oh, bet. I'm done, fam.
Okay, first team all region. Got it. All right. Oklahoma. How do you feel, Old Texas Tech, man, about the game this weekend, man? Y'all got BYU, you think it's B2A again, or you think they give it a closer fight? We'll go down in the comments. Oh, my post should have posted too. Sorry, y'all.
Do one of us click this at 2:30? Yes, sir.
Okay, I just tagged you in something too, Bacon.
You did on Twitter or IG?
IG.
And Google Chrome. Oh, okay. Well, you got it.
What you say?
I said you got it jumping, man.
Oh, you talking about on IG?
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about with that recent post?
Yeah, these graphics, yeah, these is tough, man.
You mess with them?
Yeah, what you use? You on Canva?
Using a little bit of Canva, brother.
You didn't like what's it called? The studio, Adobe Studio.
I was trying to figure it out, man. I couldn't quite get it.
Nah, you good, bro. I get it.
I was trying to like do it though, but Canva's a little bit easier. But yeah, no, I did like it though. I haven't had the time to like sit down and like what I'm saying, go through it all. Like I've done a little bit. It's a little bit like complex for me, but I'm gonna get back to it though. I did like it though.
Nah, man, I get it. It's all about what you start. Like I started with the Adobe, I went to Canva. I was like, man, what? I don't know how they say it's easier. So it's all about what you learn first to get comfortable with.
Facts. Said we would win by 20 plus Lowlands. Okay, man. Hey, I'm gonna have a reaction video for you. All right, come back to my channel, man. Look, we can talk high school football, college football, and we also talk about college basketball too, and high school basketball. So make sure you come back, man. I'm gonna have it. Y'all play what, Saturday, right? I'm gonna have a reaction video. I'm gonna watch the whole game because I ain't got too much to do Saturday, really for real. But watch the Virginia versus Duke game. Virginia should win. Everybody's like, "Oh, Duke's gonna win and AC's gonna be in trouble." Ain't nobody seen Virginia's defense, so yeah.
Facts. Once I saw them beat Washington State, I was a believer. I mean, I was already a believer, but when they beat Washington State, I'm like, yeah.
Oh shoot, they 12-0. Oh, they play Owasso. Bro, I never heard of that team before. Bixby. Is that and also they got to play Owasso? Is that the state championship? Because since 12-6, I know we like entering into that category, but yeah, I see they're actually pretty tough. Let me see. I never heard of them before. What was bro name? Cord Nolan. Okay, he had 74 tackles this year, 16 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, 10 QB hurries. Okay. All right. I got you, man. If you stay tapped into the channel, I'm going to check them out. I got you. If GT had squared away Key's contract earlier, good question. Do you think it would have helped recruiting? Honestly, I don't think it would have made a difference. The only reason I say that is because it wasn't like Key was going to go anywhere. Like, I don't feel like there was, Key might leave. Like, I feel like people drugged up some stuff and tried to make it seem that way. You know what I'm saying? But I think for Coach Key, no. I think it was, as I said earlier with GT Boy and obviously BSA, I said I think they didn't get on this class early enough. Like, and I think a lot of it was they did so well with their last class in 2025. Like, that was a pretty elite class. Did everybody play? No. But the freshmen that they needed to play, they played and had pretty key roles. And I think you're going to see the development of that class take that next step. So yeah, I don't really think so. No, I think the key is what they have to do what they're doing right now in 2027. They're already recruiting. Coaches are already, building relationships and stuff, man. So I think it's the same. But no, I don't think it would have made a difference.
Facts. Cause I'm sure when these crews are talking to him, you can tell Coach loves Georgia Tech. So, you know what I mean? I think the recruits picked up that vibe, and once you see it, I'm sure parents and players hit up coach like, "Hey, coach, I thought you was staying locked in." I'm sure as Coach Key does, you know what I'm saying, convinces you convincingly that he is GT man through and through. So I agree with Najeh on that one. YouTube, where the guys at, man? YouTube, put that up there. Tag Chino. There we go. Wish I knew Gabe's. Let's try Gabe Jones. I think this is him right here. Hey, and this is how it works out sometimes. You seek and you shall find. Bixby, Oklahoma. Yeah, I never heard of Bixby, Oklahoma. But I need to hear your story. You're from Oklahoma, but a Texas Tech fan. I thought you would have been on the other side of the river, my friend. Four. So you know what would be good right now, chat? A nice bowl of chili. That'd be good. There's Texas toast, some saltine crackers. Bet. All right, cool. That would be nice. KJ Del Riso. There'd be so much going on. All five in the chat, man. Hang on just a second. We are working on Chino, Markel Aguirre, and Gabe Jones. Both players are first team. I believe both players are first team all region. Gabe Jones going to Coastal Carolina. Markel Aguirre going to NC State, man. Two big ones.
All right, y'all. Sorry about that. I'm back. I think Bacon is setting up. Sorry, I got a call, recruiting call. So y'all forgive me, man. Got me a little squared away. But I had to go back to old man Texas. Hey, what do you think Oklahoma is a playoff team? Let me know. You know what I'm saying? How do you feel about the Oklahoma Sooners? Do you think they're a playoff team? Last few weeks, they ain't been looking too good. Let me know what you think, brother. Let me know what you think. I want to hear your thoughts. All right. Yeah, so we're going to have, obviously, them on here in the next slot. We'll have to see. They're supposed to obviously hop on. We're supposed to have Brett Greenberg at 2 p.m. So I'm going to reach out to him. He's Alabama. So we have some Alabama recruiting on here as well. Let me go ahead and reach out to him and see if we can lock him in. Ooh, okay. Legend Bay just flipped from Tennessee to Ohio State. Very interesting move. Okay. That just broke just now. Let me reach out to Brett. No, he is busy. All right, let's see. He's Alabama guy. Let's see. There is a chance additional signings for GT. How often do players flip after? Oh, for sure, 100%. It used to be really like a day, George, but yeah, no. It's still a ways to go. Like I said, it's just getting started. You know what I'm saying? They are just kind of starting off, if I'm being honest with you. You know, they got 2 tomorrow for sure. We'll see one. I'm not gonna say no names because, you know what I'm saying, I don't want to, reveal nothing, but they have 2 in the fray tomorrow, and we'll find about the other one today at 4 p.m. So we'll still be on the live, when we find out for sure whether he signs, we'll, obviously break the news and obviously react. But no, they definitely will have a couple, and yeah, it's not over until it's over. So till they sign that dotted line, yeah, all the way to the 5th, it's still possible. So they got several guys. What I need to find out is, now that you bring it up, where did Tico sign if he already is out of the running? Because that was between Georgia Tech and Mississippi State. Okay, yeah, and here it is, actually official an hour ago. And he obviously flipped the news here. So here you go. So Tico is out. He is going to Mississippi State. Georgia Tech was very high on him, by the way. But here it is via Hayes Fawcett. So he is flipped, obviously, from Florida State to Mississippi State. There's the breaking news. Obviously, you see it right here, Stark Vegas. So there it is. They've signed Tico Crediton. So he was one. The one earlier was Azel Bagnai. He ended up going to Oregon. So he's out of the fray as well when it comes to Georgia Tech. And obviously getting their guys. So that was another one on the list. Caden Hall is supposed to sign on Friday. I don't know, though, after obviously landing the kid, Chris Hewlett from Maryland. I don't know if they're still going to obviously try to land him. We'll see, obviously, what happens there. But Hall might be out of the running now, too, with that new signing with Chris Hewlett for Georgia Tech. So those are several guys to watch. So the big one to watch moving forward is going to be Jordan Carter. That's the one today, and you got 2 more tomorrow, and then that's probably going to do it for the class. I've been hearing some buzz about a running back. Maybe we'll see. I don't know how legit that is. I don't feel like they're going to get Carson Baker. If I'm honest, I feel like Baker is going to probably either go to South Carolina or North Carolina, and it's looking like South from what I've heard. So yeah. Welcome back, Bacon. Welcome back.
So they should be tapping in here in just a minute.
Okay, no worries.
Just a minute. Let's see. I said, I bet I do them too. Joining right now, I bet. Cool. Who was this pulled up, man?
That's Tico Crediton. That was one they was in the running for, but he signed with Mississippi State.
Latonia.
Give me 1 second, Bacon. Trying to pull this up. All right, Bacon. We got one right now. Alabama reporter.
All right. So do I enter the link? Yes, sir.
All right, waiting for our next guest. Trying to get this edit done real quick.
Let's see.
DRE.
We got Brett in the cut.
Okay, Brett, let's bring him on and then do a little interview. And then when your boys is ready, we can bring him.
All right.
Right, I think he is ready. All right, let's bring him on. Man of the hour.
What's up? What's up?
What's going on, bro?
Real quick before we get started, I just saw that the recording's at 3 hours and 40 minutes. So kudos to you guys, animals. Number 2, Brent Key extension. Very happy about that. You know where I stand with Brent Key and the Yellow Jackets. But what's up, fellas? How we doing?
We're doing good. Nah, I appreciate you coming in with them 2 comments, man.
Of course.
Hot
No,
fire.
I was big for Tech though, man. They had to bring them in, and I think it's gonna help them moving forward for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. He's the right man for the job. Amount of talent down here in the metro Atlanta area where all 3 at is pretty incredible. So how we feeling? How we doing on this early signing period, you guys?
Doing good, man. Staying busy, trying to stay strapped to the phone lines, man. We're seeing breaking news all over the place, man. So we had to talk to you. I know you've been busy because you're like, nah, I ain't got a lot of time, man. I might got like 10 minutes. If that, you know, like, I got to break this and that. So
no, I'm happy we got this time. It's Bama's pretty much done for the day. I kind of remind myself from last cycle or the one before that there's not a coaching change, so it's been kind of easier to follow compared to the LSUs, the Auburns, the Floridas, the UCLAs, and on and on and on. So I've got a little bit of an easier day. So be on here for a little while if you want me to.
Okay, bet that, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir. So let me ask about the big one, man. Zion Gibson, as I pull up this class right now, he decommitted, from you guys. What's your reaction? What's your thought? What happened there?
Yeah, well, number one, he's back in the fold, signed, sealed, and delivered. Alabama's got 20 guys in the class that were expected to sign. All 20 have signed. But yeah, Zion Gibson out of Gadsden, Alabama, the number 6 quarterback in the country, or number 5, excuse me. Yeah, had a little bit of theatrics, if you will. I mean, he was the longest tenured commitment for Alabama. Has been committed since Christmas Eve of 2024. And like we've talked about, and anybody who follows recruiting, in the final hours, there's numbers thrown out. There's other schools coming into the fold. I don't want to get into specifics of numbers or anything like that, but there was some certain schools that kind of came in the last hour, and Zion kind of made from what I've gathered, kind of decision on his own to kind of reopen his recruitment. And from what I've gathered, Mama was not having that, not really excited about that. Family wasn't too thrilled about that, and ended up 10 minutes later back in the fold, completely committed and signed, and now he's ready to get to Alabama in early January.
All right. And then obviously this is not pertaining to the 26th class, but an offensive lineman that decommitted, Jatori Williams. Obviously, I know they're going to turn the calendar here pretty soon, looking at 2027 prospects. So what's your thoughts there as well?
Yeah, did not think 27 would pop up this quickly in the signing day show. But like you said, there's always news everywhere. Just a guy I think that maybe jumped into it a little bit early. I think Alabama's still in the running for him. I don't think it's one of those things where he's upset at Alabama or anything like that. It's just a guy that maybe felt like he made a decision a little bit too early and is reopening things. But you pulled it up on your screen here. Alabama's got 20 letter of intents in, and we're in Georgia. This is a Georgia, kind of show based in Georgia. You guys are all over the state. Those top 2 commits from the state of Georgia. So Alabama, a lot of talk about this staff having a very big presence in 2025 in California. I've said it over and over. They had those established relationships. They weren't going to burn those. And there's guys that signed and are contributing from California right now in this class. But yeah, it's a big presence in the Southeast and certainly in the state of Georgia. 7 commitments, the most they've signed from Georgia since 2012. No bigger than Jordan Edmonds and Xavier Griffin, the number 1 cornerback and number 1 linebacker, respectively. Top 20 talents, 5 stars. Those 2 guys were locked in from their commitments in March and June, respectively, and did not visit anywhere else. I always like to bring that up in this day and age. And certainly when you're dealing with 5 stars, I think there's kind of these preconceived notions that all of them are out there to get money, and they're trying to do this, trying to do that. Those 2 and a lot of the others in the class were not. That was not the case. I joke with their parents all the time about how they would have signed on the day of their commitment if they could. Was talking with Janae Edmonds, who's Jordan Edmonds' mom. She was laughing. Jordan kind of got the paperwork on Monday and in advance to sign on Wednesday, and he thought he could sign right away, and they had to tell him, no, you have to wait till Wednesday to do so. So Xavier Griffin, Jordan Edmonds, again, kind of your 2 headliners in the state, but it doesn't really kind of end there. There's Jamarian Matthews, who's obviously Xavier Griffin's teammate at Gainesville. He's a guy who's made a huge jump after a very, very productive fall. You guys have followed him. You know how kind of disruptive he's been. He jumped to the number 73 player in the country. He's in the fold. Chris Booker at a Hateville Charter, often regarded as one of the more underrated guys in the state, specifically on long offensive line, is in the fold. Jared Dowdy, big 6'6", 300 guy out of Banneker, is in the fold. Corey Howard, another 6'6" guy on the defensive line, flipped from Georgia to Alabama in October, has been locked in. He's signed, sealed, delivered. Bear Fretwell, one of my kind of personal favorites in the class, just from personality and just everything that kind of, on the field as well. 6'7", 290 pounds. So again, Alabama flexing its muscles in Georgia and certainly in Alabama as well. You got it put up on your screen there. I think you scroll past it, but Xavier Crowell, 5-star running back, all Alabama since he could probably say the word Alabama. I mean, this kid was a huge fan growing up, similar to Sedarian Morgan as well. So, I mean, this class is stacked with top-ranked talent, and specifically on the defensive side of the ball as well.
I'm going to ask one more before I throw it to you, Bacon. I want to ask you about the quarterback situation. Last year, you guys had a stunner.
Obviously, Keelan Russell, 5-star. We know he didn't really get a chance to play this year. Ty Simpson is obviously qualm those doubts going into fall camp last year as the guy for you guys. So, what do you think about Tamala? What does he bring to your team?
Yeah, this kid is everything and then some. I mean, he's 6'4", 220 plus pounds. He's a 2-time state champion in the state of Nebraska. Broke pretty much every single record when it comes to completions, passing yards, touchdowns in the state. A lot of people try to, bring up the competition level. I like to say, turn on the tape. Yeah, he's pitching and catching sometimes, but when he has to, and he had to a lot, layer throws, kind of deliver the ball on a strike, he did so. This Alabama staff is fired up about him, and he's a guy that I talked to after he won his second state championship. He's coming in ready to compete. He's not scared of this class or a room. You mentioned Keelan Russell. He's kind of the biggest guy, looking forward into this program. He's going to stay in the fold. He's a 5-star, and Alabama fans have seen kind of glimpses of him and some garbage time so far this year. But he has all the traits to be the guy. But Jet Tamala's coming in, and he's going to push Keelan Russell, which is always a good thing. You got Tatum Kava in the class as well out of Orem, Utah. Big guy, 6'5", 230 plus pounds. So this staff, specifically Kalen DeBoer, Nick Sheridan, the quarterback coach, Ryan Grubb, the offensive coordinator, these quarterbacks are jumping at the opportunity to be at Alabama, and Alabama's got themselves a very good quarterback haul.
All right, Bacon.
100%, man. You talked about tomorrow, but what's your top 3 or top 4, depending on what you want to say, favorite players from this class?
Yeah, I keep getting asked that. It's a tough one, but I think it's got to be Xavier Griffin. It's got to be Jordan Edmonds, Jaira Edwards, and then I think it's probably Xavier Crowell. But I feel bad leaving out Sigining Morgan. Feel bad leaving a Max Sutter out. There's so much talent on this across the board here, but a guy like Jaira Edwards, who's a little bit older for his grade, already 19 years old, going to come in physically ready. He's a guy who plays for St. Francis out of Baltimore, which is a nationally ranked schedule. He's going to play in a Max Preps national championship game, or excuse me, not Max Preps, Omaha Productions national championship game next week. He's a guy who you kind of hear about. Some people kind of compare it to Mika Fitzpatrick, which number one is a huge, is a pretty big comparison, specifically when you talk about Alabama. That's not to be taken lightly, but it's a guy that continue to be brought up that can be a potential early contributor. And I bring up early contributor. I think all of these guys have the potential to do so. I think Alabama fans and people who have watched Alabama have noticed this staff is not afraid to play freshmen. The staff is not afraid to let guys that have earn the right to play. I mean, you're looking at a Dijon Lee, who's a freshman, playing over 250 snaps. Michael Carroll on the offensive line playing 250 snaps plus. Caleb Edwards, Latsier Brooks, London Simmons, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of rotation. So I think that's one of the many things that have a lot of guys wanting to go to Alabama, because if they can do all the right things, they're going to play. It's not, hey, you're a freshman, you're not going to play. It's one of those things where the opportunity is for you and it's there to be taken.
100%. So we're assuming that the young man from Baltimore may get playing time as a freshman. Are there any other guys that you feel like may see PT as a true freshman?
Yeah, certainly. Like you said, the Maryland guy, Jaira Edwards. Jaira Edwards is one that I could see getting a lot of playing time. Again, I can make a case for most of these guys to get opportunities, just with Kane Womack, specifically defense coordinator, willingness to rotate. I mean, you look at some of these snap counts, there's 20 to 30 guys playing on the defensive side of the ball pretty much every week, just the rotations. Sigining Morgan, I think, can also, potentially be a difference maker on offense, just with that 6'4", 210-pound frame. Xavier Griffin, just his ability to play out in space. I mean, you guys have watched him. You guys know him so well, just the versatility he brings. And you throw in kind of Alabama's losing 3 inside linebackers, so the door's kind of open to make a difference there. Jordan Edmonds, 6'3" guy who can come in and play right away. It's a loaded secondary, but again, there's a lot of rotations there. And Max Sutter, I want to circle at the tight end position. He was the top target at the position from the minute Brian Ellis, the tight ends coach, came on campus. to join the coaching staff. Max Sutter comes on campus April of 2024, gets his in-person offer, and it was pretty much set in stone there. Obviously, there's some other heavy-headed programs going after him throughout the recruitment at Ohio State, Illinois, but he's a guy who remained locked in with Alabama, is going to join in January, and 6'5", 230 pounds. And what's unique about him is he plays both ways. So he plays tight end. He's played a little bit of quarterback. He's played running back. He's played a little bit of wide receiver. Notably, he's played defensive line all throughout his high school career. So you talk about kind of the tight end position. You want these guys that can do it all. He can go out and catch the ball at the high point and run after the catch. He can take the slant and go for 50 yards, but he's also got that blocking ability and that point of attack that you see on the defensive line where he's throwing tackles to the ground and getting after the quarterback.
100%. So I want you to speak to the culture we had on a Georgia writer talk about. It's more of a wait and you have to earn your spot. What is the culture at Alabama? Can you come in and get PT early, or is it more of a build yourself up and then progress and earn playing time as the seniors, graduate or transfer?
Yeah, like I said, this staff has not has made it very, very clear that if you're ready to go, you're going to play, and you're not only going to play, you may supplant a fourth year or a fifth year. Dijon Lee kind of comes to mind here. The former 5-star last year has completely put himself as the cornerback 2 over Damani Jackson, who returned for his fourth year, excuse me. So simply put, if this staff thinks you can play and you're doing all the right things, you will be on the field and you will be starting.
100%. So Brett Greensburg, are you pleased with the way Coach DeBoer is cultivating and pouring into his roster and his team and his community of Tuscaloosa?
Absolutely, man. What you laughing at?
Why you said it like that?
You guys might just be delusional going on your 4th hour.
Hey.
You guys didn't even deny it, so that means yes. But you guys are just giggling. You guys are just giggling along. I love it. I loved it. Yeah, I'm pleased. As you know, again, as an Alabama grad, yeah, I'm pleased. But I think Alabama fans should also be pleased. You're looking at Alabama potentially signing its second top 3 class. Maybe this goes to number 4 overall. But I think if you ask Alabama fans, in January 2024, hey, Kalen DeBoer is gonna. Obviously, last year didn't go as planned. They went 9-3, didn't make the playoff. But this team is playing as pretty much in the playoff. I mean, that's a whole nother show to talk about scenarios and things like that. But they're playing for an SEC championship. They're 10-2, 7-1 in the SEC, and then the recruiting side of it is rolling. I mean, simply put, like I said, they're pretty dominant in the state of Georgia, where there's a whole lot of talent. They picked up a ton of guys in the state of Alabama after not really doing so in the last class. That was a huge, big talking point in state versus out of state. They've proved it takes time to build relationships, with these high school coaches, and they've done it. They've been relentless with that. That's why you see the number 2, the number 3, and the number 4 overall prospects from the state in the fold. So I think, one, I'm pleased. Overall, I think Alabama fans are very, very happy with what's going on, specifically from a recruiting perspective.
100%. Last thing I'll throw about the nod, you talked about obviously them building their relationships, and that's key. Obviously, you see Darian Morgan and Xavier Crowell, and still picking from that Sarah Land community too. But how does this regime continue to hold the loyalty and the luster of the fans to still come to Alabama with Nick Saban, moving on to intermediate and other things?
Yeah, I think it's still Alabama, and I'm kind of taken away from recruits and parents saying that. Like, Bama is still Bama. A lot of these kids grew up, they saw one team dominating, and it was the University of Alabama. And it also goes to how Kalen DeBoer's kind of handled this transition. I was on a previous interview a couple weeks ago talking about it. You've seen kind of some new head coaches come in and they completely tear down, from the top to bottom and put in their new regime. And Kalen DeBoer has certainly put in his importance, or has changed up the program in some places, but the core, what is kind of made the difference for in the Nick Saban era as well, in the recruiting side, like they kept the strength and conditioning coordinator. They kept the head doctor, the academic advisor the same. The secretary that greets you at the door is still there, is from 15 years ago. A lot of these people, the kind of the nuts and bolts of the recruiting process are still there. And I always laugh if people say, hey, Kalen DeBoer and this staff's writing off, Nick Saban's success and writing off the coattails. And I said it, and I think I've said it to Najee 100 times. Would you not? Are you supposed to take, the Heisman's down from the facility? Are you supposed to take the trophies down from the facility? Are you not supposed to take the recruits down the hall with the 50 plus or however many it is, first round pick, jerseys? Like, Kalen DeBoer is not dumb at all. It's a combination of both. And again, it's working, and the on-field production is working. What this staff is telling these players during the recruitments, they're seeing it when they go down there on Saturdays. There's no BS. It's straight. It's very open. And one thing that I also kind of have taken away from this staff is you're going to have multiple guys at each position that you're recruiting, but like they know all about it. A Max Sutter, for example, knew that, they're maybe going after another tight end. Like, they're very open with that. The quarterbacks, Jet Tamal is in the fold. Taden Cobb is in the fold. They knew they were going after another quarterback. 2027, Trent Seaborn's in the fold. They know they're going after another quarterback. This staff has been very open, honest at each position, and it's been a difference maker with the recruits and the families.
100%.
All right, Brett, I'm gonna ask you the hot topic question, man. What the hell is going on with Ryan Williams, man?
Good question.
That is a great question, man. I'm baffled. I don't know. There was some injuries earlier in the fall. I don't know if there's still injuries going on. Kalen DeBoer hasn't, provided any details on that, but it's kind of mind-boggling. I mean, if you look at it, and I've talked about it with some of my coworkers, he's kind of wide receiver 3 or 4 right now, and it's just based off production, and it's just kind of crazy to imagine that. Like for example, Latier Brooks, the freshman out of Millville, New Jersey. If you would have told, and I'm one of the biggest establishing members of the Latier Brooks fan club, but if you would have told me he was going to have more snaps and more looks than Ryan Williams in the Iron Bowl, I would have looked at you like you're crazy. But it's just, I don't know. I'm not going to, I don't know if I don't know. It's really just mind-boggling. I wish I had a better answer for you, and we could be looking like idiots, and he could have 2 touchdowns versus Georgia in the SEC championship. You never know, but it's a fair question to be asked, and I'm not sure. It's pretty baffling, really.
No, it is. I mean, I guess as a counter to that, do you see if it continues this way? Let's say Bama gets in, he sees limited snap. Do you see him maybe hitting the portal?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think so. I think a lot of people forget how much of an Alabama fan this kid is and how crucial he's been in both the recruiting process of himself and then also other recruits. I mean, this kid lives in the facility. It was a crucial part of keeping the 24 class together once he got back in the fold. The 25 class, I mean, I remember, it didn't matter if you're a defender in California or you're a wide receiver in Alabama, you were hearing from Ryan Williams. The same thing can be said for 2026, but I don't know. I'm not going to, I truly don't know. We'll see, but I'm leaning. I don't see why he'll hit the portal. I really don't.
Okay. All right. So we got that obviously answered. This is just from a football perspective, but what do you think maybe the last few weeks has kind of faltered this offense a little bit with Alabama? Obviously, we knew they were rolling early, doing their thing, but last few weeks it hasn't been as crisp.
Yeah, I mean, everything starts with the quarterback, and certainly here. So it starts with Ty Simpson, who, yeah, absolutely. There was, talks about him being in the Heisman race, and that certainly has since died down. It's just looked a little bit off. Number one, the running game has been pretty much non-existent. It's funny. In the Iron Bowl, it was great, and then Jam Miller goes down, and it's like, oh, what's it going to look like in the SEC championship? But it was a very one-dimensional offense all season long, and it was all of it was on the shoulders of Ty Simpson, who has continued to kind of struggle with making the long pass. But you go and you look at his 3 touchdown passes to Isaiah Horton in the Auburn game, and that first one I kind of keep playing over and over in my head is one of the best throws I've seen him make. So I think it's just been a little bit clunky, but a little bit off. But like you say, it's worth pointing out. It's been a thing for the last couple of weeks, but hoping Alabama could maybe get it together for the SEC championship. But at the end of the day, they're finding ways to win. They're continuing to do so, and we'll see if that carries over into Saturday.
For sure. And then obviously talk about some of the freshmen that you've liked so far. So I mean, I guess you've been following this team for quite a while. Who's been maybe a surprise, I guess you could say veteran or sophomore or something that's kind of gotten that role this year and that's been stepping up big for you guys?
Yeah, I think I would probably just put the whole linebacker unit as a pretty big surprise. I described them in the offseason as old in the best way. I mean, you're dealing with 4 years and a fifth year, but they kind of struggled a little bit at the beginning of the year. Deontay Lawson wasn't fully healthy, and Kai Hill Green coming over from Colorado maybe had a little bit of adjustment period. Justin Jefferson, he's played well all year, but that unit has really, really played well all around. And Bray Hubbard and the safety, Keon Sabb and the safety, the secondary is kind of rolling right now. Bray Hubbard is pretty much has an interception or a forced fumble or a fumble recovery seemingly every single week. The defense has very, very much improved. I'd say probably just the whole defensive unit. I know that may be a cop-out answer for you, but they've continued to answer the bell. Kane Womack, I mean, there was times in September he was fired on our board. You know how it gets on the Twitter space and then the board and all that, but he's answered the bell over and over again. It goes from, hey, we want him gone to, let's make sure he doesn't get hired at Arkansas or, all these other schools. So it's just, how the fans work. But I think the defensive unit has very much improved and continue to show improvement week after week.
And then as a follow-up to that, Brett, I want to ask just what biggest position, you talked about the whole defense that you like and how they've done this year, but what position of need did you think Alabama needs to fill, but obviously it's recruiting class and that they did, and then maybe even in the portal, just what are some positions of need you think for Bama moving forward?
Yeah, we'll start with the defense, and I brought up the linebackers and how they're old in the best way. They're all gone. They're going to be gone after this fall. There's some guys in the fold that are currently in the class, currently in the program, first, second year guys that have continued to improve, and you kind of hear about behind the scenes that are going to have an opportunity to be that starting role. There's guys coming in. Xavier Griffin has every opportunity ahead of him to make a big difference in year one. But yeah, I think linebackers probably a need that you're going to go in the portal, and then pretty much I feel like every program is going to have this answer, but it's the offensive line and the defensive line. Number one, you can never have too many of those guys no matter what, but you look at kind of the offensive line specifically, you're going to probably lose a Caden Proctor at left tackle. Parker Brailsford at center, who's been your anchor, was over at Washington. Who was brought over with Kalen DeBoer from Washington. He's been the anchor of the offensive line as they continue to rotate guys. Not so much rotating anymore. There was only 6 guys that played in the Iron Bowl, so they've kind of seemingly found something over the last couple of weeks over Oklahoma, Eastern Illinois, Auburn. But I think offensive line, you're going to probably have to go get a tackle or two, maybe another guard. They got Gino Vandermark a couple cycles ago, and he's been kind of that rotation man playing. He's played center, he's played guard. Maybe, I don't think he's played tackle, but he's played multiple different positions along the offensive line. So I think that's maybe a guy that you try to go after, kind of utility guy on the offensive line, and certainly on the defensive line. Kind of just simply put, you need as many as you can, and I know they're expensive, but Alabama, I think with this smaller class, has the ability to go make some big splashes in the portal.
100%. Last one before I throw it obviously back to Bacon. You was talking about this class, obviously talking about some of the underrated guys you think that can contribute, how far and wide it stretches. But I'm gonna go back to that running game, man. It's been pretty good this year, I would say. Not necessarily Alabama level, not necessarily to the tier that you guys always have it. I will say that, Brett, but it feels, correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like Crowell is going to kind of be that next dynamic back to kind of come through Alabama. When we look at the Derrick Henrys, you think about the Mark Ingrams of the world, like it feels like he has everything you need at that position. Is that true? Fair statement or no?
Yeah, I'll start with, I don't know if you're trying to be nice there, but the running game has been bad, non-existent. It is a fact. I don't think a single Alabama fan would argue with what I said. It's not been good. I think Oklahoma, like I said, Oklahoma, they found something a little bit. Eastern Illinois, which is I think the worst team to ever play in Bryant-Denny Stadium, but they got the run game going a little bit. Auburn, in the first half specifically, I think they were averaging like 8 or 5 yards a carry. So it's starting to pick up a little bit. Xavier Cowell, yeah, he's the guy that everybody has circled, talking with, 247 Sports scouting analysts as well. He is absolutely the guy that people have circled. I mean, he's had 100+ yard games in every game but one this season, going for a second state championship later this week with Jackson, Alabama. He's had a 336-yard game. He's had a 350-yard game, scoring multiple touchdowns every single game. 5'11", 205 pounds, has the ability to kind of beat you in the phone booth, get skinny between the tackles, but also break tackles in the open field and go off to the races, also throw you to the ground. He's physically there. I do want to, remind people he is a reclass. It's only his 3rd year. So, it's tough as a freshman to come in and be an impact player. And it's certainly going to be tougher for a guy who hasn't played, a full 4 years at the high school level. And what also people, need to remember too, there's the run game of it, but there's also the pass blocking game of it. And a lot of these guys at this level, specifically Xavier Cowell, all high ranked guys, maybe aren't asked to block as much at the high school level. It's, usually kind of a handoff to them, or, go run an out route, do XYZ. So that's going to be one that going to be circled, which I want Alabama fans and just really kind of college football fans in general with the running back prospects. There's kind of two sides of the game. There's the running game where, that can be checked off, but you've got to be able to pass block. And if you can't pass block, you're not going to see the field. But again, everybody you talk to and you turn on the tape, it's this kid absolutely fits the bill. He's an in-state kid, absolutely loves Alabama. He's a killer on the football field. He's no nonsense. He wants to run through your chest. He wants to throw, grab your face mask and throw you to the ground, kind of stiff arm you. So he has kind of all the tools to be successful, but again, it may take a little bit of time. But the door is open because number one, the running game has not been good, and you're losing a veteran in Jan Miller. You may lose a couple other guys, so the door is absolutely going to be open for Big EJ Crowell to potentially be an early contributor.
Okay. Bacon, I'm gonna let you go. Real quick, just nothing on Bama, but just who are the next prospects? Maybe you've been. I know you always asking me, Brett, but who are the next prospects you're hearing about? Just like you're kind of maybe excited to see after the season, all the good stuff is over with. Just that you're gonna try to go out and watch and maybe scout a little bit.
Yeah, I think to be completely honest, I've been pretty stuck on the 2026s, but Alabama put out an offer a couple of weeks ago. I think there's kind of a local tie to Keon Standifer over at Athens Academy. I think I saw him at the Georgia Tech 7-on-7 this summer, and it was just kind of like, oh, he scored again. Oh, there's an interception. Oh, he scored again. So that's the guy's electric. I want to go see him. I travel out to go see him as well. And then in the 2027, kind of just sticking in the Peach State, is Nash Johnson, who's already in the fold at Alabama. He's committed to Alabama out of McEachern. Reminds me a whole. He's not quite as big as a Jordan Edmonds. I mean, Jordan Edmonds is a monster. That's 6'3", 180+ pounds. But Nash Johnson trains with the same trainers, Jordan Edmonds, and a lot of the other top DBs in the state. I'm excited to kind of continue to see his progression from a junior into his senior year.
What was yours, Bacon?
Do you have is there a Alabama running back who reminds you of EJ, or are you still trying to figure it out?
I'm still trying to figure it out. I think people try to throw the Derrick Henry comparison to him, and it's kind of going off the Jair Edwards comparison. Like Jair Edwards to Mika Fitzpatrick is quite a comparison, certainly at Alabama. And anytime you throw Derrick Henry, who I'm sorry, but he's the best running back of all time. I think he is. We could get into that next time we see each other in person. But it's a tall comparison. But he's a guy who's just physically ready. He can beat you in so many different ways. He's an exciting prospect. I don't know if I can quite pinpoint an exact Alabama running back for you there, but there's just a lot to be excited about. Actually, I just pulled up his profile. Our director of scouting, Andrew Ivins, is Josh Jacobs as the comparison, who's obviously over at Alabama, has had a pretty good career in the NFL. So I think if Xavier Cowell can be like Josh Jacobs and maybe even better, I think Alabama fans would be pretty happy about that.
Stamps. I like it. I want to go to Jordan Edmonds too.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Naj. but it's always quick with the finger scroll. But Jordan Edmonds, there's been some reviews. You may have already clarified this. If you forgive me if I'm asking a double question, but his technique. Some people have questioned his technique. Is it technical? Is it fluid? What would you say to his technical side of being a DB?
Yeah, I mean, everything I've heard, from the scouting department, everything I see in person in games on Friday nights and Thursday nights, at camps, at the Under Armour camp, at the All-American Bowl. I mean, this kid was stamped as #1 cornerback in the country on our site. And I think for good reason. This kid is, I always laugh. People, kind of talk about the cornerbacks and, what their production is like. I've joked with him. I've joked with Zion Gibson. I'm like, being a top-ranked cornerback in high school level has got to be the most boring position because you don't get targeted. Like, you just don't get the ball. When he does get targeted, he's having an interception, or he's, using his length to bat down the ball. He's using the sideline to his advantage. And I think the ball skills that maybe don't show up on defense very much showed up on offense. I mean, he led a very good Sprayberry team in receptions, yards, and I believe touchdowns. Don't quote me on that, but he was a guy who was going up and getting the ball, which is going to show up on Saturdays on the defensive side.
100%, man. Last thing for me, I gotta ask you before we let you rock. You talked about the SEC championship game coming up this Saturday. Would this be a 4-peat if y'all win, or a 3-peat?
You're talking about over Georgia or in a row?
In a row.
Well, they weren't in it last year, but I do know Alabama's beaten Georgia 10 out of the last 11 times. I'll say that.
So you guaranteeing to win this Saturday?
No, I'm not. I don't.
You're gonna make Brett go viral. You're gonna make Brett go viral.
I did the same thing to Jeremy, so I had that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm here for it. I'm not guaranteeing anything. I just will say history shows, I think, I like Alabama. I like Alabama on Saturday. You putting me in this spot. You knew exactly what you were doing. But we'll see. It should be a good one. I was actually talking to my buddy about it. I went to Alabama. I've been to some big time games there. I grew up kind of going to the Swamp, Gainesville with my dad. I don't know if I don't know if you guys have been to Alabama, Georgia for an SEC championship, but that pregame, that walk in all the way into kickoff, I don't know if there's a more intense game for a championship level type of game. Obviously, you've got the rivalries of the Iron Bowl and the big game up at Ohio State, Georgia, or Ohio State, Michigan. I'm delusional too, but that just back and forth between the students and the parents and all that. It's fun. It's going to be fun. I'll be in there. I'll be up in there in the press box. And I've told you, I've been there quite a few times for the, GHSA, state championships, the Corky Cow. I've seen you guys there. And every time I go up to that press box, the ice cream machine is off. I've confirmed it will be on. I've confirmed which toppings will be there. So I am very happy.
Hey, we had Jermia on earlier. He said, I'm not going to make 4, not 5, but maybe 6 trips to the ice cream machine.
Oh, my. All I've heard about is how there's the ice cream machine with the toppings, and it's Dr. Pepper because that's the big sponsor, and there's unlimited Chick-fil-A. So I might now watch the game. Hopefully there's a TV above the ice cream machine so I can see maybe it's going to be a problem. Maybe they'll kick me. They may shut it down between me and Jeremy. And I was talking to our big boy, our friend Ben Wolk too. He was letting me know because I asked him for the Georgia Tech game. I said,
"It worked."
This is about as fat as me as it gets. But what were the toppings? So I already know what the toppings are. I know what I'm doing. I know what time I'm going to do it. I'm set. I'm ready to go.
Nah, good quality eats as a journalist is far and few in between. So when we see it, we have to cash in.
That's right. Absolutely. Real quick, as if we got time, you can kick me off whenever.
Good.
What in the hell's going on with the Gainesville-Langston? I followed it a little bit, at the beginning. I have not followed it as much as closely as I should have down the stretch, just with the early signing period and stuff. But I'm interested to hear your take if you guys have any.
Okay, sorry, Bacon.
It sounds like a lot of well, I said this first. GHSA has got a lot of loopholes in the bylaws, and I think people are exploiting it. Coach Niblett probably well connected. They went about it the right way, bringing in lawyers, applying pressure to somebody who's applying pressure. Quick case, because you can't really hold up the playoffs too long. So anytime legally or in this type of situation it was still legal, you got a short case. As long as you don't have any conclusive evidence, you're going to win. So for whatever that's worth, but that's my thoughts.
But they aren't that like they are delaying. Like, isn't it potentially? I just I joke about I read one tweet, so it has to be true, right? Like it's potential like that class may not be able to play in Mercedes-Benz or something like that. I don't know how true that is, but it just seems like it's just. And I don't know enough about it, so maybe I should shut my mouth. But it doesn't. I don't know what's going on.
So it's changed up a little bit, Brett. They so apparently them and 6A flipped.
Yeah,
this is per coach. They'll be at the Benz on I think it's the 18th.
Oh, okay. They flipped those games. Okay, that makes sense.
From what I heard, that's per coach as well.
Right.
One of our sources, as far as the coach said that. But basically, I mean, you seen the video, Brett. We talked about the video when dude went and obviously threw his helmet off. But basically, they wasn't gonna allow the 40 players to play. Then it was like, obviously to Bacon's point, they filed a temporary restraining order, got it filed by a judge. GHSA tried to hold it up. You know what I'm saying? And then they went in, I think, did more action. And then obviously, they eventually just said, okay, we're going to let all your players play. Y'all play on Friday against, Hughes. And then you go forward as well. But I don't think it's necessarily done yet. I think there's going to be repercussions later. And I think it could be next season.
Gotcha. Putting you guys on the spot now. Valdosta or Buford?
Buford.
Valdosta. You're going on the road. 6-hour drive.
Wait, so that game's in South Georgia?
It's in South Georgia. Not at Buford.
They on charter buses. They ain't control
charter buses. You're right. It is
Buford. Buford may be getting some PJs out there. I wouldn't worry about their travel. They will be. Those players will be comfortable and fine.
Y'all are funny. But
I'm telling you, food coming down from the top. We want Chick-fil-A Five Guys.
Two-headed monster though for Valdosta. I don't know if they got an answer for that.
Yeah, and Carrollton, man, still doing it. I love that program. Joey King's the man. Zakai Helton's the man. Ryan Mosley's the man. Correct me if I'm wrong. They're just not as big as other teams, but they're dominating. Like they just out-coach, out-smart. They're just a well-run program. Still just doing it over and over.
Well, Brett, they got a lot of guys playing both ways. Like Rick said, Ryan Mosley, what's his name? CJ Gamble's playing both. Yeah, Peyton Zachary. They got a lot of guys playing both ways, and I didn't think they were going to hold up last week against Grayson. I thought they might have been too physical, but
that's what I thought. I was watching it at home. Like, not only they hold up, they kind of dominated that game. So it was, and I was texting our good friend Ben Wolk. Second shout out to Ben Wolk. So if you're watching, what's up, dude? But I'm so happy for big Zakai Helton who made it official with Georgia today. He's just been through it with his whole weight loss, with that his health and all that, just to get back to that playing weight. And I think a lot of people in Georgia are pretty excited about the future with him as well. So as a kid who's a former Alabama commit way long ago, so these kids, you get to know them, you get to root for them, and you guys know better. You guys put up these guys on a pedestal nonstop. So it's just fun to see.
100%, brother. You ain't gonna lie, you tapped into Alabama, but your card for Georgia knowledge is solid, my friend. I must say. Kudos to you.
No comment.
He's pretty plugged in. He be knowing all the kids.
After I text Najee, say, all right, I'm going to 717. Who do I need to know? And then he sends me 75 different names. That's my man, Naj.
There it is.
All right, fellas. Anything else, or we all good?
No, all good, man. We're gonna let you rock, man. Appreciate you spending these 38 minutes with us, brother, and talking the talk with Alabama. Much love, brother. Keep doing what you doing.
Go play that piano behind you.
I will, buddy. I will.
All right, guys. I'll see you. I will see you around. I'm sure I'll see you soon. See you guys.
All right, man. Brett Greenberg, man. Alabama 247. Yes, sir.
The one of a kind, man. One of the hardest workers in the biz for sure, man. I always got great energy when we see him out at the 7v7s or in Hoover. It means I always very jolly, you know what I'm saying, since it's December.
Always, man. Always. Appreciate him coming on. So what we got next, Bacon? I know you had Herd Twins. I know you had
good call.
I know you had Herd Twins. I know you had Aguirre.
Yeah.
How was looking?
Yeah, Kel and because they're doing the ceremony at Luella right now. So and coach did not want to do it live due to the noise. So Markel hit me and said, "Can we do it at 3?"
Okay, that should be good. We're gonna have, I think, Brookwood class at like about 2:40. So that should be fun. I don't know why my thing keeps going in and out.
But is that you or me?
What happened?
I got the it must be me. I got the intro of our show. 1 second.
Mm-hmm. Well, while Bacon gets situated, I don't know what's going on with my Wi-Fi. Am I good? Yes. Okay. Here's some news. All right. So GT Boy says, guys, I'm hearing GT is hard after Deuce Gerald's, and he's pushed his decision back to Friday. Obviously, to your point, brother, you are correct. He did push back his recruitment. Here it is right here. 4-star Deuce Gerald will not be signing until December 5th. He is the all-time career sack leader in the state of Georgia. Originally committed to LSU on August 2nd. He's number 2 ranked DT in SC Next 300. Obviously, that's massive news. We know how good, Deuce Gerald is. And it will fill a need for Georgia Tech on the defensive line, to say the least. So that would help them out a ton. And that would obviously, put them at another level. I mean, if I'm being real with you, he's a can't miss prospect. Since I say product, he's a can't miss prospect. I've seen Deuce Gerald many a times in person, and the kid's a baller. He another one of those guys, along with the Jordan Carter. If you miss out on him, like, you feel okay, because he's a guy that you could probably rotate and move around anywhere on that defense. So it'll be interesting to see. They definitely probably gonna have to bring it with the NIL money and the funds, if I'm humbly honest, if they're gonna try to land Deuce Gerald, same as they try to do with Jordan Carter. But he's a guy that would definitely help out your defense, and that a guy that would help elevate the defensive line. So I think a great move for Georgia Tech. If what you're saying is true, GT Boy, they are actively pushing for him. I think it's a great move, obviously, for their program, for they everything they're trying to do. So yeah, as they should. And obviously they're making enough of a difference if he's delayed his recruitment. And there's so much going on with LSU. Yes, they hired a new coach, but not everybody's going to follow Lane Kiffin unless you were previously committed to Ole Miss. Because remember, he committed to the previous staff. So that's something to point out as well. And this new staff may not be as high on him as the previous staff was. And he may be having, different thoughts about, obviously Lane Kiffin and how he left. You never know. I'm not saying that's the case, but you never know. So it's going to be very interesting, to say the least. But not a bad backup move for Georgia Tech if you're going hard after this guy. But that's my point, what I was telling you about earlier, GT Boy. Like, in those scenarios, in those situations, I think while this class isn't to the level that they wanted, I think they just waited too late. Now you're starting to pursue Davin Deuce Gerald's, right? Now you're starting to pursue a Jordan Carter. I think if you would have started I think if you would have started that process earlier, I think you wouldn't have to, go through all this where you at now.
Yes, sir, brother. Just waiting to hear back, man. I just told Markel okay, and I just hit the Twins. Thoughts on that? Okay, that boy Najeh froze. All right, he back. All right. Did you hear what I said, man? You on mute, my friend.
No, I didn't.
I just said I just told Markel okay, and I just messaged the Twins to let me know when they're ready.
Okay.
Yeah. What were you saying about Deuce Gerald's though?
He was saying they're making a push for him. I just said they're gonna have to have their money tight and their money, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna, if let's say they miss out on Jordan Carter, they're gonna have to offer probably a package similar to that. But the kid is worth it, and he's a guy that you can kind of move around wherever. And he's gonna play at a high level, in my opinion. So it'd be a good move to get him. You know what I'm saying? And it'd be a good backup plan. But I was telling GT boy, the problem is just they got into the recruitment so late. You know, with a guy like him, like you got to get into it earlier if we're gonna have a chance. At least had an offer already out there. You know, I think a lot of it they've waited so long, so then it's hard when you get to this December period. Yeah, you may be talking nice. Yeah, you can convince him, but if you was talking to him earlier, I think you can avoid that process of having to work so hard late.
Good point. Good point.
You know, but
sowing seeds early.
I think that's important, and I think that's why they're off to a great start with the 27 class, regardless of all of the commits they have stays put in Jordan Christie and obviously Keon Standiford. You've already planted that seed, though. That's the difference.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The earlier the better, man. I think that's on a lot of things in life.
Exactly.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting to hear back. Things may be a little hectic at that check. Let me hit up my guy, see if he can give me an inside look into East Coweta. Hold on real quick.
Oh. Now, forgive me. I am texting on my phone. I'm just trying to secure the next guys. Bacon's trying to get the 2 GT commits. I'm trying to get Brookwood's class, who said they might run behind.
I'm back. Could be a little hectic getting kids to and fro from class. Some teachers, like to hold you long, man, and be packed hallways.
We don't know the plan, brother. Stick around. Any DT fans that are watching, stick around. We're trying to have the class on. Bacon set that one up. So we're trying to have them on at about 4:30. One of the moms reached out to me as well about Chase. So we're trying to have them on and hopefully break it live. I don't know. We'll see. That's Bacon's doing, though. So I don't know. Bacon set that one up.
What you trying to say, man? I just messing with you.
You do good work. You should have the Kamari one. So
yeah. Nah, salute. Appreciate that, man.
Yeah, but stay tuned. But we haven't heard nothing. I've been trying to. Yeah, I haven't got nothing. It's been very quiet on that end. I think they have it purposely quiet.
Yeah, it do. Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. Just stay tuned. That's what I would say. For sure. But yeah, man, I think it's been successful days thus far, man. Could get crazier, man, as the day goes. For sure. Any news on Brunson? This is probably one for you, my friend.
Who is Brunson?
That's fine. I know he ain't talking about Jalen Brunson.
No way. Yeah, who is Brunson, brother? Let me know. Shout out to the fans, though, man. Shout out to the
Absolutely.
fans. We've been live for 4.5 hours, and y'all have been pretty consistent. So shout out to y'all.
What?
Oh, yes. Oh, Chris Brunson. Yeah, man, he's locked. You know what I'm saying? He's locked in with Louisville, from what I heard lastly. Sorry about that. I didn't know who you was referring to, man. So many Brunsons I know. That's why I was like, who you talking about? Yeah, he's locked in, man. We're trying to have them on
Heard a little bit. That's who I'm actually texting with back and forth is they coach Raw, and he said they might be running a little bit behind. So that's the text right here. I'm texting his coach right now. But yeah, they're pretty locked in. We're gonna try to get them for interviews here in just a second as well. So yeah.
Good questions though, like you said, man. We appreciate everybody who's been tapped in, locked in, and hitting the keys to get active in the chat.
Yeah, man. Keep liking it up, man, and share. Yes, Tico's official. He's officially signed with Mississippi State. We talked about that earlier, right before Brett had came on. That was an official move. So yes, he is at Mississippi State, signed, sealed, and delivered. So they missed out on that. But like you said, DT boy, they're obviously pursuing now heavily. You know what I'm saying? I guess who's Gerald's?
Flabbergasted.
Of course, man. We appreciate the support, man. We got y'all, man. 100%, man. You know what I'm saying? We got y'all. We're gonna keep y'all locked and loaded, man, and you know what I'm saying, informed as much as we can for sure. Now, y'all know I always have my videos and stuff for the channel, so I appreciate y'all. Oh, here you go. Bacon got some breaking news.
All right.
Stay home. Blake Stewart's committed to Georgia.
Nice.
Obviously official now.
Blake Stewart's one of the ones, man. Freakish athlete. Georgia's probably was just either Georgia at school. Obviously committed to Georgia's perfect fit for him.
Yep, obviously formerly committed to Clemson, but now chose the Bulldogs. I thought he was going to go to Miami. I'm not going to lie to you, but
Chris Tobal wasn't able to pull that one off me. So what's your thoughts? I talked about the Miami recruiting class earlier, man. What's your thoughts on them?
Let's take a look at the Miami recruiting class so I can know. I know the majority. Jonte gonna go down there early. Cortez is not. Cortez is gonna stay and play basketball. So he'll be a mid-year enrollee. So that's intel for y'all if y'all didn't know. You know what I'm saying? But here's the class. I like this kid. They got a St. Augustine Samorian Wingo. Kid can ball. Really good pickup, obviously, for them. I like him a lot.
Right.
Wide receiver. Jessica Cantwell, obviously, they invested a lot of him, millions of dollars in NIL money to land him. So that's a pretty good class as well. Camden Portis is a stud cornerback out of North Carolina. North Carolina's very slept on, but we know how good they can be at the DB spot. You know what I'm saying? So I really like them as well. So that's one I would talk about. I like, let me see who else I got on here. D'Anthony Lafayette from Orlando, Florida. Really slept on, man. I don't think the 231 national rank really does him justice. This kid is a game record, man. I would put him as close to a high-end 4-star, maybe low-end 5-star. This kid right here can play. D'Anthony Lafayette. So that was big. Van Spafford, remember, he used to be committed to Georgia. He flipped to, obviously, Miami, a while back. But, yeah, he's been a pretty good player so far in his career as well. Big for them. We all know about Cortez. Obviously going to be playing a little bit of everything for them. Really good pickup, I think. I still think even as a 4-star, he's underrated, but really good kid. Should be able to help them out a lot on Saturdays. Let me see who else I liked out of this class. Obviously, know about Jontavius, Wyman. Going to play corner for them. You know what I'm saying? Be interesting to see what kind of role he gets in year one. I heard you earlier talking about Tyson Bacon on the defensive line and what he can bring to the table. So he'll be one. And then there was one more I wanted to point out. I really like this kid here. Jordan Campbell, another edge rusher from Northwestern Miami. We know they produce at a high end. Really good player. Like his talent. So that's another really good one I like as well.
Yeah, it's a good class. I will say that. That's a good class.
Yes, it is. It's a pretty good class.
as I talked about earlier, they hit the state of North Carolina pretty hard. I wasn't expecting that.
Nah, you wouldn't think so, but that's what they producing DBs at.
That's right. You did say you did just say that about a coach of like South Carolina and
South Carolina,
DMV
Virginia.
area.
Mm-hmm. That's where if you want to go get an athlete DB, that's the place they say that breeds them.
That's tough.
Mm-hmm. All right, Bacon. Well, while we wait for everybody, let's go ahead and pull up a topic I went to hear earlier. Top impact freshmen, man. Still waiting on people. Let's talk about that, Bacon. So I'll get it started while you get your list together. Top impact freshman for me. Let me see. I'm trying to find it. What the hell? All right, so for me, I'm gonna go Savion Hyder. I like his game. I think he's gonna be a top impact freshman. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Obviously he was committed to Michigan. Tennessee was in this race as well. But I think he's gonna be a prime player for them. We know about Jordan Marshall, Justice Haynes. I think he can come in there and at least get some PT year one. Tristan Keys, Tennessee. I know they got a lot of depth of the position, but I think they're going to lose Chris Brazel the second. So I think that leaves Braylon Staley. I think that leaves, obviously, Mike Matthews. We'll see if Travis Smith Jr. can carve out a bigger role this year for the Vols. And then, obviously, Tristan Keys, who I think we'll still see the field somehow, some way at a key position. So he's one I got circled. The Damian Guyton of Benedictine. What kind of role will he be able to have year one with Texas Tech? That was a big get for them. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, coming into Georgia and nabbing him. So he's one I got my eyes set on as well, one that I really like. So he's another one. And then Calvin Russell, he has delayed his recruitment. You know what I'm saying? And he's a guy that was going to go to Syracuse, but he's delayed his recruitment. So it'll be interesting to see, what he does and if he's going to obviously stay signed in. And I think it's going to be Shadarian Morgan from Alabama. They got a lot of guys, Jeremy Bernard, Carnell Tate. Not Carnell Tate, I'm sorry. Jeremy Bernard, Isaiah Horton. You know what I'm saying? I think guys that have been for a while. So they're going to need pieces to fill in. I think Morgan will be one of those.
100%. I'm going to go number one. I'm going to go Tristan Givens, Texas A&M out of Carver, Columbus. Just a freak athlete. You know what I mean? Could do it all. Very versatile, but this really has a high motor, a dog, man. So I'm gonna go Tristan Givens. Two, we talked about him earlier. Xavier Crowell, already being compared to Josh Jacobs. You know what I mean? So Coach DeBoer and Alabama's gonna be looking for anything and anything. If they don't go after they go in the transfer portal, if they go look outward in the transfer portal to bring running backs in, which is very possible, but I think Xavier Crowell could possibly carve out a lane for himself as a freshman running back for a team who needs this production. So let's see. We'll also go. You can easily go to kid from Sprayberry. Obviously, being long, people they tend to lean to length in that area. So Jordan Edmonds is another one I'll add to the list. And it's 5, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just 5, bro.
Okay. Tristan Keys was a good one. What you think about Landon, man? Landon Duckworth, South Carolina, with
I think your boy out of there, man.
Yeah, you think
I think Duck is not Duck. I think Sellers is gone, dog.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't blame him.
And I think he got some options that he can go to. I think he can go Miami because Beck is out of there. You know what I'm saying? They've been one that's been talking up a lot. Arizona State, you know what I'm saying? He'll have Big Ten if he wants to go to it. Don't sleep on Virginia Tech. I know that sounds crazy as hell, but you know what I'm saying? You know, they just got to force our quarterback, but they need somebody that can plug and play. And what Lenoris needs to do, he needs to go to somebody that can develop him. No disrespect. You know, Mike Shula ended up getting fired. Offensive line coach got fired. Bacon, he needs to be developed because he has the talent of a first-round overall pick. But the problem is it's not like the math ain't mathing. It's not his talent is not equaling production on the field. He's making mistakes and this and that. So it's like they got to go put him in that right environment. And I don't think that right environment is at South Carolina. No disrespect to Coach Beamer, who got his, obviously they're going to be back with him another year, but he needs to go somewhere where he can develop. Because I think he'll be a redshirt junior, I think, or he might be a redshirt senior, one of those two. But his eligibility, I think he got 1 or 2 more years. It's coming up fast, so it's like he needs to go to a spot that you know what I'm saying.
Nah, facts. That's another good one. I also go not Travis Stevenson, but Jaden Terry.
That's an underrated one, but that's a good one.
He can carve out a lane, and at Georgia Tech in that secondary, you know what I mean? It's already gonna be a lot of young guys in that secondary. So you know what I'm saying? That's another good one, like you just said. And one more, una más, por favor. Let's go. No, I don't think so. But shout out to Samari Matthews, man, going to Texas. But you know what I mean? It's gonna be tough to get. It's gonna be tough to get freshman playing time at Texas. Kind of like Georgia. They'll let you have you sit. Let's go Bryce Perry Wright too. Bryce Perry Wright. And +1, Deuce Gerald's. You know what I mean? LSU has struggled with a pass rush. That means one of the best pass rushers in this class. Number 4 pass rusher in this classification. So those are my 6, 5 +1.
I respect it. All right. Good list, brother. Good list.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Appreciate the 9 people that's tuned in on the YouTube, man. Y'all been crazy all day. I appreciate the love, brother. Let's talk about this real quick, Bacon, while we waiting. We talk about top impact freshmen.
All right.
Where you think he goes, Bacon? We've been talking about it all day.
Yeah, I was before I even heard anything, I was thinking South Carolina.
Yeah.
But it'd be nice to see him go to Tech, Georgia Tech, to be specific. But not going to Florida for sure. South Carolina would be cool. I'm not sure. I don't know any intel on his relationship with A&M or North Carolina, other than Bill Belichick is why not play for Bill Belichick if you believe his program is moving in the right direction? We know what type of success he's had on the NFL level. Can he replicate on the collegiate level is a question. But I think the two furthest teams away, well, I said the furthest team away from getting is probably Kentucky, man. Just Kentucky never has, really grabbed hold of another recruit and held on to it. They got to see Brock Vandegrift and a legend from Prince Avenue, son of a head coach. But it's just tough. It's just tough in the Bluegrass State, man. So for that reason, I'll say South Carolina or GT.
I think South Carolina. If I'm GT, I want Latimer. That's just me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. That's a game record right there. That's a guy that's going to help you. And I know they might have to make a decision of what they're going to do when you look at, okay, so you got Malachi Hosley, you got obviously JP Powell, you got Shane Marshall. I think Dylan Gordon might be out of obviously, or Chad Alexander, they might be out of eligibility, one of the two. But Amari can come on in year 1 and play. Let's be honest. Even if he's running back 2, he can come in and play.
Right.
So if I'm GT, that's who I want.
No question, bro.
And it's no disrespect to Baker. Baker's a dog. You know what I'm saying? But you're talking about that, physical presence. that embodies what your team is, which is smash mouth, running the damn ball, yeah, give me Amari Latimer all day.
Any day of the week, yeah, I agree with you, man. And very capable and very dynamic in the pass game.
Yes. Don't need much.
Might be one of, not the most versatile back in the class, in my opinion.
For sure. So we'll see, man. But that's where I would want to go. All right, GT boy, you've been tapped. So what do you guys think about GT versus Texas in the bowl game? I like it. Sign me up. Texas fans gonna be hot because they ain't gonna get in the college football playoff. But hey, you knew what coming to the season. You knew it was coming into the season. You know what it was gonna be. You're not gonna let you in at 9-3. Now it's gonna suck for college football non-conference games because nobody's gonna schedule hard non-conference games no more. But the committee sucks. Like that's the problem. The committee it sucks.
Yeah, we need to start checking these people on the committee.
Yeah, like and I know it's like, yo, well, Najeh, there is football people on the panel. There needs to be more football people on the panel. There needs to be more coaches on the panel. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I love the model. I love that it's more teams, but they have not done a good job for the most part. They have not, and it's like I would rather see it done a different way. That's just me. So sucks for Texas, but nonetheless, I wouldn't mind that bowl game. Blake Gideon gets to go against his team he used to coach for. Got that storyline, obviously, that aspect of it. Arch Manning probably be back for another year. I wouldn't mind that game.
That'd be box office.
It'll be a good bowl.
Do you think what's your prediction on the game? You think it's gonna be close? Is it a winnable game for Tech? I think it is, but I just want to know your thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's a winnable game for Tech for sure. I think it's winnable. Texas is one of them teams, they're physical too. So it'd be a good game to kind of, see where they're at, see how everything's going. And they'll just have to play good coverage, obviously. And they'll have to just, pressure Arch, I think is the key.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't heard anything back, brother. Not yet.
All right. It'll be like that sometimes.
And my guy on the inside said the commitment just ended at Tech, or the ceremony. Not gonna lie, it was rough. I'm gonna check out the video when I get home and send it to you. It was rough. I know they did that thing there. Well, not sure where they did it at, but I'm sure it was packed in that small space. Let's say they did it in the gym. But we'll see. So stick with us, ladies and gentlemen. Stick with the guys, man. Stick with the tribe. This is the longest stream you've done? 4 hours, going on 5?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think I've done one this long. Not no 6-7 hour stream.
Yeah.
Definitely a first, but I love it. I'll do it again.
Facts.
I would definitely do it again. I told you it was easy going.
Yeah, fact. It was definitely easy going. Yeah, wow.
It's more so like you celebrating the kids, man, and the players. So, you just let them come speak their piece about where they're going, and that's it, When I knew I could run one by myself with no help, and I was on TV with it, yeah, that took me all I needed to know.
You were nervous then your first time, you didn't think you was able to? Go ahead.
No, because I had so 1 year, obviously when I was in the first year, like Craig had hosted a show. He only did like an hour, maybe he might have did 2 hours. He just had me come on and give my thoughts. That was like the first one. The next one, we ended up going to that hopeful spot I told you about. He was on TV, well, not TV, but she was on a live stream the whole day. And then the other one was TV. So, at that point, I had already kind of knew what it was. I've had commitments on and stuff like that. So it wasn't too difficult. I was used to it. So,
I feel you on that, man.
I wasn't really nervous.
Until
you'd probably be tired out because you're on TV all day. But other than that, no.
Yeah. So just speak to that, man. So, obviously, it's a different vibe being on here than being on TV. Probably a little more uptight. You're trying to make sure your posture good. Right here, you can slide back. Man. You just button your top button. You can have on live. You can have your button, top button, unbutton. On TV, you may want to be a little more, presidential.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's breaks in there. You get like a little 2-minute break, but yeah, I definitely think because you got to think about it, you're leading the whole conversation. So like I can kind of throw it off you, you know what I'm saying? You can lead it, or I can throw it off like Brad or whoever we have on and let them lead. So yeah, like that part's a little bit easier because I'm not having to carry the whole combo.
100%.
You know, so that makes all the difference.
All right. Yeah, it's all good, family. But now it seemed like good vibes at Jonesboro, man.
No, 100%, man. Nah, it was good vibes, man. I appreciate them, because he was nervous. He's like, bro, how you live stream, bro? How you do this, bro? How you do that? He's like, Coach Sherritt was like, bro, you want to just host it? I was like, yeah, that's cool with me. I ain't tripping. I said, y'all only bought a good 20, 25-minute ride. So I was like, yeah, I don't mind coming down there to host it. And then that was it. I didn't really do nothing. I just set up my little camera and then had the little video rolling, you know what I'm saying? How I do, plugged in, chipped in, had my little, bought me a little investment, a little, see if you can see that, little hotspot.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll be streaming on that now. Worst case, like if it runs out of the 5G, it goes on 4G. So, you know, I'm going to take this with me wherever I go. And you know what I'm saying? That's it. Streamed it. And then was chilling from there, bro. It was simple. We asked them a couple questions. I already know Jontavius and them boys like that. So it wasn't. And they said I did a good job. So, I mean, yeah, it's cool. Smooth.
Yeah, man. Smooth business.
Smooth business. I'll do it again. I go somewhere remote and then just stream it and do a signing day. Yeah. I mean, with the camera and the computer and everything, you good.
This technology has empowered us all.
For sure.
Man, since we got time, man, hopefully these boys see me back.
Yeah, and just let y'all know that's watching the whole, we waiting on Brookwood. We're in on the Herd Twins, Georgia Tech, and then also Bacon to Luella. So we're trying to see, and then they starting to get stretched into our other hour because we're supposed to have other guests on too. You know, Sandy Creek at 4:30, and then we got another guest at 3:50.
This is how you double, quad, and Cinco book yourself. But since we got some time, but I got to show you something, man. I went ahead and secured my destiny, brother. Got me a cold wallet.
Oh, look at you. Nice.
Hey.
All right. Get me ahead of the curve.
I gotta protect my assets, man. That's $1 million device right there, man.
Gotta be careful with that.
Absolutely. Don't want anybody, you know, hopefully anybody didn't see no code. Oh, we got him. We're gonna hack this cold wallet. Oh man. That's a bit, man, but sure. This is your second or third time. Doesn't really matter the number. But my question is, what's your biggest takeaway from today's stream, man? What was the most magical moment for you?
I think being on site. I think if I'm humbly honest, just being able to see, you know, all them kids get celebrated for Jonesboro. I think Coach Sherritt, it gets undertoned actually probably a couple of different ways, but just that's a very special class Jonesboro has in 2026. Yeah. And it's crazy because I was going through the archives. I remember like him hitting me up and just trying to get Jontavius out there, hitting me up and just trying to get me to talk about the kids. And it's so cool to see where they was. Jermia going through his situation with Cincinnati, not being able to get on, you know, and having to just wait, and then finally getting a chance with Alabama State. So, and he's a D1 talent. Honestly, he is. He just got kind of screwed over. But I think just seeing them boys where they was, and seeing how they matured and where they at today. I think having 5 signings. I think he said he got 10 to 12 or more for February window. I think that was cool to see, man. So I want to give Jonesboro, Coach Timothy Floyd, a shout out. All them boys, Coach Domo, you know what I'm saying? They've always welcomed me with open arms. It made me feel at home, bro. They really made me feel at home. Between us, well, everybody gonna hear it because we're on stream, but Coach Domo was like, yo, like when I introduce you, what should I say? I was like, what you mean? I was like, you could just say my name. He was like, do I see score Atlanta? I was like, nah, man, I'm not with them no more. Like, you can just say my name, bro. But he was like, oh, okay, cool. I was like, yeah, you can say Najee Wilkins, you good. You know what I'm saying? But he's like, yeah, I want to introduce you since you're hosting it. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But yeah, that was a cool moment. But nah, man, that was probably the most, just seeing where they are, you know what I'm saying? And I hope them boys ball. I do. You know what I'm saying? I've enjoyed covering them. And they've always been real, all of them. Cortez, all them boys. So I just want to see them boys win at the end of the day.
Every single one of them, man. Especially coming from the South Side. Me and one of my close friends who was talking about this. Like, the South Side is an area of a lot of untapped or tapped in potential. I mean, you look at the North Side, you look at the city of Atlanta, you got the South Side, food deserts, all you got the out of funding issues. And when you look at people from this area, when they make it, they usually flourish and do big things. And I know every single one of them, all 6 of them, and 10 of them, the rest was going to come in February. They got it inside of them because that's what they're preaching. That's what they put into them at Jonesboro. So for whatever that's worth.
No, it's worth a lot. I think, to your point, it is a lot of untapped potential. I think the difference making is they don't have that shine, that spotlight. I think that's what they've been missing. You know what I'm saying? Think about it now. Like, we're on the South Side, or I've more recently moved to the South Side. Now you have somebody that can go and put you out there. And I'm not saying I'm a big source, but you know what I'm saying? I can at least do a film breakdown or a graphic for you just to get you a little bit of pub. I don't think that was the case before. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the difference.
That's it. You hit the nail on the head, man. It's changing. With just people moving down from the north, from the actual north, not just the north end of Georgia. Things like that. I'm sure everybody who's in Georgia sees everybody building everywhere, building crazy. I'm sure you see it in Fulton. I think you're in Fulton, but no need to disclose it if I'm wrong. But it's just a lot of things moving and shaking. So it's going to be interesting to see the landscape of Georgia, or just the United States, period.
I think you'll see it change.
Say it again.
I think you'll see it change. I think you'll see more, because think about a lot of the South, like even I think Quintez Mooney Gibson, he's not from North, he's from the South Side.
Yeah, from the South Side.
Better opportunities. But if you see, that's why I said I think it's underrated, this 26 class for Jonesboro, because seeing Cortez go to Miami, seeing Jontavius go to Miami, seeing Frank Jackson go to Charleston Southern, seeing these guys go to D1 programs and they stayed home, I think others are going to be like, oh, well, I could do the same. Seeing a Justin Murphy, who was at the Jonesboro signing day today, 4-star prospect, seeing him, not leave North Clayton, be extremely loyal, whether that win a championship or not, I think seeing that success and seeing them become big, I think it's going to be like, oh, well, I can stay in my home city and do it. I don't have to go transfer to a northern school. I can still do it here. So I think that's crucial.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's going to be interesting to see if that trend catches fire, especially down here. And I will add them in the basketball team at Jonesboro is electric. I see why Cortez is staying home. That's going to be a hell of a team.
Calvin Goss? Oh, my Lord. Have you seen Calvin Goss?
Yes.
Lord have mercy.
It's like really 4 more, right?
Yeah, them boys can hoop.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely going to have to check them boys out, man. I haven't been to any showcase or anything. But as soon as we find the nearest gym, because I'm gonna try to keep that promise with Coach. Go see my parent, go see Coach Moultrie. Not Moultrie, Coach Brick at the Walker School.
Mm-hmm.
Still want to go see Bethel. So, just see some coaches I've been saying, like, yeah, coach, we're going to come see you. I'm going to come see you. Because it's big.
No, it's facts.
Tech and Tennessee in the bowl game, what do you think? I like Texas more than that, but Tennessee Tech is a good one, too. Appreciate you tapping in. Kenny Paulson 4332 came through at 315. GT Boy tapped in 312. Is Vandy spending high on NIL or what? I think so. That Jared Curtis could leave it alone. Might be 100 of them things. Like Stephen A. says, $100 million or more. But ladies and gentlemen, any feedback in the chat, man, just how you've enjoyed today's show. If you're just not tapping in, if you've been tapping in for a while, like GT Boy, man, just any feedback on just how we are doing. Still got some time, still got some ways to go on the show, but just any live feedback. Appreciate that. I'm supposed to hear. Very impressive show, man. Appreciate you, GT Boy. You've been here for a while, man. So if you say that, that means a lot, brother. Still book on monitoring Peachtree City because you've been tapped into the streams for some time.
And he's at work.
And he's at that's right, he did say he was at work.
Mm-hmm.
Reaching out and considering me for support. I truly appreciate your interest.
Oh, let's talk about this real quick while we waiting. I'm trying to see what we got going on. But this one broke earlier. Big flip, man.
Ooh, that is a big flip. That is a big flip.
Mm-hmm. Rodney, Cleveland. Yep. Flip from Texas to North Carolina. Didn't really see that one coming, if I'm humbly honest.
Yeah.
You know, I thought surefire Texas, but just go to show you never over till it's over. So that's interesting. He'll definitely give them a piece they need on the defensive interior. And obviously he believes in Coach Belichick. So big flip for Rodney. I didn't expect him to do that.
And I'll say this. Well, first I'll say Cussy Carson Beck go to UNC with this motion. But I will say from talking to a source who's very close to that Justice Terry camp, that they thought they possibly could see PT early. Obviously, we haven't seen JT. Maybe same sentiment went down to Rodney. Maybe, and I think that's why he went to UNC to play early. Obviously, physically, body's probably ready, if not close to be ready to play at that level. But I think that could be a big reason why. So it's going to be interesting to see how Tyler Atkinson committed to Texas, how that transition. Another player who's physically ready. Justice Terry looked physically ready to play SEC ball year one out. You know, obviously we talked to our guy from Georgia, Jermia. He gave valid points why it's good to wait, but this is a good reason why kids are leaving, going outside the SEC or just outside of Texas.
I think to your point, let's go ahead and actually talk about that, Big. And I think to your point, and you're seeing it more now, which I want to commend the kids for. And I think it speaks to the parity of college football. But I want you to see this. See if there's any other big topics. No. Commits. All right, Bacon. So here is the graphic. All right, for those that's watching at home, so this is kind of what I mean. Y'all can see that. Okay, let's move this Marshall Lynch at. So, like, we'll just go top 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like, look at the difference in top 5. Usually, you say all SEC schools, right? How many SEC schools do you see? You see 3, right? You see Houston, or you see Tennessee, Vanderbilt, LSU, but then you see USC, Houston, obviously up at the front. The reason I point that out is not everyone's going SEC. Usually, you'll see Georgia, you'll see Bama, you'll see you damn sure not seeing no Vanderbilt.
Right.
So I think the difference now is to the point, Bacon, is there's so much parity. These kids ain't going to always the name brand schools. They're going other places in order to be successful. And I think they're still able to do that. And to your point with Rodney, they want to go places they can play early, right? The reason Jared didn't go to Georgia, he's not going to play next year. Just put that out there. Same with Dylan Raiola. Why didn't he go to Georgia? Why he went to Nebraska?
Playtime.
Yeah. And now he's in the portal 2 years later. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends on what you want to do. And I think Georgia really values having a veteran presence at the quarterback spot. They're not going to play you year one because there's too much growing pains. You have to adjust to the next level. There's a lot of touchdowns, interceptions, bad plays. They ain't trying to do that. They'd rather develop a guy for 2 years, sit on the bench, get some starts, and go. Look at Georgia Tech, right? Haynes King came back another year. He's been there for 3 years. Aaron Follow, everybody's like, oh, well, I don't know if Follow's good. I don't know. Like, Follow's going to be great, right? Because Follow has stayed for those 2 years. He's gotten some starts when Haynes King's been injured, and he showed what he can do when he plays. The offense is explosive, right? And I think that's the model that more colleges should follow. I'm not saying you can't play as a true freshman. You can. But the likelihood of you being that guy and sustaining is tough. Like, look at, like we talked about Ryan Williams with Brett. Ryan Williams burst onto the scene as a true freshman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now he's going to have a little bit of those struggles, right? Say the same with Cam Coleman. Not all his fault. He just hasn't had always a competent quarterback, but burst onto the scene as a true freshman ain't seeing the same thing. Like, people figure you out end of the day. So I think it just speaks to the parity of the sport. And I love it. Like, anybody can win on any given Saturday. And I think it's a lot of parity in the sport. Like, Maryland has one of the top edge guys in the country in Zion Ely. He signed today. Like, you know what I'm saying? How often will you actually say that?
Yeah, 10 years ago, that's non-existent.
It's non-existent. Maryland? Like, no, bro, that's not common. The crazy one we seen a few years ago with Travis, like him going to Jackson State. You're not seeing nothing number one overall.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? That's not common, bro.
Interesting information. I think it's per Fox. I think out of this new generation that's going to college, I think enrollment is up 90% to SEC schools.
Yeah, exactly.
So how long will that last? Probably not long. Well, you got the bigger athletes, younger athletes going to different alma maters or going to different schools. And how long will SEC remain dominant? I
think those days are over, brother.
Even with Texas A&M, Georgia, LSU, Tennessee, to name brands.
Yeah, I don't think now that's not saying SEC won't be competitive. They always will be, but them just dominating the sport, no, I think that's done with. It's too much parity. You have NIL dollars. It's too much you have on your plate. I think that makes it tough and for them to dominate anymore. And there's too many teams that can knock you off. It's too much parity now.
That's a good point.
Yes, sir. I think we got Coach Raw in the building ready to go, man. So let's bring on Coach Raw and his people.
What's going on, man?
Coach.
Coming on, man.
Appreciate you having us, man.
Yes, sir. Congrats to all 5 of your 2025 signees.
I can't hear y'all right now.
Can you hear us? Hello? Try to leave out, come back in.
Leave and come back in?
Yeah.
All right.
Coach Raw, man. Brookwood's finest.
He's young too, man. He only like 27, man.
Wow.
Young whippersnapper.
Young man. I'm gonna go ahead and add him in, fam.
Okay, go ahead. Do your thing.
Is it better now, Coach?
Yeah, I can hear y'all now.
All right, that's good, Coach.
There we go, Coach. But now, congrats to the 5 signees, man, that you got with your coach, man. So whoever you want to put first, we ready for him.
All right, I'm gonna start with Bryce Green.
Let's do it.
All right.
What's going on? What's going on?
What's going on, Bryce? Congrats, man.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir, man. Charleston State, man. So, Bryce, man, you've had quite the journey, man. I know you've always been a grinder. I know you started off at Buford. You obviously played at Ridge and then in Brookwood. But tell me about this senior season, man. How did it go? And talk just a little bit about just all the work you put in to have a successful year.
I think this season went very well. There was a lot of people that was, that didn't expect what we did, but we put in the work. Started from like January, and we just built our way up. And we stayed together, we stayed close, and that's what happens when that's the result that you get. You get a group that's bought in like that.
What were some things you learned the senior year that's going to help you as you go to that next level?
Just like the mindset of preparation. I think that's probably one of the biggest things I improved on, like preparing like before the game, after the game, and practice, just like my practice habits, just preparing for college in that aspect.
100%. And then, so obviously choose Charleston State. So walk me through the process of how did you know that was a school for you? I know you had offers out there, but why did you choose Charleston State?
Man, so the crazy thing about it was they hit me up out the blue, I want to say week 9, sometime in October, like late October. And I did not know what Tarleton was, who Tarleton was, and everything. But they hit me up. We got in contact. Once they offered me, I was able to go on a game day visit. And I was just blown away by the love I got, just the campus in general. It was just a feeling. Like, that's why I knew it was God, because, like, it's crazy how I never heard this school. Like, just 3 months later, I'm committed. I just knew that was a blessing from God.
That is a blessing. So, obviously, we know what makes you special on the gridiron, Bryce, is your versatility. Like, you can block, you can run, you can catch out of the backfield. So, for those fans at Charleston State that don't know you, what would you tell them that you bring to the table that may be different from others?
I'm going to bring that factor that makes you get up out your seat. Whenever you watch the game, you don't get up out your seat when I have the ball in my hands. Even when I don't have the ball in my hands, I'm going to make a play in some way.
I love that. Yeah. All right, one more before I throw it to Bacon. So, obviously, we talked about this year with Brookwood. Obviously, Coach Rod has you on here, but just talk about the relationship you built with this coaching staff there, Coach Nickbert, our neighbor, Coach Rod. What do they mean to you, man?
They meant a lot to me. They welcomed me with open arms. My running back coach, I had already moved since I was young. So we already had that relationship and everything. But the rest of the coaching staff, I built great relationships with them throughout the season, and I'm just forever grateful for the love they shown to me.
Absolutely, brother. 1,100 all-purpose yards, 10 touchdowns. You know what I mean? You still on here, brother?
Can you hear us? Probably that connection, bro. No, they in Brookwood and all them damn trees.
You crazy. There's a lot of trees.
I didn't grow up too far from over there, so.
That's hilarious. In the UAC, United Athletic Conference, they had a great year this year.
They did.
Or are having. It was all coming through so clear.
Rob, have you checked your stuff, your stats yet, or your subscribers?
Yeah, I think I picked up a huncho. That's crazy. Here we go.
Got me now.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right, cool.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
man.
man. I was saying, man, 1,100 yards, 10 touchdowns. Just break down what is Tarleton. You've already talked about you're going to make people stand up, obviously explosive, but just break down specifically what is Tarleton getting from you.
Like you said, the versatility. Like obviously, I can run in between the cycles or outside. I'm like a dog. I can catch out the backfield. They can move me out in the slot. Even returning kicks and punts. And Charleston, their system, it definitely fits me. But I'll be able to showcase all of that.
100%. Talk about the UAC during the United Athletic Conference, which is it's high level D1 ball in my opinion. But you know, what I mean, just what was your assessment of the conference when you learned about it, did your research, did your homework?
Yeah, it's I feel like a lot of people underlook that conference, but it's very competitive. Like, it's gonna be a dogfight a lot of those games. And I went to one of them, and like, you just feel the atmosphere. So I think it's gonna be very competitive, but at the same time, it's gonna be real fun.
Absolutely, man. You're outside, the skin, the sun glowing off your skin. I can tell you happy. I can feel your joy through the screen, man. But just talk about we got that first initial offer from them, man, or just signing today. You know what I mean? What does that mean to you, brother? Just the journey you've been on to this point.
It's when you look back on it, it's all worth it. Like, I went through a very unique journey than like that these other high school kids went through, and like just all the work I put in, the confidence that I had in myself, and with God's grace, I'm here. So it's a great feeling, and it's like I said, it's a blessing. It's a crazy blessing.
What kept you going in those tough moments?
Obviously, my parents, they was always there for me. Like when I had those down times. Like my coaches, I had conversations with a lot of people because I remember I was at a point where I was like, this is for me. So like those people were there, like my parents, Coach Lawrence Diamond when I was little. Those people were there for me just to keep me uplifted when I was down.
Mr. Green, what are your goals looking ahead?
My goals looking ahead just to obviously that's a big goal for me. I want to make it to the NFL, and that's a big goal for me. And I think I do have the work ethic to do that. But also, I want to grow as a person because, I mean, football does take up a lot of your time, but that's not the end all be all of college. So I want to grow as a person. That stuff too. So yeah.
Have you wrapped your mind around what you're doing, and then you make it to the NFL? What that means for kids, or just the next coming after that, seeing somebody go from Brookwood to the United Athletic Conference to making it to the NFL?
That is definitely possible. Like what you see on TV, that's not everybody's journey. Like not every single person that wants to do that is gonna go through that journey. Everybody's process is different. You see people who get drafted first round, they go to the bigger schools. Then you see people go to like smaller schools and they go on draft and they still shine. So everybody's journey is different. But as long as you have the faith, as long as you keep the work ethic and the mindset, you're gonna get there.
The last thing I throw back to Najeh, what are you doing? What's next for you right now? You just signed. What's next for you in your process?
Just getting ready. Like getting my body right, getting the mental right. I'm gonna be working a lot because I'm gonna be staying next semester. I'm not early.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean like I'm gonna feel like I'm behind because I'm gonna put the work in. So when I get there, I'm not missing a step.
Yes, sir.
Great. Well, Bryce, man, it's always been a pleasure covering you, brother. Always appreciate you tagging me in all your stuff, man, and always been cool covering you, man. Do the same when you go to college too, man.
So I appreciate that.
Yes, sir, man. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
All right.
Who next? Yo, what's up? What's up?
What's going on, man? I believe we got Will. How you say your last name? I want to butcher your name, man.
Will Hagelgen.
Hagelgen. I'm glad I asked you. I want to butcher your name, man. All right, man. So we got Will Hagelgen, man. Obviously going to West Tennessee, I believe it is, man. So tell me about this journey, man. Obviously you signed today. How good did that feel to put that pen to paper, man?
It felt great, bro. It's been like I've had so many like just parts throughout my high school career where I was just down, and I was like, last year I had around this time I had no offers, and I seen everybody just getting offers and stuff, and I just like I just knew I had to stay consistent throughout like everything and through everything I was doing. I really just, you know what I'm saying, just trust God. And he really put everything together for me. I just worked. And it really just brought me to this point today where I was able to sign it. It's a blessing. It feels amazing.
What would you tell others, man, in a similar situation like you, like no offers, kind of down, but kind of how to overcome that and get to this point?
I would definitely say just stay down till you come up. Like literally, like just stay down until you come up. Like that's what happened to me. I just stayed down. I kept working, and then God would do everything else. Like
For sure. Let me ask you this. Talk about your development. Who were some of those key factors? Was it your trainer? Was it your wide receiver coach? Who helped you develop your game enough where you can go and you can play at that next level?
so I really only had a trainer. Like I started last year. I don't know if y'all know Stro. I was working out with Stro a lot. Yeah, I was working out with Stro a lot last year. But before that, I wanted trainers, but like my parents could really never afford none. So it was really just myself. Like I would record myself. Like I would go do drills, I would record myself, and I would go watch pointers on how to learn. Like I was kind of teaching myself type of thing. Like I would watch videos on what I was supposed to be doing, and I would record myself, and I would be very, very critical on myself and just make sure I had every detail down. And that really helped me just get better.
For sure. So obviously you talk about how you got better, kind of go through that process alone. So obviously I know that's made you even more of a dog because you didn't have all the resources everybody else had. So
yeah,
as you kind of develop that and you go to this next level, talk about relationship you've been building with these coaches as they kind of see your maturation, your process as you go play for them next year.
Yeah, Coach Vince, Coach Hilly, they're very, very welcoming. Like I'm talking about, like as soon as I got there, they gave me anything I needed. I needed water, they gave it to me. You know what I'm saying? They were just there. They're very welcoming, like warming. I really love all the facilities there. Everybody there, it's just a brotherhood. I can tell everybody's connected. So I really like that. I like it when a team is just all balanced out with each other. Like nobody's like think they above nobody. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Yeah.
And then obviously brotherhood was big. I know. I believe we just talked to obviously Bryce. He said kind of the same thing. So what was that brotherhood like, man? At Brookwood, you know what I'm saying? I know you've been there all 4 years. Like what's that been like for you?
Man, it's been tight. My freshman, sophomore year, I wasn't on varsity, so I couldn't really tell you. But I know our freshman group until the year we were all freshmen till now, we've been tight, like really tight. Like we've been through it all with each other. This year was our tightest year. You know, we wanted to make state, but you know, things happened. But yeah, it's been very important. You know, we work together. Like everything works. Like everything will just work out together when y'all are tighter.
What's been your favorite memory with this group together? You included.
I'll probably say this summer. This summer we put in a lot of work. We was doing crazy stuff. Coach had us like crawling under each other in the weight room and stuff. So we was doing some crazy stuff, but it was definitely it was worth it though. It got us all closer, you know what I'm saying? It's just work.
And then last thing, just tell me a little bit about obviously talking about how much work y'all put in, but tell me about the Brookwood way, man. I feel like it's a team that's always, you know, they're a brand in high school football. You know what I'm saying? They're known all around. So just tell me like what it is to be a Brookwood Bronco.
To be a Brookwood Bronco, to me, man, I think it's being a student athlete, really. They make sure that your grades here, like the teachers, they'll get on to you. Like me, I know I don't have the best grades, but my teachers, they was always on me. They was always helping me, giving me every opportunity I could to like come back and, you know, and just everybody's been so helpful. Like the athletic director, he's helped me with a lot. My teachers have helped me with a lot. So being a Brookwood Bronco to me, it's really just, it's being a student athlete, like all around. Like you have everybody that cares about you at the school. You have great teammates, you have great coaches, you're surrounded by very well athletes, and you know they say you are who you hang around. So, you know, that's
So what do you think?
Yeah.
All right, man. First, I got to start off with the fit, man. You got the turtleneck sweater on. That's
yes,
a different
sir.
vibe.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man. So walk us through it.
So we go. It was calm though. I didn't even know what I was gonna wear till today. I just put something on. But we go turtleneck, and then we go Jesus piece. You know what I'm saying?
Sir.
And then we go navy blue pants, the khakis with the belt, and then we go my dress desk shoes. I don't even know what these called, but we go.
Plain James. I can respect it, brother.
Yeah.
But let's hear, you know what I'm saying? East Tennessee, man. You know what I'm saying, obviously, you know what I'm saying, they have an offer at the last point. East Tennessee checked in with you, man. Why to East Tennessee?
Why did I choose East Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
It really had a lot of impact on the coach. Like I really love the coach. Coach Vance, that's my dog. Like for real. Like and also his evaluation system. Like he didn't just like give me an offer. Like usually, like how other schools they would just watch my film, they would throw the offer. But like him, the evaluation process it took very long, which I feel like that meant much more to me whenever he gave me the offer. Like he's known me since since January. And then I thought he was gonna offer me, and then he didn't offer me, and then it was whatever. I went up there, I came back down. I went back up there again for unofficial. I worked out with him. So yeah, we really built a connection. I'm tight with him now. So it's really, it's the coaches for sure.
It's a big one. Picking up is really very passionate about football. So from you, man, what does the game of football mean to you, and what has it done for your life?
Man, it means literally everything to me. I'm nothing without football. Like everybody knows me. Just like if I didn't have football, I don't know what I would be. It's helped me through so much. It's helped me through. I mean, there's been times where, you know what I'm saying, I've been like emotional or whatever, and I would literally just come to the field and like my mind could just be so free. And when I feel like it's the one time when you can just go out during even practice, workouts, lifts, games, whatever. It's the one time you can go out and just like not worry about anything else. You can just put your mind down and just focus on just ball. And that's just, it's my life.
Absolutely, man. The game of football. So what's the biggest thing in the game of football has helped you overcome, man? Last couple questions.
You said what?
What's the biggest thing that the game of football has helped you overcome in life?
It has helped me overcome becoming more of a man, like being more mature with myself. I've learned how to like respond to things a lot better. I used to, whenever somebody would say something about me, I would be sensitive. You know what I'm saying? But now I feel like nothing really bothers me. It's just me and myself. I'm literally me against myself. So even if I have a bad game and everybody's telling, oh, what did you do today? Will, why'd you drop this? Blah, 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 whatever. It don't matter to me. So I feel like it's taught me it's taught me how to respond to things a lot better. It's taught me more emotions, how to control them.
That's big. That's big, man. Last two things for me. What's next for you, man? And what's your goals moving ahead?
Man, so we just made it to college. After college, I want to go all conference freshman year as soon as I get there, for sure. And then after that, really college, whatever happens in college. I'm gonna let God do his thing. But from there, ever since I was a kid, I've been trying to go to the league, like ever since I was a kid. So that dream is never gonna fade, nothing, no matter what. I'm gonna keep, I'm gonna keep pushing on the pedal, keep grinding. Yeah.
100%, man. I could tell by the vibe. You might like to be on the party scene, man. Don't party too much, family. Don't do it too much. Stay locked in on the dream.
I got you. Trust me, I got you.
100%, man. 100%.
Yeah.
Go ahead, now.
My last one, we're gonna let you go, Will. Kind of just what would you tell your freshman self if you could go back and you're looking at who you are, obviously today, senior, you're gonna be graduating in obviously May, going to school, going to East Tennessee State. What would you tell your freshman self about everything?
Really, I would just say, you control your mind is so important. Don't ever put yourself down ever, because that was really my problem. Like freshman, sophomore, really junior year too. I really just gained confidence my senior year. But when your mind, when you have no confidence, really, you don't play good at all. You have to have that confidence. So you really just need to know who you are. You don't need to listen to nobody else. You just need to know who you are. And once you know who you are, you could build from there. And your confidence will always stay the same no matter what anybody has to tell you, no matter what it is. You're gonna stay yourself. Yeah.
All right. As we let you go, Will, anybody want to shout out as we let you go?
Hey man, I know it's somebody I want to shout out. Hold on, let me think. Hey, shout out Mo, my photographer. Hey, shout out Coach Bills too. That's my wide receiver coach. And shout out Coach Vance.
Oh man.
100%.
All right, man. Appreciate you,
All right.
Will.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what's up?
What up? Mr. Big Time.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, man. Tell me how good it feel, man, to be in this spot,
Yeah,
man.
it feels great, man. It's a blessing. Dream to being here, and I'm finally here, so it's great.
100%, man. I want to talk just a little bit, Chris, just with Journeyman, man. I went over and seen you boys in the spring, and I was like, yo, that dude right there is a ball player. And I've always been impressed with your effort, your technique, how coachable you are. So just for those that don't know you, Chris, let's talk about just how you look and you view the game and how you prepare.
You said, how do I prepare?
Yeah, how you view and prepare. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So really just over the spring, over the summer, just been getting a whole lot of training. Always working out with my coaches, getting work out to practice, always hitting and working with my teammates every time. So we always ready. So that's got me ready. So just everything the coaches have put in me.
For sure.
got me here.
And then for you, kind of, when did you know like you could be special in this? When did you know that you could be elite in the sport of football?
I feel like I really do that at the end of my junior season. I feel like I really had like for my first time playing DB, I feel like I had a solid season, and then it just when that January came, I started to pick up some traction. That's when I really knew like I'm really that I can do this. So that's when I knew.
What's been the best game you've ever played in your life?
Best game I ever played in my life.
Yeah.
Let me think. Best game.
Yes, sir.
I say I feel like North Carolina last year. I feel like best
Okay.
every game.
Walk me
Sure.
through it.
So shut down number one receiver, has 0 catches on me. It just I feel like 100% game. You know, it's one of the best games for me.
100%. Okay. And I'm asking more if I throw it to Bacon. So talk to me about Louisville, man. We know about head coach Jeff Braun. We know about obviously the coaching staff, man. But what made that the right fit for you? Why did you decide to become a Cardinal?
One thing I feel like made the right fit is I know my Coach Ellis. He's made like a lot of production, sending DBs to league. I seen that, and then also I seen the DBs play. I feel like they really fit into it, my play style, what I can do, and also the DBs he put in the league, like Corey Thornton. I feel like they match up to like my body type, what I can do. So I can just like I can see me as like in them, like I can just see me like doing what they do, getting to where they getting, and like he's showing me like that I can do it, like his blueprint, all that.
For sure. What do you think makes you a special corner, if you had to say, a defensive back?
I feel like what makes me a special corner is my speed. I keep up with anybody, and on the line, I feel like I'm real patient, and I'm not scared to tackle at all. And then I feel like I'm always getting to the ball too, always.
Last one for me, I'm gonna throw it to Bacon. Who do you like? You talk about Corey Thornton, you talk about some of the guys from Louisville that have been to the league. Who do you like to watch personally when you have time? On YouTube, who you kind of model your game after?
I say Zaire Alexander. I say
I
that's
knew
the
you were
main
gonna say
person.
that. I knew you was gonna say that.
Yes, sir.
Went to Louisville and everything. I knew he was gonna say that.
Oh yeah.
I know the vibes.
Yes, sir. But it's been that though. Even before I got to like sign with him, committed, it was always him. It just made it even better that that's the school he went to. Now I'm going, so I just love it.
Nice.
Sir.
What made you want to tackle as a DB?
What made me want to tackle? I don't want them to get nowhere else. I gotta stop the play. Can't let my teammates down. Let them get anywhere else. So I'm gonna go stop it.
100%. Talk about your personality, or not? Just talk about your mindset and personality as a player.
I feel like my mindset, I got to get it done, and I'm the best player out there. I keep myself calm. When I make a big play, I go celebrate, and straight back to a chill mindset, get ready for the next game. And then what was the other question? My bad.
Personality.
I'm like, I'm a cool, funny guy to be around. You know, I feel like I lift up my teammates every time. They need something from me. They know they can call me. You know, so I feel like I'm a great person.
100%. Where did you get those characteristics from to be that person? Like you said, somebody can rely on, somebody can call when it's the last resort. Where did you get that from?
Where did I get that from?
Yes, sir.
I feel like I got it from like everybody that's been around me. Like I know like there's people they always tell me if you need something, call me. I call them and they're always there for me. So I feel like I just gained that from them. It's like I want to help people. If they need my help, I got you because I know people help me. So I'm going to other people that need my help.
That's big, brother's keeper, man. What's some things that you're gonna miss about? I'm saying the Brookwood, but miss about Brookwood, man.
Man, I'm gonna miss everything. I'm gonna miss just my teammates. That's what they're my brothers. I've been with them 4 years, 3 years, however long. I've been with them, and it's just I miss the coaches.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm just playing with all them. Yeah. You only get to do this one time, so I'm just grateful I got to do it with them.
Absolutely. To flip the switch, you know what I mean? Sounds like you're an early enrollee. What are you most looking forward to, in January?
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to getting that playbook, getting my body right, and just trying to get in early. That's it. Trying to make an impact wherever I can.
Goals. What's your goals whenever you get to Louisville outside of just playing early?
My goals?
Yes, sir.
So goals, put on that weight first. Then I definitely want that starting spot. If anything, I want to go on that field, of course. And then, of course, I gotta keep my academics right. So that's another goal. Make sure stay on top of my grades and everything.
Man, you ready, bro? You ready? You know it's gonna
We
be a
ready.
rigorous. Them 5 a.m., 4:30s. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
The crazy weight room assignments.
Hey, yes, sir. Hey, they already got us prepared for it at Brookwood, so I'm ready for anything now.
That's a bet, man. I don't know if Najeh already asked you, man. This favorite memory.
Favorite memory?
Yes, sir.
Man, there's so many. I'm trying to think. Favorite memory. Yeah, I just gotta say, it gotta be the locker room memories. That's where everything go down. Man, those are my favorite memories. Always in the locker room, always just playing around with each other, just there for each other. It's great. Yeah, those are my favorite.
100%. Last thing for me, man. What would you say to your younger self that didn't know that you were going to be at this point right now?
I would say to my younger self, I would say just wait till time is coming and don't just close yourself off to one thing. Let yourself be open to many opportunities because you never know what's gonna happen.
That was powerful, bro. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Great. Hey, we appreciate you, Chris. We ain't gonna take no more of your time, man. Hey, I already know
All right,
you're
yes,
gonna
sir.
be at the next level. Appreciate you, man, and keep balling, bro.
Yes, sir. Of course, coach. Hey, Zayda. Are you live? What's up? Is it? All right, we good. That was it.
They gotta go out to eat and stuff. I'm sorry. I know I took too long, man.
You good, boss, man? Nah, we appreciate the three, man. That mean a lot, coach. We appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be
Definitely. Y'all doing a great job, man.
Appreciate
Y'all
you,
doing a great
coach.
job. I need to get back on here with y'all sometime. Talk a little ball, some
Soon.
recruitment.
Hey,
Yeah.
you got my number, so you welcome
Yeah.
anytime, coach. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
by
let's
there
set
during the
something up.
spring too.
Okay, bet. Appreciate you, man. Always.
All right, peace out, coach.
All right.
All right, man. Brookwood, man. There you have it, man. We got the man of the hour, man. He just
Yes,
hit
sir.
15K. We got to bring him on
15.
the show, man. 15K. Dukes, the scoop.
Yo,
What up? What's going on, family?
what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to see you, brother.
Well, y'all boys got recruiter-thon going on, ain't it? I looked up there. I said 5 hours. I said, "Well, hey man, y'all got some. Hey, well, y'all got something, boy."
Hey, we're trying to catch up to you, man. 15K. We're trying to bring my break.
Man, no, go catch Shannon Sharp.
Yeah. Really.
Go catch Shannon Sharp. Y'all got the potential to.
Appreciate you, coach. I mean,
I'll be
I've been saying coach all day.
OG, whatever you want to call it. I'm with it. I'm a big bro, coach, OG, you name it. I'm with it.
Appreciate you, brother.
But now I ain't gonna lie though, dudes. Though we got to get like a little. Not I don't want to copy their format, but we should get like a little this Saturday night. It's one of the nights that all work for us, man, and just chop it up, man. Just give our thoughts on the
Absolutely.
sports, you know what I'm saying? I think that shit will hit, you know.
Man, absolutely. Long as we, man, all we gotta do is be on the same page, man. We haven't done anything that missed.
Facts.
Not us being together. We have never. This combination is proven to work. So we just got to do more of it.
100%.
So I think I'm still getting views when y'all came on my on that pregame for this year, man. That mother went up.
That's crazy.
It did.
That's crazy, man. That's wild, man. Yeah, but nah, we're gonna definitely do that. So dudes, obviously, I know, man. You cover. You've done Auburn. You do obviously Colorado. Them the main two. Do you got another one? Those the main two, right?
Man, I do a little bit UGA. But towards the end of the season, I just focused on Auburn and Colorado to get my schedule right, and then top of the year, I'm gonna wait and see who goes where between LSU, Florida, and see how those staffs fill out and see who I know that'll be where. And so, because I think the most important thing is that when you do cover places, you want to have some sources. So I think just depending on how it shakes out, we remember we talked about doing Georgia Tech this year. Shout out to everybody over there with the Rambling Wreck. So I just think it's going to be important for me to find out who goes where before, but I'm definitely looking at doubling my output next year from going to 2 teams to 4.
There we go. Boom. All right, man. So let's start with Auburn first before we talk about this recruiting. We got to get your reaction, dudes. I know you did it on your channel, but what's your thoughts on this hire? I mean, I feel like Auburn fans have been kind of about it, but what do you think about Golish being the new, head coach for the Auburn Tigers?
I'll say this. I feel like Golish, one of the younger hires that Auburn has made, a ton of energy. I worked with some of his staff previously when they were at South Florida. They fear no one. They recruit as if they're not. I'll take you back. Do y'all remember when Fat Boy was committed to South Florida? Before he committed to FIU, his first commitment was to South Florida. So I think for them to have that type of evaluation early on, when nobody was on Fat Boy, now he was on fire in the city. We all knew, but nobody knew. But their evaluation has been really good. You look at the quarterback they evaluated, Byron Brown, and he's one of the few people who have ever had a 3,000-yard pass and 1,000-yard rushing season. So I think that their evaluation, one, is going to be really good because they got the most out of a little bit. Two, they operated as a Power 4 team in a group of 5 situation. So when you look at their coaching staff and the relationships that he has, the people that he was able to bring in, I think like even having a guy like Todd Orlando as your inside backers coach and your defensive coordinator, well, he actually called it at University of Texas, Austin. Plenty of experience. A guy like Cody Burns, he was the wide receiver coach at Auburn. He was also a wide receiver coach for the New Orleans Saints, also a wide receiver coach at University of Tennessee where they formed their relationship. So this wasn't just, it wasn't by accident that South Florida played Alabama as tough as they did 2 years ago, and then they ended up 9-3 this year. Now, what I think makes what makes this acquisition really good is the offense. So he runs that hyper system what Tennessee runs. Jerry Mack runs a little bit of it. Like you're watching everybody who runs this offense for the most part has had some sort of success. Wide option. You spread out your wide receivers as far as possible, and then you run the balls in space. That fits for what Auburn would like to do. If you got a quarterback with a cannon of an arm, it's even better. So I think as a college system, it doesn't really get much better than this. And as a play caller, he's been traditionally good. When you look at what he did at Tennessee, he went off the rails. He went crazy. That offense was monstrous. So the one problem that one problem that Auburn had this year was that they weren't playing complementary football because the offense couldn't move the ball. So by retaining Durkin, and there was a rumor at one point that Auburn was going to go after Joey Halzle at Tennessee to run that same system. Okay. Now, instead of getting Joey Halzle, you just get the guy who actually called it at Tennessee, who Heupel trusted enough. Heupel hasn't handed the reins over to Joey Halzle out already completely, but he definitely handed the reins over to Alex Golis. So for somebody that's going to bring in offense to an offensively starved team, I think this was a home run hire based on who was available. John Summerall was your 1A. That fell through. And I think this says a lot about the hierarchy. And the Auburn fans just have to, kind of deal with it. But right now, based on hierarchy, it told you what the hierarchy is in the SEC when it comes to who do you feel like is the better job. Lane Kiffin was 1A, okay? The number one coach in the cycle. That was between Florida and LSU. He didn't even give Auburn a chance, right? Okay? LSU gets Lane Kiffin. The next best guy was John Summerall. Auburn fans thought, everybody on the Auburn beat thought that John Summerall was coming to Auburn. Well, in the middle of the night or after they felt like it was a done deal, Florida, big boys Auburn, right? Okay, the next guy up was Alex Golis. Alex Golis was quote unquote committed to Arkansas. That news leaked a few days early. What does Auburn do? They go and they snatch up Alex Golis. Alex Golis beat out Ryan Silverfield for the Arkansas job. Well, guess who gets the Arkansas job? Ryan Silverfield. So the biggest three group of 5 jobs were, especially in the Southeast, Memphis, South Florida, Tulane. Those were the 3. They all landed SEC jobs. And then you look how South Florida even reloaded. They go get Brian Hartline, who some people felt like was a candidate for Penn State. So just so you can see in a vacuum, you look at it. Auburn got, if you're the third best job, you probably got the best guy that you can get considered in the industry. So I think it was a good match offensively. Now, another offensively minded head coach after Hugh Freeze, after Brian Harsin, after Gus Malzahn. But by having a guy that you consider to be your head coach in DJ Durkin, who a lot of people are saying right now went to sleep Saturday night thinking that he was Auburn's head coach, and in the middle of the night, this move happens. getting him to stay after he thought he was going to be the head coach and somebody that the fan base was in love with, that's an alpha move. So I like Alex Golesh already. Imagine being a manager somewhere, and then your first day on the job, everybody is saying your supervisor should have got the job. And you got a chance to bring in your own guy, or you got a chance to hire the guy who's already been there. 99% of people would bring in their own guy because you don't want to hear that, something goes wrong with you, that everybody's saying, he don't know what he doing. We should have hired that supervisor, all of that type stuff. Alex Golesh said, damn that, I'm going to get the best guy from the job. And I think that was an alpha move. So I think it's going to work out well for Auburn. We'll see. But one thing about it, he's going to put up points regardless of who stays and who goes. That offense is known. And if you just have SEC athletes, you will score points in the SEC.
And one quick follow-up, if I bring in Bacon, I just want to ask you defensively, because I watched a couple Auburn games this season. I felt like, Auburn actually has a defense where you can win football games. But Duke, you covered them more closely. So what was your assessment of the defensive play this year?
I thought it was good. DJ Durkin, he's one of those guys that you could characterize the defense by where the position specialty of the coordinator. So he's a linebacker guy. All right. Well, he gets the most out of his backers, and what he did this year was probably has the SEC Defensive Player of the Year in Xavier Atkins, a redshirt freshman, came from LSU, didn't really play a ton, brings him over. A lot of people thought he was undersized. 9.5 sacks from an off-ball position in the SEC is ridiculous. Led the SEC in tackles for loss. So he had that linchpin, and then he had aggressive corner. So when he wanted to send zero pressure, you have a guy like Jay Crawford, who y'all are really familiar with. You have a guy like Kayan Lee on the other side, who y'all are really familiar with. You're able to run that zero pressure in that defense, and they gave people fits all year long.
Yes, they did. Go ahead, Big. I'll throw it to you real quick. Ask about recruiting.
Yeah, I want to ask about. I got to start with the biggest elephant in the room. Cam Coleman. You know what I mean? I think being set to enter the transfer portal. You know what I mean? Obviously, the quarterback situation didn't work out. I know they're running with Ashton Daniels right now. Had a good game in the Iron Bowl, but just what's your intel on the Cam Coleman situation?
Well, every school in the country wants him, including Auburn. So you'll see. I think it's going to take quarterback money to keep him because on the open market, he's just outside of Jeremiah Smith. I don't think it's a question who the best wide receiver in the country is. But even if it is a question, he's in the options of that question. So I really feel like Auburn has a chance to keep him. They're doing everything they can. The overtures that the new staff is making, we'll see if they get home. But I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that he's going to the portal yet. But it's a very real possibility. So I think that's one of your biggest recruiting jobs. I don't know who you go after first. Do you go after Cam Coleman first? Do you go after Deuce Knight first? Do you go after Xavier Atkins first? Or do you go after Jay Crawford first? Or it's Kayan Lee first? They've got about 5 guys that you got to figure out that teams are salivating that could all potentially be $1 million guys if they leave Auburn. And if you look at guys like Cam Coleman, he's already a $1 million valuation guy according to On3. So I think what they'll do is evaluate, and then they're recruiting. But it's not a ton of evaluation you got to do on Cam Coleman. Can you imagine him in that offense just saying, all right, look, run a stop, run a go? Cam Coleman in one-on-one situations with a quarterback with a strong arm, easy money. So, but we'll see, because the one drawback to the Alex Golesh offense is that a lot of people say you don't run NFL style route tree. So it's like I said, there's a lot of goals and a lot of hitches. Now, I will say that Golesh hears the same thing, and I think he will provide more routes because nobody will hear an offense. Nobody will hear rumblings and not take any credence to them, not take any heed to what NFL players or NFL scouts and front office guys are saying. So I think that's going to be a real concern, and I believe Cam Coleman will voice that concern, and Auburn will have to come with an adjustable plan for Cam Coleman and potentially Eric Singleton as well. We didn't even talk about E. Singleton, but they've got Eric Singleton on the other side, Malcolm Simmons. So you got an embarrassment of riches at wide receiver, the one with the most potential right now. I mean, you still got Sam Turner at this point. I mean, Sam Turner went crazy in fall camp. You still got Derek Smith from Selma, Derek Duke Smith, who people feel like could be the most athletic guy on the entire roster. So let's say you lose Cam Coleman. Yes, he's a big loss, but you got that wide receiver room, top to bottom, may have been outside Ohio State. They may have been the most talented in the entire country. They got 4 1s. So it's so if I'm Alex Golesh, you said a hard you make a very very competitive offer for Cam Coleman, and if it doesn't work out, it just doesn't work out.
That's a good point. Being an Auburn alumni, you probably know how deep their pockets are better than us. But what's your thoughts on Deuce Knight as well now transition to Colorado?
I think, man, Deuce Knight is the future. He's a future Heisman winner in the right system. There are some guys that could never win a Heisman, no matter how hard they try. But I think definitely he's a guy who has Heisman potential. You saw that in the Mercer game. Now a lot of people say, "Well, that's Mercer." Well, it's Mercer's played a ton of people at this level that did, and they didn't give up 6 touchdowns to anybody. They played Bama the year before, like they played Auburn before. So, and that's a lot of Power 4 guys on that defense. So, yeah, man, I just think Deuce Knight's potential is out of the roof. You can see what he could do, how strong his arm is, and then his running ability. He looks like a young Cam Newton. So, and he's going to continue to fill out. So I think they have an opportunity to keep Deuce Knight, but it just depends because they also have Byron Brown, who I would be thinking wouldn't mind coming to Auburn. And I have heard that they feel like there are a lot of people who are on that South Florida team that helped them win games that could play at Auburn to help them win games again that already know the system. So I think it's just going to be an interesting watch, but I don't think there are many more gifted quarterbacks in the country than Deuce Knight.
Real quick, Bacon, before we move on, just Deuce, we ain't gonna go into too much in depth, but just your thoughts on this class. I think it's according to 247, it's 54. Just quick thoughts on the 2026 class for Auburn.
I mean, if you get Jace Matthews, then you could probably end up in the top 30s. For a transition class, I don't think it's a horrible job. I would have liked to see more offensive line work from this class, but I think they'll be going offensive line heavy in the transfer portal. But Jacquez Wilkes was a really big get who could do a lot of different things. Tootle Jr., he Shadarius Tootle and his brother Shadrick. Shadrick was a JUCO guy. Tootle was committed to Georgia for the majority of the year. He was committed to Auburn first, flipped to Georgia, came back to Auburn. So I think what DJ Durkin wants to do in this defense, you got 2 linchpins, so you know you're going to be strong defensively. Deshaun Spencer, who was committed to Duke, a Saraland guy, it really explosive, like a little baby Ryan Williams, and I think that's high praise, right? But for who he was to this year's team, that's who you would compare him to. Really smooth route runner, really silky in his game. I think that was a good get. Parker Pritchett is a mammoth kid. You can see him developing up to a 325-pound guard, really strong. Wayne Henry gives you Honey Badger vibes. The only reason that he's ranked the 3 stars because of his height, but I think he plays way bigger than his size. DeMarcus Broughton and Rice Bush were 2 guys who came from South Florida. They were committed to South Florida, and people that the coaching staff felt like they got steals on. And I trust their evaluation because they had 2 other guys who were committed to Auburn. Kentrell White from was it Carver? Where's Kentrell White at? Carver, Atlanta?
I think so.
And then not Carver. What's the new school for Grady? What was Grady? Midtown, boom. Kentrell White was the tight end who was previously committed. They decided to go with DeMarcus Broughton, and Peyton Falzone was a 4-star quarterback who was previously committed to Penn State that flipped to Auburn. They like their guy better. So that's and I think you're going to see some of the transfer portal decisions are going to mimic this or some of these decisions where you see guys who are committed to South Florida come to Auburn and guys who are previously committed to Auburn go elsewhere. So overall with the class, this is a transition class. It could have been ranked higher, but they're trusting their evaluation, and we'll see if they're right or wrong.
Period. Go ahead.
You still got Jace Matthews, who's committed to make his decision in the next couple of days, who's the number 1 receiver in the country.
That's big. Terrence Love under that Auburn, Colorado umbrella now, obviously into the transfer portal. I know you got the details, brother.
Yeah, man. Just a big physical, fast safety. Hasn't had the opportunity to show what he can do on the field. Had some injuries this year again, so He's back in the point. I don't want to say again, this is probably the most injured he's been in a while. Just a tough break in Colorado, so I'm looking for a fresh start. So somebody's going to get a heck of a ball player with high IQ and great athleticism.
100%. Just you I don't know if you broke the news, but that's where I got my intel from. I'm always tapping to Dukes to Scoop podcast. The information about Tyler Atkinson. Has there been any more progression to that storyline since you talked about it on the podcast?
To my Atkinson?
Yes, sir.
Now Texas shut that down, man. Shout out to Vic, man. Shout out to Tyler. Texas shut it down early, man. I think recently Georgia and Tennessee were making a run at him late. But Tyler Atkinson definitely stayed with Texas. I think he did sign already today. So, man, just a great family, man, a great story when you follow his entire story where, he was an edge rusher first, moved into that role as an off-ball backer, and he's going to be a guy that I think can help Texas from day one. Just a great family. Shout out to Vic, great father. He has a sister that's really successful as well. So, great family and glad to see them going as hard as they are for Tyler, and I'm just looking forward to see what he does in the future at Texas.
100% OG. As we transition into Colorado, the recruiting class, what's your thoughts on where it stands right now?
I think Colorado, what they did better than anything was they weren't really good at linebacker this year, and what they did was go get 2 day one potential starters at linebacker. You guys are super familiar with Rodney Colton. He's had a grown man body since he's been in 8th grade, 9th grade. And so I think that he's going to be physically prepared for the rigors of playing linebacker and power forward football for day one. As long as he can pick it up on the board, I think he'll be fine. Carson Crawford is a guy who was a 3-star the entirety of the year. And then people started to see him play, looked at his size, looked at his ability, and said, okay, this is a guy. So he ends up being a 4-star. And I think that's defensively, that's probably where you needed the most help. Christian Ward, who has a brother who also plays, another 2 really good pickups. Xavier Payne was somebody who was committed to Florida State, 6'7", 320 pounds. This is not the class that's going to make people feel like, oh my God, things are changing. I think the transfer portal is their focus. And Coach Prime will say that they want guys who they feel like can play day one. You look at last year's class with Alex McPherson out of IMG and London Mayer also out of IMG. They play extensively as freshmen, so they're looking for guys. And you're going to be asked to play early. If you look at the majority of their class, they play early, and so I think these are all guys who they feel like that can help them year one, regardless of the rankings. They took I believe it was like 10 or 11 guys at the most. But these are guys who they feel like have the size and ability to come help them. Preston Ashley is a dog. That's another guy who reminds me. We always talk about the honey badger when we talk about undersized safeties, but I just think he's more of a Antoine Winfield. He's a guy, Antoine Winfield, senior or junior, actually, both of them about the same size. But he's a guy who can do a little bit of everything. Played corner down there in Mississippi. Every challenge that he took on, he went crazy. Ole Miss tried to keep him late. And so I think those top 3 guys defensively, when you look at where Colorado needed the most help this year, it was defensively. They gave up a ton of yards in the run. These are 3 guys who can all communicate and that can help you next year in an immediate fashion. So I think while this isn't going to be the class that, is going to be talked about on recruiting shows, it's a class that's going to help Colorado. And you wish that it could be a little more robust, but at the end of the day, they have a game plan of what they want to do, and I think it's going to be heavily transfer portal influenced this year.
100%. Last thing, I'll throw it back to Najeh. You always breathe a breath of fresh air into the Colorado faithful. Why they should continue to follow the team intensively as you do. But I'm saying this year, Julian Lewis is going to have the ball in his hands, for lack of better words, to run the offenses. What would you say to breathe optimism to any naysayers about this upcoming season for the Buffs?
I just think you got to stay tuned. With the transfer portal, you're only a year away. You look at what Texas Tech did last year, and the portal giveth and the portal taketh away. Watch. So a perfect example, Arkansas beat Texas Tech last year in a bowl game by a lot. All right, this year Texas Tech is in the playoffs, and Arkansas staff got fired in Game 5. So the difference is, what did Texas Tech do in the transfer portal, and what did Arkansas do? Texas Tech went and had the number 1 transfer portal class and got direct results instantly. They didn't go steal a bunch of players from UGA or Ohio State. They went and got guys who had played a lot of football from the ACC, from Group of 5, from Big 12. And they've got guys at key positions. They got the pass rusher from Stanford. They got the defensive lineman from UCF. They got guys at key positions to help you that had played a lot of football. And now you're looking at the number 4 team in the country. So if Colorado nails it in the transfer portal, then they can be right back where they need to be, and they have the most important part of any team, which is a signal caller. Julian Lewis gave you a glimpse of what he can be, but given a whole offseason of being the guy, I think you'll see a totally different Juju Lewis. And you guys know, when have the lights ever been too bright for Juju? Not one time since he's picked up a football. Little League, even Peachtree Elite 707 with Parlay. Like he's always been the same Juju. I call him a cyborg, like a football cyborg. You're not gonna get a ton of emotion. What you're gonna get is somebody who's gonna go out there and kill you softly. And I think now, what's the most dangerous part about Juju is he's finding that voice among men. So we saw him develop his voice among high school players, but now, he's got guys that he has to tell where to go who got kids. 2 and 3 year olds. 24. You could be a 24-year-old guy. And you're looking at an 18-year-old telling you what to do, and now he's becoming more confident in that role. So if I had any silver lining for the dark cloud that was the 2025 season in Colorado, I'd say, man, the maturation and development of Julian Lewis.
This is why you tune into Dukes School Podcast to get the justice and news. But I'm going to throw back to Najeh.
So, Duke, question for you. They obviously got, just real quick back on the recruiting class, they got Christian Ward, who obviously was formerly Walton, went to IMG. But then his brother, he ended up reclassing, and he committed also to Colorado. Just what's your thoughts on him? Maybe the position he'll play at the next level.
When you got a guy who can do 2 things well, I think it comes down to NOTB, like in the business where what they say, needs of the business, right? So I think where his need is, because he's more of getting his brother a year early kind of gives you like I don't want to say like a free card or a wild card, but that's how you kind of got to look at him, because they weren't even expecting to get him. When that decision was made, it was like, okay, cool. We got a guy that we weren't even expecting who could be a year away, but the guy's coming to college. He's coming to college football because he's available, because he's ready. He didn't play at Wee Tech. He played at IMG. Like they play the best in the country, and he played a lot. So I think by being able to get a guy like Alex early really helps you. So we'll see. The reclass kind of surprised me, to be honest. But when you go back, and you read the tea leaves, it probably was in the mix the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Great point. Great point. All right, that's the recruiting class. So you talked about kind of the dark cloud. What's kind of that silver lining for them? I want to go real quick through just the defensive side of the ball. Tell me what's going on there. They obviously lost, their linebacker that was really good last year. He went to obviously Alabama, and lost some pieces that didn't hit the portal. Just what's the silver lining on defense? Is the trenches still kind of the strength? Tell me what's going on defensively that they can hang their hat on.
I don't know, bro. They you know what? London Mayer, Alex McPherson, the young guys. You saw the young ends really play well. Brandon Davis Swain, who was a redshirt freshman, he played well as well. So I would say those 3 guys are what you want to build around. And Tawfiq Bayard, the transfer from South Florida, the younger brother of NFL All-Pro Kevin Bayard. Those are the guys that you would make the cornerstones of your defense. But if you hear, there are a lot of spaces in between. I named 4 players, and you got to field 11. So they're looking to go get starters at every level of the defense. So this is going to be more of the year 1 rebuild than it is the year 3 transition. So look for a ton of transfer portal activity. But I think the good thing this year is that I talked to a guy, really a high-ranking front office guy. Matter of fact, the highest-ranking front office guy, one of them. And he said, look, Coach Prime is doing it. Like, nope, there's not going to be you won't see a guy that Coach Prime doesn't put his eyes on. There's not going to be a guy that Coach Prime ain't talking to. Coach Prime is doing it. And I think last year with his sickness, with everything he had going on with his family, from Shador being, all the Shador drama. What we could just leave it there. Trying to get his other son in the NFL and making sure that he had everything that he needed. Running him being like a uncle or a surrogate father or another father, additional father. Let me say that. I don't want to disrespect his dad, but Travis, but being like a father figure to Travis Hunter as well. That's a toll that they could take on you. Not even to mention, his daughter, his first grandchild, got baby daddy drama with Jacquees. Like he had a crazy year, and so I think now balancing it and saying, you know what, my love is the game, and you heard him in his last press conference that said, I'm going to get this right if it's the last thing that I do. And to hear that from a guy who's almost taken his last breath multiple times, it lets you know the commitment that he's making. Where towards the end of the season, he was sleeping in his office. So he's at the point where he's trying to figure it out. Right now, they're figuring out the offense. I can say that there are offensive coordinator interviews going on right now. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they put it together, because one thing we know about Coach Prime, never been a loser, and if he has lost, he ain't lost long. So this is one of those things that we'll see. Look, right now, the roster doesn't look like it's built to win. So this is one of those immovable force versus unstoppable force versus immovable object type deals. We're gonna see what's stronger, Coach Prime's will to win or the ground they have to make up on the roster.
That's a great point. Dudes, I want to ask, you've been following Coach Prime for a while, man. Why do you, you probably know the answer, I probably know the answer, but why do you think the media give him so much hate? Like, I'm seeing some ridiculous stuff like, oh, Coach Prime should be out after 1 year, 3-9. Like, he's literally turned around that roster. I know he has to do it again, but like where he's taken where Colorado is compared to where it was before he came, like what are we talking about?
Right. Yeah, at the end of the day, sometimes confidence can be mistaken as arrogance, and nobody likes arrogant people, especially insecure people. And so I think it doesn't bother me because, I like to see people pop their you know what, as they say, right? I like to see people, I like a little high step down the sideline. I like to see when the kids hit the box, you know what I mean, every now and then. But because at the end of the day, when you hit the box, you got to defend again. Yep. And then somebody gets to spin the football on you if they make a catch. So I think sometimes people say, well, they don't, a lot of people don't, think about the media, right? Now, think about when you go in those press box offices or you go to those after game and you look at your colleagues and you say, bro, have you ever thought to yourself, and I don't want to sound this the wrong way, but you ever looked around and said, well, I may not be what do we have in common besides loving football and writing about it? I'm not sure if there are a lot of people that write for a reason. And I'm not saying this about anybody I know, but sometimes people write because they don't want to be in front of the camera because being in front of the camera seems to be too much for them. Or there are guys in front of the camera who never picked up a football because picking up that football probably would have been too much for them. So, but this is a safe space because you know what? You can be whoever you want to be behind a computer screen. You can be whoever you want to be behind your pen. And so sometimes that confidence can offend people. And I think that's really that's all it is. You got to think about it, man. Coach Prime been cutting the food since. The man had MC Hammer on the sideline. Them folks in Too Legit to Quit video. This man been doing it. He been popping it like he from Atlanta since he got to it. That was it. That was like the match made in heaven, man. Think about this. Coach Prime was had Atlanta lit like Mike Vick playing defense. You know what I'm saying? It was crazy. And you look at some of the sound bites that he's had. So, and I think some of that man, confidence and that thin line between confidence and arrogance, if I had to put it on one thing, why, if Coach Prime doesn't have sound bites, then he doesn't have all the fans that he has, but then he also doesn't have, all the haters either. So I think, it's just one of those give and take things. The media was going off this year, and there were some guys who cover Colorado who were it was dang, I thought y'all was supposed to be for Coach Prime. And I said, look, if it's anybody who built the handle is Coach Prime, you got to think. This man was going around he was literally catching picks and high stepping from the 40-yard line. Bro, who does that? So, right. But if you don't want him to high step, then what you got to do? Not throw picks. So the same thing. If Coach Prime doesn't want this negative energy around his building, then what does he have to do? Win football games. And he knows that. So that's why I don't never really feel bad. Be yeah, Jason Whitlock is another story, but I ain't gonna say that on this show. That man is a different story now.
I already know it.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna put that on y'all. Very, very peaceful and great setup that you guys have here.
I appreciate it. Okay. That makes sense. I appreciate that perspective, Duke. So obviously we know about these two teams, what they need to do. So I'll throw a general question. What's been your overall thoughts? Let's talk this a little bit. I know you've been following it, just college football playoff. Do you think Duke needs to be in expansion to 16? Do you think the 12 is good? Like, what's been your thoughts about the committee? Like, what's your overall thoughts about this whole system?
Man, I mean, when you go to 16, you're gonna be the 24. When you go to 20, like it just has to be. It'll never stop.
Right.
You know? And next thing you know, you're gonna have a NCAA tournament of 64 teams. Because if you go to 16, then you go look. Like, let's say you go to 16, and you go look at the top 16, 17 gonna be upset. Oh, I would have done a better job than 16. I would have done a better job than 15 or 14. I think 12 is good. I mean, we did it with 4 for a long time, so 12 is good. And then I just think that it's too, like, the more you add, the more football you have to add, and the more wonky college football gets. You gotta look at it. Coaches leaving in the middle of the season because they're scared of the transfer portal. They're not even able to coach in the playoffs. That's wild. That's insane. But it's about the scheduling and trying to fit too much football in too little space. Because once again, college football does have to, make concessions for the NFL, right? They have to figure out their way around that. So, I think 12 is good. They need before you move to 16, you need to perfect 12.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point. I think too, to your point, Deuce, they need to restructure the calendar too while we at it. I mean, calendar is terrible. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, move. And I was saying, like, you got the signing day in February. Okay, cool. Wait till after the season is over. That's like January. You know what I'm saying? And then move the transfer portal a little bit after signing day.
Right.
Why they can't do that? Yes. You know what I'm saying? The NFL season's over with. You know what I'm saying? At that point, they didn't have their Super Bowl. That's perfect because then that leads right up to spring ball. Then you know what you got. Bring them in, practice. They make it so difficult. I don't know why they won't just do it like that.
Hey, man, you know what they say, man. Common sense ain't common.
That's a good point, brother. Common sense ain't common.
Yep.
Oh, man, that's true. Who's been a surprise team for you this year, you would say?
Texas Tech. I when you go back, I just didn't think they would be able to play at that level. Even with the pickups they made, nobody was like a world beater at a top tier team. But they really evaluated the hell out of their pickups, and they went crazy, man. They added it to what they have, and now they're a viable playoff team. Like, Texas Tech will win it all. Do not let them win it all, because it's going to be like it's going to be Armageddon in college football if a transfer portal team wins it. And they were the number one transfer portal team. If they win it, man, it could be very bad for high school football.
Oh boy. Okay. Duke's the school, but obviously the fair warning sign. So don't let Texas Tech win it.
Yeah, y'all let Texas Tech win. I'm telling you, because when you look at a team, a lot of the top teams still put a ton of emphasis on high school recruiting. And Texas Tech does now as well. But what they've told everybody is you better find the bag. It's direct. Like, you think LaDamian Guyton was thinking about Texas Tech a year ago?
No, bro.
Come on, bro.
No.
They went and got like a top offensive lineman. I forget his name. And then they go get
Felix Ojo.
Yep. They get a top O lineman. Then come back, get LaDamian Guyton. And now they're finna go crazy in the portal again. Yeah, right, bro.
Right. And then got Guyton to reclass.
And got in the reclass. Yeah, bro. Like, man. And I'm just not saying it's just money. But, man, I ain't saying it ain't either. You feel me? I ain't saying it's just a bag, but I'm not saying it ain't.
Nah, that's facts. Yeah.
Right.
Nah, that's facts. Nah, go ahead. I know, Bacon, you had a question, so I'll put you back in.
Oh, good. I was just we already talked about the Falcons. It don't sound like Cleveland trying to keep my boy trying to keep my boy Shador in Cleveland. So I just want to ask you, Dukes, is it time to dump Penix, or not even Penix? Is it time to dump Kurt Pitts to Cleveland for the Golden Boy Shador Sanders?
Man, I don't know, bro. Man, I don't know. I don't know what it's time for in Atlanta, man. It might be. You know what it's time for in Atlanta?
What?
Basketball season.
That's facts. That's facts.
That's what
Dylan
it's time
Johnson
for.
skating upside.
Man, the folk, man, boy, they made me take the helmet out the background, boy. I'm so sick of them folks, man. I don't know if y'all see on Instagram. My son go viral once a week. Every time they lose, yeah, bro.
Yeah,
crazy, bro. I'm so sick of them folks, man. I love them to death, man. It's like a love-hate relationship. I know I'm a pain freak, for sure. I never thought about I had any type of fetish or anything, but I got to be a pain freak to love the Falcons the way I do, because they do this junk every year. It's the And I got people over there, man, that I really care about, man. I got some folks in that front office that have been really good to me. I can't hold it no more. I can't. Sorry. What is this? What is this? Like, literally, even though he was the backup, he was still he's still $100 million quarterback that we gave him the money. We said, come on with it. Usually I don't say, that man 30-something. I can say what I want to say now. He rich for life. You know what I'm saying? He ain't no kid. That man getting 100 M's. Yeah, man. Yeah. Man, look, if I would have known that, bro, I would have talked. If I knew you was going to ask me about the Falcons, I'd have talked about therapists first.
That's real.
I'd have talked about therapists before I came on here. Yeah, Falcons do you any kind of way, man. You get to talking about the Falcons, you hear that. Now, I know I already got a strong accent. You hear that Atlanta come out of me, you start talking about them Falcons, boy.
You go from the Falcon to the Falcon real quick.
Man, what? Yeah, man, please, man, get them folks up out of here, man. Man. When Trae Young come back?
Nah, that's another topic. Jalen Johnson, Nikhil Alexander, they doing their thing. Will Trae Young mess up that flow when he come back? I like Trae.
Man, I tell you, only reason I say you got to have Trae on that team because it ain't nobody you can trust to get their own shot with in the last 20 seconds. I went to the Hawks Pistons game a couple weeks ago, and it ain't Reece Sachet, it ain't Dyson Daniels, it ain't Jalen Johnson does a lot well, but if you need a bucket and you just need to throw the ball, like Alexander Walker is probably your best threat, and I would go, I would take my chances with Trae Young over him in the last, I don't know, 20 seconds or the last 10 seconds you need a shot. So that's why I think his ability to be clutch is why I would say that you got to find a way to implement Trae Young back in there, because who can get their own shot?
That's a good point.
But that defense, man, yeah, you can tell the difference in the defense, right? So Trae just has to play. He's almost got to play complementary defense. Like, you lose a lot when you defensively when you bring him back. Now, what can you get for Trae Young? I mean, if you can go get there was a time when people wouldn't have traded. Now, this is so long ago, but after Trae Young and the took the Hawks to the playoffs and went crazy in New York, there was some people that was like Trae Young for Anthony Edwards, and people was like, "Nah, I want to trade." And they didn't know Ant-Man was that yet. Man, it ain't a lot of folks in Atlanta. Period. I wouldn't trade for Anthony Edwards right now. I mean, they can have a mayor, anybody on the Braves except for Acuna. Shoot, they can get the entire Falcons franchise. You can take all of them. We'll start over. We'll just move Georgia up. Like, take them. The Bulldogs will go to the NFL, and then we'll just let that be that. But yeah, it ain't a lot of folks in the world I wouldn't trade to bring Anthony Edwards to Atlanta. But since that's a pipe dream, man, I definitely think that you got to get the most out of Trae Young.
That's right. Possibly should have let him go for what's my man name and with the Newnan in San Antonio. Was that UConn?
Tomorrow, Steph Castle.
Steph. LaMelo Ball, he stays hurt too much to trade him for Trae, but we'll see.
Man, one person, I know Minnesota wouldn't do this, but I wouldn't mind letting him go for a guy like Nas Reed, somebody who can help, and just let the chemistry that he had with you got to get somebody who can get buckets and play some defense. Because I think the Atlanta Hawks have proven this year that they want to play team ball. They rotating the ball like hell. Now, you still have the problem of who's your closer, but it's just hard to find closers in the NBA. It just is.
Nah, very true. You don't think we're too heavy in the front court? You got Onyeka, you still got Ace Newell only getting 5 minutes off the bench.
Yeah, he just ain't ready.
Okay.
I think I don't think you can ever have too many big men. It's like having too many offensive linemen. You need them. Because at the end of the day, when it comes down to when you look at the teams that have been successful and who won the championship, they've been able to defend the paint. So as long as you defend the paint, you got a chance to win. Because if you're gonna outshoot us, okay, but you got to do that 4 out of 7 games. So if it ain't Steph Curry, I just don't see it.
100%. Let me get to top. It's top 5 Atlanta athletes all time.
Prime, Neat, Hank Aaron, Julio, and man, I think I'm gonna go. You want to just keep it a buck, bro? They had to play for Atlanta or just from Atlanta?
Yeah, we might with a stiffer place. We got Julio in it.
Yeah. All right, so we say play for Atlanta. I'll probably go. I want to go Vic. Yeah, I go Vic.
All right, folks, got to.
Yeah. So what I said Vic, Julio,
Hank Aaron,
Hank
Aaron, Vic, Julio, Neat, Hank Aaron,
Prime.
Yeah, 5. Yeah, I take them 5. But I think honorable mention, man. You got to put Matt Ryan in there for what he
did. Yeah.
You got. I mean, he did it for so long, bro. And then I think basketball wise, shoot, man, Deke had a really good run. The Kim Mutombo had a really good run in Atlanta. I can't put him in the all-time list, but he had a really good run. And shoot, man, honorable mention. But man, Calvin Johnson, bro, what he did at Georgia Tech was insane.
That's tough. That's
Yep.
tough. Where does Acuna fall in his early career?
Man, one of the best ever early. We're just gonna see how. I just don't see him being able to stay here. Like somebody gonna come pay him what he worth because he already took the discount already.
Yeah.
They signed him and Ozzy to them crazy deals early on, underpaid him. Got the most out of him. It's only fair that he goes to get that big $300, $400, $500, $600 million deal with how talented he is. And shoot, man, for whatever reason, man, the Braves be doing weird. Like, bro, the Braves be pissing me off too, man. Excuse my language, man, but dog, it's a hard time to be an Atlanta sports fan right now. And then the one team that I could have counted on if I'd have stuck with them was UGA, and I go to Auburn. But crazy, bro. Because like the Braves, literally, if you keep Max Fried, if you keep Dansby Swanson, if you keep Freddie Freeman, and keep them with the team that you have, bro, you win the World Series, bro. We probably would have won 3 if you keep all of them.
Exactly.
Now you got a problem. You still haven't fixed your problem at shortstop. Matt Olson is a 1 year up, 1 year down kind of guy. He had an up year last year. He's gonna be down this year. It's the metrics. He's never been consistent, and he's never been a 300 hitter. So you go with you go what they call it 3 main outcomes, which now is like strikeout, home run, or walk. Like that, those are the metrics. None of that has anything to do with batter average except for taking your batting average away. So for a guy who can hit for power and average like Freddie Freeman, when you win the World Series, you go get rid of everybody who got you there. Like that was the craziest thing in the world to me. So I don't got no sympathy for him, bro.
You speaking of the Braves, you got an update on Ian Anderson. I haven't seen too much. I know he was trying to come back at the beginning of the year.
Over with. Yeah, I think I believe they traded even Ian Anderson last year. If I ain't mistaken, I'll tell you went right quick. My Google worked fast.
Nah, I agree, man. The Braves, man, when they let go of Freddie, that was it. I knew that was something in the tea leaves. And then Dansby going to Chicago, which I understood. He masked it with saying, I want to go play for the team. My granddad grew up watching, but we all knew the Braves didn't want to pay him.
Yeah, the Braves didn't want to pay him, bro. Yeah, he a free agent, bro.
Free agent.
Yeah, Ian Anderson. Like, he never really recovered. He played with the Angels last year, but he was out after them injuries. But yeah, he was with the Angels last year. Now it may be over for him.
Hey.
Yeah, bro.
It's tough. Well, now you got anything for Unc, man?
Nah, man, I didn't want to hold up too much of his time. I know Duke's be busy, man. Just want him to talk the talk, man. Come on the show. It's always a pleasure having him on, man. Nah, I ain't had too much, man. Appreciate your time, Dukes.
Man, appreciate y'all, man. Y'all keep going. Proud of y'all, boy.
Yes, sir, man. We'll be in touch.
All right, for sure.
For sure. All right, man. Dukes the scoop, man. Best in the business, man. Best in the business, man. But that was him and his take on the show, man. Bacon. We are at 6 hours.
25 minutes, buddy. How you feeling?
I'm feeling better than ever.
I thought you'd be like, I'm feeling tired.
Nah, man, I said I had to run. Went outside. I had to move the vehicle. My dude was trying to get out. You know what I'm saying? I had to recharge. On Christmas Street.
Nothing wrong with that.
Man, I ain't heard nothing, bro.
Penny Creek, everybody, they in the chat asking about laddering, man.
I'm already knowing, man. What's the word on me? Like, we trying to, hey, man, well, listen, that's Jimmy. I've been on this beat. All right, we'll see, man. We'll see what's going on, man. I just reached out. I sent Dana the link this morning. He's like, cool, bet.
Perry hit me up. She said it was at 4:30, but I think everybody been running behind today, from what I heard. So even like Brookwood ran behind some too. So he said everybody going out to go eat. So I don't know, man. Let me look up this Jordan Carter situation because everybody keep asking me. He posted already had signed, right?
I don't know. I see they live right now. I'm tapped in on DC. It's live right now.
On IG?
Yeah, what? It look like Andy. Who's this? Yeah, it's on IG. Douglas County Instagram Live.
Okay, I see it.
I know. They're saying this Jamar. Yeah, this Jamar. He going to Indiana.
Yeah, Domo said he was going to try to go out there and go see that one.
Solid, man. I just let you know about the South Side, man. Solid individuals. Shout out to Jamar Owens, man. One of the most realest young men down to earth.
What did you when you hit up Coach Latimer, what did he say?
Yeah, man. That's what I just said. That's what I just hit. He said, 1 second. Y'all doing last thing we talked about, y'all doing all the kids are only Amari. I said
all of them.
Yeah, pretty much. I said Danny Greenhouse, Evan Harvey, and Chase Usher. And I sent him the link this morning with the details. Haven't heard anything back.
Did you send him the new link though? Because you know that one was fucked up. Remember?
Good call.
What's going on, Will? We trying to find out now, brother. We hitting them up now.
What? If I didn't close that live from this morning.
I told that was, bro, your morning live was jumping. I seen like 20 people in there on the live, bro.
Yeah, I ain't see it, man.
Yo, that stuff was jumping.
As soon as I closed, I put it on my phone. I said, you know what I mean?
Right,
then I was going to interview Coach Witt. Huh?
No, go ahead. What you say?
Nah, I was going to interview Coach Witt too.
You should have. We could put all that in there, bro. Signing day.
Yeah,
all
man,
that stuff. They eat up that content, bro. They want to know.
Our rookie mistake, man.
Nah, it's all good. You learn from it.
I'm like, man, how do I keep this thing rolling? I said, we can probably open it back up, end stream. I tried to figure out how to do it. I said, man, all right, I'll close out the chat.
Mm-hmm.
But ladies and gentlemen, stay locked in, man. We're trying. We are looking into it to provide you just sizzling news. I'm double texting you, man. I hope you don't be we'll see. It's just you hate the double text. I mean, I did send Dana the new link though.
Okay, send it to the AD too, so he know.
I just did.
Oh, bet. Now I was thinking too, because you was clutch. Oh, they got AG coming down now. Now you was clutch getting that. I was gonna say, man, it'd been nice if we had a third, because when you was there and I was on the way, you could have just threw it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? To that third person, and he could have hosted while we both went back.
Facts.
You know
right now, all right, just hit me back. Just whenever they're ready.
Yeah, tell them sooner the better. But yeah, whenever they're ready, like, yeah, let's bring them on. I do it.
This boy AG got personality, man.
I want to thank all the teachers here, Coach White, of course, for Coach Hill, Coach White out. I didn't understand somewhere. I don't know yet, though. But I want to thank y'all, man. I'm talented, I'm blessed, but going to training with y'all every day.
Salud.
Gracias, señor.
My family for real. She's like my manager for real.
All right, bet. You locked in, fam. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. That was not gonna fall through. I think what happened with the Herd Twin. I sent them the wrong link.
I think you did.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. Facts. Shout out to Brandon, man. Solid brother. Man, I ain't gonna lie. One of the hardest working cameraman in the game is AG's cameraman, bro. Are you cranking out an article over there, brother?
Mm-hmm. I am while alive.
Hey, bro.
Yes, I am one of the hardest workers.
Nah, definitely. Ain't nobody say that, man. They say that, they lying.
All right, hey y'all, this is Jordan Carter coming up right now. Who about to pick? So I'm prepping my article. If I go mute, that is why.
I'm about to go ahead and clip this. I ain't gonna lie to you. Who do you pick? You're into commit right now, brother. Well, not commit. They just get to the table. You know, you got his elders with him. You got to give him some time. Oh, what's going on, Brother Farrell? Glad you tapped in. Let me see if I can hook y'all up.
just make sure I stay level-headed and stay humble. In the second semester, and I just really appreciate y'all for taking me in and making me family, making me feel like it was home, making me feel like it was home. It was I fourthly, I want to thank the coaches. You know, I can't do anything without y'all. Coach White, you know, you've done a lot for me. Coach T, Coach Soley, Coach Stevens, y'all done a lot for me. Coach Hannah, I appreciate you for everything. Y'all know the schemes helped me get that. So, and last but not least, I also want to thank my dad. You know, he's been he's been all my recruitment, and he's been helping me wake up at 3 a.m.
There it
going to
is.
work out with me, and also taking care of my sister and my brothers. But with that being said, for the next 3 or 4 years,
I know you had the live pulled up.
Yeah, you know, hey, the best viewing experience for the people.
Yeah. Probably no pick tech.
Yeah.
They got a bigger NIL bag.
Right. So let me stop this. Gotcha. Nah, facts. That's tough. That's tough though.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, that was a nice sweater. I got to say that was a nice sweater.
Mm-hmm.
But Take fans, don't get discouraged.
Hey, you might end up getting Deuce Gerald's, man.
That'd be crazy.
So what they said, they're finna come on now?
Nah, he said, got you. I told him, he said, right now, I said, sooner the better, but just whenever y'all ready.
You should say right now.
Make you think you need to spend $1,000 on it.
Yeah, we could have just streamed them there.
I follow up.
Yeah, follow up, be like, yeah, let's do it now. Then we can just whatever.
Right now. I bet. There you have, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. The only day I'm not outside, it decided to be a sunshiny day. This past week has been rainy. And gentleman, Jordan, Reese, commits to.
You know the middle school All-American game?
You said, am I going?
No, I just got an invite from somebody.
I ain't gonna lie, brother. The middle schoolers play some serious football, bro.
Oh.
What if you ate fruits on an empty?
Well, I felt for Alex. He went out there. He didn't even go to Georgia Tech.
Oh, well, you gotta be ready.
The boy lived all the way up in Rome.
God,
that boy live in Florida. I don't know how he be doing it. He be everywhere.
he want it, man.
Mm-hmm.
He used to be like that.
No, for sure. I mean, no doubt. You just have to pick your battles.
Yeah. Has AJ, not AJ.
Might be talking about Maury.
Here we go.
Oh, bet. They do it.
It's amazing organization of football, athletics, and academics as well. And so there's just so many names that you can say.
Try to switch that. Try to turn that camera around.
This will probably be the last one of the day, y'all.
All right.
We'll finish it off with a bang.
Finish it off with a bang.
Let Bacon get some rest. I have a long night. I'll be covering some hoops. That double duty. You know, I meant to tell you, it's ACC SEC challenge, right?
Today?
Yesterday too. North Carolina beat Kentucky.
Yeah, surprise.
Syracuse upset Tennessee.
I did see that. I was checking the scores.
Mm-hmm.
Tech play tonight?
They play Mississippi State. I'm not going.
I bet. I've been looking forward to that. I got you on the write up.
Bet. I'll hit the live updates.
Absolutely.
Live ones all you. But yeah, the ACC is 6-3.
Oh, hey, you called it, bro. You called it, man.
Yeah, somehow no sports, bro.
Nah, man. I say, man, for anybody don't know, you understand the game inside and outside inside the line and outside the lines. Now, I think when you cover a lot of this baseball this summer, you're gonna really enjoy it, bro. I thought I wasn't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna like baseball. Yeah, it's a good game. It's a lot of, you got a good mind for it. It's a lot of moving parts, but once you understand it, when you start seeing the pitches, really once you start seeing the pitches, understanding the batter stuff, you gonna like, it's a good game, man. It could take up a lot of time. Take up a lot of time, man.
For sure. Yeah, I was talking to Jermia, was telling me like how to parlay it and do it without it taking up so much of your time. So I was like, bro, I'm trying to tap in with not necessarily recruiting, but like with the kids. Like I'm trying to be with a lot of the events is at. And he was like, well, what you do is, he said, if it's during the week, he said, go to a game. And then he was like, what you do is, during the week, go to a game. And then he was like, they'll have like sometimes a triple header. He was like, don't go on Saturday, go Friday. And if you have to, go Sunday.
Hey, y'all, how I turn this camera around?
Is there anything on your actual thing? Like where you are, like tap yourself?
Turn it like this, coach. To help. There you go.
But it's me.
Are you trying to turn to where the kids is?
Mm-hmm.
To where you can see them.
There should be a button.
No, I need to tell them.
Let me hit the link, see if I can cook up something.
Should be a button where he can just press and it'll reverse.
Let me see. Accept all cookies. I'm about to go into hit the link now.
Sorry, y'all. Before y'all start talking, let the video play first.
Edit avatar.
Bro. Hey, Mars. Help me turn this video around.
Okay, there it is.
Good enough?
Yes, sir. Y'all cooking with a playlist.
Right.
First off, we need to bless you with the opportunity to my parents. I thank y'all for your sacrifices, your guidance, your support, your foundation. To my coach, Coach Beal, Coach Juwan, Coach Q, Coach G, Coach Tommy, Coach Haywood, Coach Bill, Coach Vaughn, Coach Wood, the rest of the staff. More than me, appreciate it. My journey. My son, Coach Ward, Coach Newnan, Coach Third, I think y'all believe in me. Nobody else did. I'm enjoying the athlete and young man. To my Uncle Chef, thank you for keeping my head on straight through hard times. Staying on and showing me standard. To my friends and teammates and the same administration, thank you for all the support, for being a part of my learner. With all that being said, I'm grinding out to that big team, my academic and athletic career at the University of North Carolina, Charlotte.
Hey.
I'm gonna give everybody. I'm gonna give some time at the end.
Yeah.
For people to come up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they can take more out there. Hey, Aaliyah, do me a favor. Hold this for me. Oh, it's live. That's a live stream or something, so don't say nothing crazy. That's actual media.
You shouldn't actually get to hold that. You need to give. You didn't give it. Wait, you gotta get this because I think you can do a new version. They shine the house. Oh, what happened? I did not say Big J back. I said Jacob. I'm tired.
Next, we'll have Steve Reeves back. Thank you.
Okay. Come on here. What? Come on. Sit right there. Hold on, come on. Stop.
Coach gonna get me copyrighted, man.
I want to thank my family and a big thanks to my grandparents and teachers for always pushing me, being there, a part of my life every day, making me a better person. I want to do. I want to thank my friends, teammates, all my coaches from little me all the way up to now. You have all played a part in my life. I also want to thank the teachers and staff that's been through. But with that being said, for the next 3 or 4 years, I'll be attending Purdue University. Yeah, I just want to say I'm so proud. Dream of years. Everybody behind me and everybody, y'all are supporting me. And let's go to the next level. Let's do it. My last thing was senior running back,
I've been getting funny. Yay, Amari. Stop pushing my hand. Stop this one. I'm helping. It's making it worse. Stop pushing.
Sincere.
Not trying to copyright. Oh.
I've been like doing it. First and foremost, I want to thank God for this moment in time He has given me with my talent, and I will forever be grateful for that. I want to thank my parents, my dad, for training me since I was like 3. And helping me become a better athlete, a better young man every day. I want to thank my mom for her love and support. Make sure she cares for me and my niece included, and taking care of me every day. And I want to thank my big brother, Junior, for teaching me since I've been looking up to him since we was born. And he always meant a lot to me, humbled me, and just made me a better person overall. I also want to thank my little sister, my writer job. God knows, like, I'll do anything for her. I love her. Yeah, I want to thank my teammates, present and old teammates, for just pushing me every day, just helping me become a good person. And I want to thank my grandparents, my aunts, my uncles, and cousins, as well as the faculty and staff at Sigining Creek High School. Last but not least, I want to thank every coach that's coached me and has sacrificed their time for me, from the past organization to the coaches now. I appreciate y'all. And without that being said, I'll be taking athletic and academic talent to Western Virginia University.
No, not it. Move over one.
At this time, can I have all of the 4 young men to please come back, take the stage together?
Once we got a picture. You said
Okay, as an athletic department, have an opportunity to, come over to Flat Rock, to Sandy Creek. Have an opportunity to come from Flat Rock to Sandy Creek. It was a blessing when everything transpired. And since I've been here, the student athletes have not only made me proud athletically, but they made me super proud of their academic prowess. This group of young men, the thing that makes them even more special than what they do on the field is all 4 of them will be graduating a semester early in December and starting college a semester early
So please give them a hand.
Well, the one thing that's pretty long.
Behind the scenes, sometimes taking in essence 2 or 3 classes a semester, more than the average student. You know, going to practices every day, going from practices to training afterwards, and many occasions, and then going home and to be able to effectively, be successful in classes beyond what the average student has to take in order to give themselves the opportunity to graduate early and start their college experience a semester early. It's not something that's easily done. And I've watched each one of them from the 9th grade growing to young men. I especially had a chance once moving over, just seeing the maturity that they develop from one semester to the next, and from 1 month to the next. I can't be more proud to be their athletic director. I know they're all going to go on to do like really, really great things at the next level. Frequently you see groups of kids and they go on to college, and you see some of them succeed and continue to do what they've always done, and you see some of them trickle off. I have no doubt in my mind that each one of these young men sitting on stage right now will not be one of the ones that trickle off. They'll be the ones that take their talent to another level and another level and another level. And I think that what we're seeing right now is simply the beginning of what we're going to see from these 4 children. And for that, I'm just grateful to be a small part of their journey. But as Coach Smiley would say, we still got a lot of work to do, fellas. We got 2 more to get. We got 2 more to get. With the hard work and you all are putting in the crowd.
I like that, Coach. 2 more to go.
You have worked very hard, and don't let LaGrange or anybody
Motivation.
else you may take that from you. You deserve it. We wanted from the athletic department, myself, my secretary, and the seniors, we wanted to do something special for the young men from the athletic department. So for each one of you all, we had you customized blankets made that you'll be able to take on to your college. Can you unfold one of them so that you'll just get an idea of what they need? Hold it up for me, Coach. I can't do too many things. So as you see, it's the depiction of from the back, with their numbers and their names. At the bottom, it has the colleges that they will be attending. And the TG on the back represents the young man that we all love dearly, that passed away this summer, right before the start of the season. So I hope this is something that you all keep use in college, use this decoration. That's why BAU. But I hope this is something that that you all will enjoy. I know your parents are proud of, and this is our way, guys, to say thank you for what you've done. But man, let's go get this shit. Let's go get the jewelry, man. At this time, we actually have a little bit of time left, quite a bit of time left. And I was hoping that we did. And, a lot of times when we have these signing games,
You're in the line.
because it's typically a decent amount of individuals, when it's football, when it's football signing days. So at this time, what I really want and will really appreciate is to take some time for individuals to have a moment to come up and just reflect on, what your relationship may be with these young men, words of encouragement, and at the very least, some simple small tidbits that they can take with them as they do Sandy Creek, that they may be able to apply to their college life and life beyond college, that we know that challenges that they will face because of our age and our experiences. that they don't know when it's coming. So I'm gonna open the mic up to this time before anybody. Okay. That's what I'm talking about.
Huh?
You want to say that?
Hello, I am, I'm Tisha Dawson. Jada Dawson. I watched them all. I appreciate so much what I shared with them. They're maturing in years. They've been together since the '80s. I've been with all of these people. So, first and foremost, for gentlemen, I want you to know to take God first, take God with you, continue to be prayerful in all that you do, and every step that you take. I'm very proud of you, very proud that I was able to be here this evening, and I'm proud of the accomplishments that you made. I'm also an educator, so I know the road that you have taken, and it always turns out for good and to teach the whole confident as you are. Don't let anyone stay in your keep moving forward, keep doing great things, and I'm looking forward great things for you.
The last thing she said is maintaining impression. But that brother here, I was feeling with the question because in the way we care about each other. Anybody else? Appreciate you, Coach Dawson.
Cool, bro.
I'm Coach God.
I Coach Garson.
But I want to see young men grow up to be young, well, these young guys right here grow into young men that you see. And I could suggest that every single one, including some that stand out here, have earned everything that they got themselves on. They've earned it. Nothing has been given to them. But I'm coming just to say some small bits of something that you can take. One, be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there.
Yeah.
5 to 10 minutes prior. If you can handle that, you tackle 90% of all the stressors that's gonna come your way. It's not gonna be easy, all right? But the single most thing that you can do is be where you're supposed to be early. Because when you're early, you're on time. You're on time, you're ready. All right? And never forget this moment, these people that are here with you. All right, to include myself, Coach Ladd, and the rest of your coaches. All right, life is gonna throw you up, down, left, right, all kinds of different ways. But at the end of the day, all right, if you ever need someone to call, talk to, I got gas and I drive. You find yourself in a compromising predicament, pick up the phone and call. My number hadn't changed in probably 30 years. I don't plan on changing. All right. I'm proud of you guys. I love you guys. And looking forward to seeing what you guys do at the next level. All right. Thanks. Anyone else?
Hello, everybody. I'm Coach Hill, and I work with Coach Wyman over academics. And started doing that show in January. Last Sunday wasn't this Sunday. And I say that because I've watched these young men work so hard academically. And the next class, I'm even more proud of because the GPA is even higher. I tell them all the time, you can't pay to get GPA. You gotta do work. And they did the work. And I've got to say something special to Mr. Dane. You think best friends last year, huh? But this is what I love. I love this story. Last year was tough. And I see when I'm over there, they'll be like, but look, we did it, didn't we? We did it. It was a hard pill to swallow, but what I love about Damon is how he responds. It's not about what happens to you in life, it's how you respond to stuff in life. So he just gave up, he just said, forget all of that. But he put his head down, he stuck it up, went to work, and now he's graduating early. So I've been we keep on all of them, and having gone that after the program, college, what I would tell you is, I think academically you are prepared. I always say if you can get through high school, college to me is easier because you're not gonna have back-to-back classes. But the hard part is what God was saying. You're supposed to be there. As an athlete, your expectations are gonna be way different than for a student. And so you gotta be able to do that. What I want to tell you is that you're gonna face some hate. Because as good as you are, I'm telling you, you're gonna face some hate. Not even face, when you face hate, that's a good thing, that means you're good. You understand? What you gotta do is put your head down and do the work. Don't let no one tell you what you cannot be. Don't let no one, I'm gonna say it funky. Do your job, win your job. Do you understand? Do we understand? Congratulations. I'm so proud of you all.
You're so good at speaking. Why are you not singing?
No, actually.
No, you won't. Go up there. Who is there?
Coach.
Okay. From high school to say something for your son.
Coach, rest the Beatles.
I don't think so. You'll be all right.
I had the honor of coaching these young men when they were babies. I'm not as familiar with the other two, but I wish you the best in all your endeavors.
So he's used to chasing
manly discipline and coaching hard reps every single position. And I'm quite sure you guys made that easy for all the people as well as your parents and your coaches. I'm very proud of you guys. I can remember like yesterday when I had Chase and Amari. Chase won the championship. Chase was crying every play, smiling. He over there just get it together. And I can pray he's okay, he's just fine. He was going to make the next play. I also remember talking with G, with Amari. It was Amari left, Amari right. I said, G, I don't want to run you in the ground. He said, that's okay, you're good boy. So I'm just going to continue to pray to you guys. I wish you the best. Go to class, really go to class. That's the number one thing, going to class, all right? Stay extra line, okay? All right, keep God first. Make good decisions and build up relationships. I'm proud of you.
Everybody else going once, going twice, right here on that. Going once, going twice, sure. Okay, so with that said, I'm gonna let our school leader kind of conclude the ceremony. Again, thank you guys so much for coming out and being a part of what is such a special day. You know, they are getting an opportunity to live out what is an American dream for roughly over 1 million kids, you know. However, of that large amount of young people, there's probably, no, not probably, statistics say there's less than 1% that gets an opportunity to participate at the Division I level. And not only are they participating at the Division I level, they're all going to be competing at the highest level of Division I, which is the FBS level. And so what you've done is completely special. You're part of an extremely small fraternity of young men. And just always remember, I don't care how tough it gets. always remember, it's a blessing. Always keep that in mind. Simply being where you are when you leave here and go on to college, you're winning every day. Because there's so many young men that would love to walk in your shoes. So be grateful for the opportunity. Again, I love each and every one of you, and I'm gonna say it again, let's go get that jewelry. It's all-
Yeah.
Wait, say it again. I love that. Yes. Yes. Don't spoil this money you all about it.
Yeah, it's true.
Make it work for you in your future. That's a great thing. That's a great point. Also, once this all is done, we're gonna open up the floor for whoever wants to come up and take pictures. You know, yeah. Also here and also outside in the lobby where we have like refreshments, small cupcakes and things of that nature. Please take a few minutes and kind of, you know, get a chance to speak with each other and just continue to enjoy the moment. Before you leave, please stop by each table and kind of celebrate the guys one more time. So, on to our student leader.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out to this signing day. I won't be here long, but I do want to just say a couple of words about these boys, in particular in this class. These gentlemen, all four of them, I have a different relationship, a special relationship with each and every one of them. And I love them. These gentlemen are special to me because they were freshmen my first year as principal here. So we have come through the ranks together at Sandy Creek. And it's a special moment for me to see them getting ready to leave and go to the next level. What I will tell you is this, all four of them are getting to graduate early, and they are getting to start their collegiate journey early, and that is no small feat. The other thing that I want to tell you and talk to you about is, and talk to these young men about, is possibility. Anytime a student is eligible for an early graduation, I'm required to review everything and then sign off saying that it is okay to allow them to graduate early. And there's a lot of pressure on me as a principal. There are people that come to me, give me reasons why maybe this is not a good idea, why maybe this is not necessarily ready to graduate. The discipline, you know how many classes they're going to have to take, you know what they're going to have to pay. Just a million reasons. And when I look at my boys, the only thing that I can think of is why not? So I want to say to you gentlemen, you have done things that people didn't think that you could do, but you've earned it. And I want you to take this opportunity, I want you to take these moments, and I want you to continue to turn them into gold, because that is exactly what you have done. You have shown the world, you have shown yourselves, your families, everybody that has prayed for you, has prayed over you. You have shown everybody that you are worthy of this blessing and this opportunity. So I want to congratulate all four of you. I want you to continue to walk in the light, and I want you to always know, because if you can do this, you can do anything that lives before you. So congratulations to you young men, to the families, all of the families, the parents, coaches that are behind these gentlemen every single day, moms that are having to wash uniforms and pads and early morning practices. You know, Coach Smiley has practices at 4 a.m. and moms are pulling up and going. I get it, you know, but without your ability to keep pushing your children, they don't get here either. So I would be remiss if I didn't say that how much I appreciate the parents, the aunts and uncles, the grandmas, and all the dads that are here to support these young men in their journey. So thank you all so much. Congratulations to my four sons. I love you guys. We're not finished. So we've got some unfinished work. And gentlemen, I want you to go out the same way you came in. All right? the coaches, yes, if all the coaches could please go up so that they can get photos with the players. All the coaches.
I'm ready to stop too. Oh, you right here. Oh, so I think it's better about saying so wholesome. Like they forgot about the drink. No. That was a joke. No. That was a joke. Here, we're going to some photos. Hit the tab. You want it?
Are y'all gonna give it back to me?
Are you want me to?
Yeah, cause this not my jam. Thank you.
You're welcome. Stop. Okay.
So they
Ladies and gentlemen, through this in the chat. Go ahead, now. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it's been real. How it's looking is look like they're gonna just celebrate with their families. I don't think they're gonna be doing interviews for real based off how he was talking. But obviously hope you guys enjoyed that part. I know obviously it's been a 7-hour special. First part was really good, Bacon. I know that last part probably drug a little bit, but overall, I thought a good day. But I thought to you.
Yeah, man, it was a great day. All four in the chat, man. If you've been rocking with us for more than half of the time, or just an hour, just 10 minutes, or just 5 minutes, we appreciate you tuning in, man. We appreciate you tuning in. First of the minute going forward, man. I hope y'all enjoyed watching and viewing it as much as we did hosting and narrating and telling these young men stories. So I hope y'all have a blessed rest of y'all night, and we'll see y'all. Today's Thursday. I gotta go shoot at Newnan tomorrow, man. So possibly Saturday, but definitely Monday, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for tuning in, and we'll see y'all next time.
Hope y'all enjoyed the recruitathon, as Dukes the Scoop said, man. Hey, you can't go nowhere else besides maybe Rivals and see somebody stream for 7 hours. Just gonna put that out there. Hope y'all enjoy. We'll see y'all soon.
Peace.
Stay tapped. Follow Bacon Network on all platforms. Follow me, Najee, on all platforms. We'll see y'all next time. Peace.
Yes, sir.